Chapter 20 of Jacob Faithful by Captain Marryat. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Noel Badrian. Chapter 20. Our last adventure not fatal. Take to my grog kindly. Grog makes me a very unkind return. Old Tom at his yarns again. How to put your foot in a mischief without having a hand in it. Candidates for the cat-o'-nine tails. We soon recovered the road, and in half an hour we were at Putney Bridge, cold, wet, and tired, but not so bad as when we were stationary under the gallows. The quick walking restored our circulation. Tom went in for the bottle of spirits, while I went for the sculls and carried them down to the boat, which was high and dry, and nearly up to the thwarts with snow. When Tom joined me, he appeared with 2 bottles under his arms. "I have taken another upon tick, Jacob," said he, "for I am sure we want it, and so will father say when he hears our story." We launched our boat, and in a couple of minutes were close to the lighter, on the deck of which stood old Tom. "Boat ahoy! Is that you, lads?" cried he. "Yes, father, all's right," replied Tom, as we laid in our oars. "Thank God," replied the old man. Boys, how you frightened me. Where have you been? I thought you had met with some disaster. How have I been peeping through the snowstorm these last 2 hours, watching for the boat, and I'm as wet as a shag, and as cold as charity. What has been the matter? Did you bring the bottle, Tom?" "Yes, father, brought 2, for we shall want them tonight, if we go without for a week. But we must all get on dry rigging as fast as possible, and then you shall have the story of our cruise." In a few minutes we had changed our wet clothes, and were seated at the cabin table, eating our supper, and narrating our adventures to the old man. Tommy, poor fellow, had his share, and now lay snoring at our feet, as the bottles and pannikins were placed upon the little table. "Come, Jacob, a drop will do you good," said old Tom, filling me one of the pannikins. "After all, it's much better being snug here in this little cabin than shivering with fear and cold under old Abershaw's gallows. And Tom, you scamp, if ever you go gunning again, I'll disinherit you." "What have you got to leave, father, except your wooden leg?" replied Tom. "Yours would be but a wooden legacy." "How do you know but what I can post the coal?" "So you will, if I boil a pot of potatoes with your legacy, but it will only be charcoal." "Well, I believe you are about right, Tom. Still, somehow or other, the old woman always picks out a piece or 2 of gold when I'm rather puzzled how to raise the wind. I never keeps no count with her. If I follow my legs before she, I hope the old soul will have saved something, for you know when a man goes to kingdom come, his pension goes with him. However, let me only hold on another 5 years, and then you'll not see her want, will you, Tom?" "No, father, I'll sell myself to the king, and stand to be shot at a shilling a day, and give the old woman half." "Well, Tom, 'tis but natural for a man to wish to serve his country. So here's to you, my lad, and may you never do worse. Jacob, do you think of going on board of a man-o'-war?" "I'd like to serve my apprenticeship first, and then I don't care how soon." "Well, my boy, you'll meet more fair play on board of a king's ship than you have from those on shore." "I should hope so," replied I bitterly. "And I hope to see you a man before I die yet, Jacob. I shall very soon be laid up in ordinary. My toes pain me a good deal lately." "Your toes?" cried Tom and I both at once. "Yes, boys, you may think it odd, but sometimes I feel them just as plain as if they were now on, instead of being long ago in some shark's maw. At nights I has the cramps in them till it almost makes me halloo out with pain. It's a hard thing, when one has lost the service of his legs, that all the feelings should remain. The doctor says as how it's nervous. Come, Jacob, shove in your pannikin. You seem to take it more kindly than you did." "Yes," replied I begin to like grog now." The now, however, might be comprehended within the space of the last 24 hours. My depressed spirits were raised with the stimulus, and for the time I got rid of the eternal current of thought which pressed upon my brain. "I wonder what your old gentleman, the Dominie, as you call him, thought after he got on shore again," said old Tom. "He seemed to be mighty cut up. I suppose you'll give him a hail, Jacob?" "No," replied I shall not go near him, nor any one else, if I can help it. Mr Drummond may think I wish to make it up again. I've done with the shore. I only wish I knew what is to become of me, for you know I am not to serve in the lighter with you." "Suppose Tom and I look out for another craft, Jacob. I care nothing for Mr Drummond. He said t'other day I was a drunken old swab, for which, with my service to him, he lies. A drunken fellow is one who can't, for the soul of him, keep from liquor when he can get it, and who's overtaken before he's aware of it. Now, that's not the case with me. I keep sober when there's work to be done, and when I knows that everything is safe under hatches, and no fear of nothing, why, then I gets drunk like a rational being with my eyes open. 'Cause why? 'Cause I chooses." "That's exactly my notion of the thing," observed Tom, draining his pannikin, and handing it over to his father for a fresh supply. "Mind you keep to that notion, Tom, when you gets in the king's service, that's all, or you'll be sure to have your back scratched, which I understand is no joke after all. Yet I do remember once in a ship I was in, when 6 fellows were all fighting who should be flogged." "Pray give us that yarn, father, but before you begin, just fill my pannikin. I shoved it over 30 minutes ago, just by way of a hint." "Well then," said old Tom, pouring out some spirits into Tom's pannikin, "it was just as follows. It was when the ship was lying at anchor in Bermuda harbour, that the purser sent a breaker of spirits on shore to be taken up to some lady's house, who he was very anxious to splice, and I suppose he found a glass of grog helped the matter. Now, there were about 20 of the men who had liberty to go on shore to stretch their limbs. Little else could they do, poor fellows, for the first lieutenant looked sharp after their kits to see that they did not sell any of their rigging, and as for money, we had been 5 years without touching a farthing of pay, and I don't suppose there was a matter of 3d. among the men before the mast. However, liberty's liberty after all, and if they couldn't go ashore and get glorious, rather than not go on shore at all, they went ashore and kept sober perforce. I do think myself it's a very bad thing to keep the seamen without a farthing for so long. For you see, a man who will be very honest with a few shillings in his pocket is often tempted to help himself just for the sake of getting a glass or two of grog, and the temptation's very great, that's certain, particularly in a hot climate, when the sun scorches you and the very ground itself is so heated that you can hardly bear the naked foot on it. Footnote: this has been corrected. The men have for some time received a portion of their pay on foreign stations, and this portion has been greatly increased during Sir James Graham's administration. But to go on. The yawl was ordered on shore for the Liberty men, and the purser gives this breaker, which was at least half full, and I dare say there might be 3 gallons in it, under my charge as coxswain, to be delivered to madam at the house. Well, as soon as we landed, I shoulders the breaker, and starts with it up the hill. "What have you there, Tom?" said Bill Short. "What I wish I could share with you, Bill," says I. "It's some of old Nipple-Cheese's 8ths, that he has sent on shore to bowse his jib up with his sweetheart." "I've seen them, madam," said Holmes to me, for you see all the Liberty men were walking up the hill at the same time, and I'd rather make love to the breaker than to her. She's as fat as an ox, as broad as she's long, built like a Dutch shoit, and as yellow as a nabob." "But old Tummings knows what he's about," said a Scotch lad of the name of McAlpine. "They say she has lots of gold dust, more ducks and ingons, and more inches of water in her tank than any one on the island. You see, boys, Bermuda be a queer sort of place, and water very scarce. All they get there is a godsend, as it comes from the heaven. And they look sharp out for the rain, which is collected in large tanks, and an inch or two more of water in the tank is considered a great catch. I've often heard the ladies there talking after a shower. 'Good morning, ma'am. How do you do this fine morning?' 'Pretty well, I thank you, ma'am. Charming shower had last night?' 'Yes, so all say, but me not very lucky. Cloud not come over my tank. How many inches of water you get last night, ma'am?' 'I get good 7 inches, and I think a little bit more, which make me very happy.' 'Me not so lucky, ma'am. So help me God, me only get 4 inches of water in my tank, and that nothing.' Well, but I've been yawing again, so now to keep my course. As soon as I came to the house, I knocked at the door, and a little black girl opens the jalousies, and put her finger to her thick lips. 'No make noise, missy sleep.' 'Where am I to put this?' 'Put down there. By and by I come fetch it.' And then she closed the jalousies for fear her mistress should be woke up, and she get a hiding, poor devil. So I puts the breaker down at the door, and walks back to the boat again. Now, you see, these liberty men were all by when I spoke to the girl, and seeing the liquor left with no one to guard it, the temptation was too strong for them. So they looked all about them, and then at one another, and caught one another's meaning by the eye, but they said nothing. 'I'll have no hand in it,' at last says one, and walked away. 'Nor I,' said another, and walked away too. At last all of them walked away except 8, and then Bill Short walks up to the breaker and says, 'I won't have no hand in it either,' but he gave the breaker a kick, which rolls it away 2 or 3 yards from the door. 'Nor more will I,' said Holmes, giving the breaker another kick, which rolled it out in the road. So they all went on, without having a hand in it sure enough, till they had kicked the breaker down the hill to the beach. Then they were at a dead stand, as no one would spile the breaker. At last a black carpenter came by, and they offered him a glass, if he would bore a hole with his gimlet, for they were determined to be able to swear, every one of them, that they had no hand in it. Well, as soon as the hole was bored, one of them borrowed a couple of little mugs from a black woman who sold beer, and they let it run, the black carpenter shoving one mug under as soon as the other was full, and they drinking as fast as they could. Before they had half finished, more of the liberty men came down. I suppose they scented the good stuff from above as a shark does anything in the water, and they soon made a finish of it. And when it was all finished, they were all drunk, and made sail for a cruise, that they might not be found too near the empty breaker. Well, a little before sunset, I was sent on shore with the boat to fetch off the liberty men, and the purser takes this opportunity of going ashore to see his madam, and the first thing he falls athwart of is his own empty breaker. 'How's this?' says he. 'Didn't you take this breaker up as I ordered you?' 'Yes, sir,' replied I did, and give it in charge of the little black thing. But madam was asleep, and the girl did not allow me to put it inside the door.' At that he began to storm, and swore that he'd find out the malefactors, as he termed the liberty men who had emptied his breaker, and away we went to the house. As soon as he was gone, we got hold of the breaker, and made a bull of it. 'How did you manage that?' inquired I. 'Why, Jacob, a bull means putting a quart or 2 of water into a cask which has had spirits in it, and what with the little that may be left, and what has soaked in the wood, if you roll it and shake it well, It generally turns out pretty fair grog. At all events, it's always better than nothing. Well, to go on. But suppose we fill up again and take a fresh departure, as this is a tolerable long yarn, and I must wet the threads, or they may chance to break. Our pannikins, which had been empty, were all replenished, and then old Tom proceeded. It was a long while before we could pick up the liberty men, who were reeling about every corner of the town, and quite dark before I came on board. The first lieutenant was on deck, and had no occasion to ask me why I waited so long, when he found they were all lying in the stern sheets. "Where the devil could they have picked up the liquor?" said he, and then he ordered the master-at-arms to keep them under the half-deck till they were sober. The next morning the purser comes off, and makes his complaint on the quarter-deck, as how somebody has stolen his liquor. The first lieutenant reports to the captain, and the captain orders up all the men who came off tipsy. "Which of you took the liquor?" said he. They all swore that they had no hand in it. "Then how did you get tipsy? Come now, Mr. Short, answer me. You came off beastly drunk. Who gave you the liquor?" "A black fellow, sir," replied Short, which was true enough, as the mugs were filled by the black carpenter, and handed by him. Well, they all swore the same, and then the captain got into a rage, and ordered them all to be put down on the report. The next day the hands were turned up for punishment, and the captain said, "Now, my lads, if you won't tell who stole the purser's grog, I will flog you all round. I only want to flog those who committed the theft, for it is too much to expect of seamen that they would refuse a glass of grog when offered to them." Now, Short and the others had a parley together, and they had agreed how to act. They knew that the captain could not bear flogging, and was a very kind-hearted man. So Bill Short steps out and says, touching his forelock to the captain, "If you please, sir, if all must be flogged if nobody will peach, I think it better to tell the truth at once. It was I took the liquor." "Very well then," said the captain. "Strip, sir." So Bill Short pulls off his shirt, and is seized up. "Boatswain's mate," said the captain, "give him a dozen." "Beg your honour's pardon," said Jack Holmes, stepping out of the row of men brought out for punishment, "but I can't bear to see an innocent man punished, and since one must be flogged, it must be the right one. It warn't Bill Short that took the liquor, it was I." "Why, how's this?" said the captain. "Didn't you own that you took the liquor, Mr. Short?" "Why, yes, I did say so, 'cause I didn't wish to see everybody flogged, but the truth's the truth, and I had no hand in it." "Cast him loose. Holmes, you'll strip, sir." Holmes stripped and was tied up. "Give him a dozen," said the captain, when out steps McAlpine, and swore it was him and not Holmes, and asked leave to be flogged in his stead. At which the captain bit his lip to prevent laughing, and then they knew all was right. So another came forward and says it was him and not McAlpine, and another contradicts him again, and so on. At last the captain says, "One would think flogging was a very pleasant affair, you are all so eager to be tied up. But, however, I shan't flog to please you. I shall find out who the real culprit is, and then punish him severely. In the meantime, you keep them all on the report, Mr. P," speaking to the first lieutenant. "Depend upon it, I'll not let you off, although I do not choose to flog innocent men." So they piped down, and the first lieutenant, who knew that the captain never meant to take any more notice of it, never made no inquiries, and the thing blew over. One day, a month or two after, I told the officers how it was managed, and they laughed heartily. We continued our carouse till a late hour, old Tom constantly amusing us with his long yarns, and that night, for the first time, I went to bed intoxicated. Old Tom and his son assisted me into my bed place, old Tom observing, "Poor Jacob, it will do him good. his heart was heavy, and now he'll forget it all, for a little time at all events." "Well, but, father, I don't like to see Jacob drunk," replied young Tom. "It's not like him. It's not worthy of him. As for you or me, it's nothing at all. But I feel Jacob was never meant to be a toper. I never saw a lad so altered in a short time, and I expect bad will come of it when he leaves us." I awoke, as might be supposed after my first debauch, with a violent headache, but I had also a fever, brought on by my previous anxiety of mind. I rose, dressed, and went on deck, where the snow was nearly a foot deep. It now froze hard, and the river was covered with small pieces of floating ice. I rubbed my burning forehead with the snow, and felt relief. For some time I assisted Tom to heave it overboard, but the fever pressed upon me, and in less than half an hour I could no longer stand the exertion. I sat down on the water cask, and pressed my hands to my throbbing temples. "You are not well, Jacob?" inquired Tom, coming up to me with the shovel in his hand, and glowing with health and exercise. "I am not indeed, Tom," replied I. "Feel how hot I am." Tom went to his father, who was in the cabin, padding with extra flannel his stumps to defend them from the cold, which always made him suffer much, and then led me into the cabin. It was with much difficulty I could walk. My knees trembled, and my eyesight was defective. Old Tom took my hand as I sank to the locker. "Do you think it was taking too much last night?" inquired Tom of his father. "There's more here than a gallon of liquor would have brought about," replied old Tom. No, I see it all. Go to bed again, Jacob." They put me into bed, and I was soon in a state of stupor, in which I remained until the lighter had arrived at the Brentford wharf, and for many days afterwards. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Jacob Faithful by Captain Marryat. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Noel Badrian. Chapter 21. On a sick bed. Fever, firmness, and folly. Bound prentice to a waterman. I take my first lesson in love, and give my first lesson in Latin. The love lesson makes an impression on my auricular organ. Verily, none are so deaf as those who won't hear. When I recovered my senses, I found myself in bed, and Captain Turnbull sitting by my side. I had been removed to his house when the lighter had arrived at the wharf. Captain Turnbull was then talking with Mr Tomkins, the former head clerk, now in charge. Old Tom came on shore and stated the condition I was in, and Mr Tomkins having no spare bed in his house, Captain Turnbull immediately ordered me to be taken to his residence and sent for medical advice. During the time I had remained in this state, old Tom had informed Captain Turnbull, the Domine, and Mr Tomkins of the circumstances which had occurred, and how much I had been misrepresented to Mr Drummond, and not saying a word about the affair of Wimbledon Common, or my subsequent intemperance, had given it as his opinion that ill treatment had produced the fever. In this I believe he was nearly correct, although my disease might certainly have been aggravated and hastened by those two unmentioned causes. They all of them took my part, and Mr Turnbull went to London to state my condition to Mr Drummond, and also to remonstrate at his injustice. Circumstances had since occurred which induced Mr Drummond to lend a ready ear to my justification, but the message I had sent was still an obstacle. This, however, was partly removed by the equivocating testimony of the young clerk when he was interrogated by Captain Turnbull and Mr Drummond, and wholly so by the evidence of young and old Tom, who, although in the cabin, had overheard the whole of the conversation, and Mr Drummond desired Captain Turnbull to inform me as soon as I recovered, that all was forgotten and forgiven. It might have been on his part, but not on mine, and when Captain Turnbull told me so, with the view of raising my spirits, I shook my head as I lay on the pillow. As the reader will have observed, the feeling roused in me by the ill usage I had received was a vindictive one that must have been deeply implanted in my heart, although till then it had never been roused into action, and now, once roused, was not to be suppressed. That it was based on pride was evident, and with it my pride was raised in proportion. To the intimation of Captain Turnbull I therefore gave a decided dissent. No, sir, I cannot return to Mr Drummond. That he was kind to me, and that I owe much to his kindness, I readily admit, and now that he has acknowledged his error in supposing me capable of such ingratitude, I heartily forgive him, but I cannot and will not receive any more favours from him. I cannot put myself in a situation to be again mortified as I have been. I feel I should no longer have the same pleasure in doing my duty as I once had, and I never could live under the same roof with those who at present serve him. Tell him all this, and pray tell little Sarah how grateful I feel to her for all her kindness to me, and that I shall always think of her with regret at being obliged to leave her. And at the remembrance of little Sarah I burst into tears, and sobbed on my pillow. Captain Turnbull, whether he rightly estimated my character, or felt convinced that I had made up my mind, did not renew the subject. "Well, Jacob," replied he, "we'll not talk of that any more. I'll give your messages just in your own words. Now take your draught, and try to get a little sleep." I complied with this request, and nothing but weakness now remaining, I rapidly regained my strength, and with my strength my feelings of resentment increased in proportion. Nothing but the very weak state that I was in when Captain Turnbull spoke to me would have softened me down to give the kind message that I did, but my vindictive mind was subdued by disease, and better feelings predominated. The only effect this had was to increase my animosity against the other parties who were the cause of my ill treatment, and I vowed that they at least should one day repent their conduct. The Domine called upon me the following Sunday. I was dressed and looking through the window when he arrived. The frost was now intense, and the river was covered with large masses of ice, and my greatest pleasure was to watch them as they floated down with the tide. "Thou hast had a second narrow escape, my Jacob," said he, after some preliminary observations. "Once again did death, pallid amours, hover over thy couch, but thou hast arisen, and thy fair fame is again established. When wilt thou be able to visit Mr Drummond, and be able to thank him for his kindness?" "Never, sir," replied I. "I will never again enter Mr Drummond's house." "Nay, Jacob, this savoureth of enmity. Are not we all likely to be deceived, all likely to do wrong? Did not I, even I, in thy presence, backslide into intemperance and folly? Did not I disgrace myself before my pupil? And shalt thou, in thy tender years, harbour ill will against one who hath cherished thee when thou wert destitute, and who was deceived with regard to thee by the base and evil speaking?" "I am obliged to Mr Drummond for all his kindness, sir," replied I, "but I never wish to enter his house. I was turned out of it, and never will again go into it." "Eheu, Jacob, thou art in error. It is our duty to forgive, as we hope to be forgiven." "I do forgive, sir, if that is what is requested, but I cannot and will not accept further favours." The Domine urged in vain, and left me. Mr Tomkins also came, and argued the point without success. I was resolved. I was determined to be independent, and I looked to the river as my father, mother, home, and everything. As soon as my health was reinstated, Captain Turnbull one day came to me. "Jacob," said he, "the lighter has returned, and I wish to know if you intend to go on board again, and afterwards go into the vessel into which Mr Drummond proposed to send you." "I will go into no vessel through Mr Drummond's means or interests," replied I. "What will you do then?" replied he. "I can always enter on board a man of war," replied I, "if the worst comes to the worst, but if I can serve out my apprenticeship on the river, I should prefer it." "I rather expected this answer, Jacob, from what you have said to me already, and I have been trying if I cannot help you to something which may suit you. You don't mind being obliged to me?" "Oh, no. But promise you will never doubt me, never accuse me." My voice faltered, and I could say no more. "No, my lad, that I will not. I know you, as I think, pretty well, and the heart that feels a false accusation as yours does is sure to guard against committing what you are so angry at being accused of. Now, Jacob, listen to me. You know old deaf Stapleton, whose wherry we have so often pulled up and down the river? I have spoken to him to take you as his help, and he has consented. Will you like to go? He has served his time, and has a right to take apprentice." "Yes," replied I, "with pleasure, and with more pleasure from expecting to see you often." "Oh, I promise you all my custom, Jacob," replied he, laughing. "We'll often turn old Stapleton out, and have a row together. Is it agreed?" "It is," replied I, "and many thanks to you." "Well then, consider it settled. Stapleton has a very good room, and all that's requisite on shore at Fulham. I have seen his place, and I think you will be comfortable." I did not know at that time how much Captain Turnbull had been my friend, that he had made Stapleton take better lodgings, and had made up the difference to him, besides allowing him a trifle per week, and promising him a gratuity occasionally, if I were content with my situation. In a few days I had removed all my clothes to Stapleton's, had taken my leave of Mr Turnbull, and was established as an apprentice to a waterman on the Thames. The lighter was still at the wharf when I left, and my parting with old Tom and his son was equally and sincerely felt on both sides. "Jacob," said old Tom, "I likes your pride after all, 'cause why? I think you have some right to be proud, and the man who only asks fair play and no favour always will rise in this world. But look you, Jacob, there's sometimes a current 'gainst a man, and no one can make head against, and if so be that should be your case for a time, recollect the old house, the old woman, and old Tom, and there you'll always find a hearty welcome, and a hearty old couple who'll share with you what they have, be it good, bad, or indifferent. Here's luck to you, my boy, and recollect, I means to go to the expense of painting the sides of my craft blue, and then you'll always know her as she creeps up and down the river." "And Jacob," said young Tom, "I may be a wild one, but I'm a true one. If ever you want me, in fair weather and in foul, good or bad, for fun or for mischief, for a help or for a friend in need, through thick or thin, I'm yours, even to the gallows, and here's my hand upon it." "Just like you, Tom," observed his father, "but I know what you mean, and all's right." I shook hands with them both, and we parted. Thus did I remove from the lighter, and at once take up the profession of a waterman. I walked down to the Fulham side, where I found Stapleton at the door of the public-house, standing with 2 or 3 others, smoking his pipe. "Well, lad, so you're chained to my wherry for 2 or 3 years, and I'm to initiate you in all the rules and regulations of the company." Now, I'll tell you one thing, which is, d'ye see, when the river's covered with ice, as it is just now, haul your wherry up high and dry, and smoke your pipe till the river is clear, as I do now." "I might have guessed that," replied I, bawling in his ear, "without your telling me." "Very true, my lad, but don't bawl in my ear quite so loud. I hears none the better for it. My ears require coaxing, that's all." "Why, I thought you were as deaf as a post." "Yes, so I be with strangers, 'cause I don't know the pitch of their voice. But with those about me I hear better when they speak quietly. That's human nature. Come, let's go home. My pipe is finished, and as there's nothing to be done on the river, we may just as well make all tidy there." Stapleton had lost his wife, but he had a daughter, 15 years old, who kept his lodgings and did for him, as he termed it. He lived in part of some buildings leased by a boat builder. His windows looked out on the river, and on the first floor a bay window thrown out so that at high water the river ran under it. As for the rooms, consisting of 5, I can only say that they could not be spoken of as large and small, but as small and smaller. The sitting room was 8 feet square. The 2 bedrooms at the back, for himself and his daughter, just held a small bed each, and the kitchen and my room below were to match. Neither were the tenements in the very best repair, the parlour especially hanging over the river, being lopsided, and giving you the uncomfortable idea that it would every minute fall into the stream below. Still, the builder declared that it would last many years without sinking further, and that was sufficient. At all events, they were very respectable accommodations for a waterman, and Stapleton paid for them £10 per annum. Stapleton's daughter was certainly a very well-favoured girl. She had rather a large mouth, but her teeth were very fine, and beautifully white. Her hair was auburn, her complexion very fair, her eyes were large, and of a deep blue, and from her figure, which was very good, I should have supposed her to have been 18, although she was not past 15, as I found out afterwards. There was a frankness and honesty of countenance about her, and an intellectual smile, which was very agreeable. "Well, Mary, how do you get on?" said Stapleton, as we ascended to the sitting-room. "Here's young Faithful come to take up with us." "Well, father, his bed's all ready, and I have taken so much dirt from the room that I expect we shall be indicted for filling up the river. I wonder what nasty people lived in this house before us." "Very nice rooms, nevertheless, ain't they, boy?" "Oh yes, very nice for idle people. You may amuse yourself looking out on the river, or watching what floats by, or fishing with a pin at high water," replied Mary, looking at me. "I like the river," replied I, gravely. "I was born on it, and hope to get my bread on it." "And I like this sitting-room," rejoined Stapleton. "How mightily comfortable it will be to sit at the open window, and smoke in the summer-time with one's jacket off. At all events, you'll have no excuse for dirtying the room, father, and as for the lad, I suppose his smoking days have not come yet." "No," replied I, "but my days for taking off my jacket are, I suspect." "Oh yes," replied she, "never fear that. Father will let you do all the work you please, and look on, won't you, father?" "Don't let your tongue run quite so fast, Mary. You're not over fond of work yourself." "No, there's only one thing I dislike more," replied she, "and that's holding my tongue." "Well, I shall leave you and Jacob to make it out together. I am going back to the Feathers." And old Stapleton walked down the stairs and went back to the inn, saying, as he went out, that he should be back to his dinner. Mary continued her employment of wiping the furniture of the room with a duster for some minutes, during which I did not speak, but watched the floating ice on the river. "Well," said Mary, "do you always talk as you do now? If so, you'll be a very nice companion. Mr Turnbull, who came to my father, told me that you was a sharp fellow, could read, write, and do everything, and that I should like you very much. But if you mean to keep it all to yourself, you might as well not have had it." "I am ready to talk when I have anything to talk about," replied I. "That's not enough. I'm ready to talk about nothing, and you must do the same." "Very well," replied I. "How old are you?" "How old am I? Oh, then you consider me nothing. I'll try hard, but you shall alter your opinion, my fine fellow. However, to answer your question, I believe I'm about 15. "Not more? Well, there's an old proverb which I will not repeat." "I know it, so you may save yourself the trouble, you saucy boy. But now, for your age." "Mine? Let me see. Well, I believe that I am nearly 17. "Are you really so old? Well, now I should have thought you no more than 14. This answer at first surprised me, as I was very stout and tall for my age, but a moment's reflection told me that it was given to annoy me. A lad is as much vexed at being supposed younger than he really is, as a man of a certain age is annoyed at being taken for so much older. "Pooh," replied I, "that shows how little you know about men." "I wasn't talking about men that I know of, but still I do know something about them. I've had 2 sweethearts already." "Indeed, and what have you done with them?" "Done with them? I jilted the first for the second, because the second was better looking, and when Mr Turnbull told me so much about you, I jilted the second to make room for you, but now I mean to try if I can't get him back again." "With all my heart," replied I, laughing. "I shall prove but a sorry sweetheart, for I never made love in my life." "Have you ever had anybody to make love to?" "No." "That's the reason, Mr Jacob, depend upon it. All you have to do is to swear that I am the prettiest girl in the world, that you like me better than anybody else in the world, do anything in the world that I wish you to do, spend all the money you have in the world in buying me ribbons and fairings, and then—" "And then what?" "Why, then I shall hear all you have to say, take all you have to give, and laugh at you in the bargain." "But I shouldn't stand that long." "Oh yes, you would. I'd put you out of humour and coax you in again. The fact is, Jacob Faithful, I made my mind up before I saw you that you should be my sweetheart, and when I will have a thing, I will. So you may as well submit to it at once. If you don't, as I keep the key of the cupboard, I'll half starve you. That's the way to tame any brute, they say. And I tell you why, Jacob, that I mean you shall be my sweetheart. It's because Mr Turnbull told me that you knew Latin. Now, tell me, what is Latin?" "Latin is a language which people spoke in former times, but now they do not." "Well then, you shall make love to me in Latin, that's agreed." "And how do you mean to answer me?" "Oh, in plain English, to be sure." "But how are you to understand me?" replied I, much amused with the conversation. "Oh, if you make love properly, I shall soon understand you. I shall read the English of it in your eyes." "Very well, I have no objection. When am I to begin?" "Why, directly, you stupid fellow, to be sure." "What a question!" I went close up to Mary, and repeated a few words of Latin. "Now," says I, "look into my eyes, and see if you can translate them." "Something impudent, I'm sure," replied she, fixing her blue eyes on mine. "Not at all," replied I only asked for this," and I snatched a kiss, in return for which I received a box on the ear, which made it tingle for 5 minutes. "Nay," replied I, "that's not fair. I did as you desired. I made love in Latin." "And I answered you, as I said I would, in plain English," replied Mary, reddening up to the forehead, but directly after bursting out into a loud laugh. "Now, Mr. Jacob, I plainly see that you know nothing about making love. Why, bless me, a year's dangling and a year's pocket money should not have given you what you have had the impudence to take in so many minutes. But it was my own fault, that's certain, and I have no one to thank but myself. I hope I didn't hurt you. I'm very sorry if I did. But no more making love in Latin. I've had quite enough of that." "Well then, suppose we make friends," replied I, holding out my hand. "That's what I really wish to do, although I've been talking so much nonsense," replied Mary. "I know we shall like one another, and be very good friends. You can't help feeling kind towards a girl you've kissed, and I shall try by kindness to make up to you for the box on the ear. So now sit down, and let's have a long talk. Mr. Turnbull told us that he wished you to serve out your apprenticeship on the river with my father, so that if you agree, we shall be a long while together. I take Mr. Turnbull's word, not that I can find it out yet, that you are a very good-tempered, good-looking, clever, modest lad, and as an apprentice who remains with my father must live with us, of course I had rather it should be one of that sort than some ugly, awkward brute who is not fit to make love to you," replied I. "Who is not fit company for me," replied Mary. "I want no more love from you at present. The fact is that father spends all the time he can spare from the wherry at the alehouse, smoking, and it's very dull for me, and having nothing to do, I look out of the window and make faces at the young men as they pass by, just to amuse myself. Now, there was no great harm in that a year or two ago, but now, you know, Jacob." "Well, now what then?" "Oh, I'm bigger, that's all, and what might be called sauciness in a girl may be thought something more of in a young woman. So I've been obliged to leave it off, but being obliged to remain at home, with nobody to talk to, I never was so glad as when I heard that you were to come. So you see, Jacob, we must be friends. I daren't quarrel with you long, although I shall sometimes, just for variety, and to have the pleasure of making it up again. Do you hear me, or what are you thinking of?" "I'm thinking that you're a very odd girl." "I dare say that I am, but how can I help that? Mother died when I was 5 years old, and father couldn't afford to put me out, so he used to lock me in all day, till he came home from the river, and it was not till I was 7 years old, and of some use, that the door was left open. I never shall forget the day when he told me that in future he should trust me, and leave the door open. I thought I was quite a woman, and have thought so ever since. I recollect that I often peeped out, and longed to run about the world, but I went 2 or 3 yards from the door, and felt so frightened that I ran back as fast as I could. Since that, I have seldom quitted the house for an hour, and never have been out of Fulham." "Then you have never been at school?" "Oh no, never. I often wished that I had. I used to see the little girls coming home, as they passed our door, so merrily with their bags from the schoolhouse, and I'm sure if it were only to have the pleasure of going there and back again for the sake of the run, I would have worked hard, if for nothing else." "Would you like to learn to read and write?" "Will you teach me?" replied Mary, taking me by the arm and looking me earnestly in the face. "Yes, I will, with pleasure," replied I, laughing. "We will pass the evening better than making love, after all, especially if you hit so hard. How came you so knowing in those matters?" "I don't know," replied Mary, smiling. "I suppose, as father says, it's human nature, for I never learnt anything. But you will teach me to read and write?" I will teach you all I know myself, Mary, if you wish to learn. Everything but Latin. We've had enough of that." "Oh, I shall be so much obliged to you. I shall love you so." "There you are again." "No, no, I didn't mean that," replied Mary earnestly. "I meant that, after all, I don't know what else to say. I mean that I shall love you for your kindness without your loving me again. That's it." "I understand you. But now, Mary, as we are to be such good friends, it is necessary that your father and I should be good friends. So I must ask you what sort of a person he is, for I know little of him, and of course wish to oblige him." "Well then, to prove to you that I am sincere, I will tell you something. My father, in the first place, is a very good-tempered sort of man. He works pretty well, but might gain more, but he likes to smoke at the public-house. All he requires of me is his dinner ready, his linen clean, and the house tidy. He never drinks too much, and is always civil-spoken, but he leaves me too much alone, and talks too much about human nature, that's all." "But he's so deaf, he can't talk to you. Give me your hand. Now promise, for I'm going to do a very foolish thing, which is to trust a man. Promise you'll never tell it again." "Well, I promise," replied I, supposing her secret of no consequence. "Well, then, mind, you've promised." "Father is no more deaf than you or I." "Indeed," replied I. "Why, he goes by the name of Deaf Stapleton." "I know he does, and makes everybody believe that he is so. But it is to make money." "How can he make money by that?" "There's many people in business who go down the river, and they wish to talk of their affairs without being overheard as they go down. They always call for Deaf Stapleton, and there's many a gentleman and lady who have much to say to each other, without wishing people to listen. You understand me?" "Oh yes, I understand. Latin." "Exactly. And they call for Deaf Stapleton, and by this means he gets more good fares than any other waterman, and does less work." "But how will he manage now that I am with him?" "Oh, I suppose it will depend upon his customers. If a single person wants to go down, you will take the sculls. If they call for oars, you will both go. If he considers Deaf Stapleton only is wanted, you will remain on shore, or perhaps he will insist upon your being deaf too." "But I do not like deceit." "No, it's not right, although it appears to me that there is a great deal of it. Still, I should like you to sham deaf, and then tell me all that people say. It would be so funny. Father never will tell a word." "So far, your father, to a certain degree, excuses himself." "Well, I think he will soon tell you what I have now told you, but till then you must keep your promise. And now you must do as you please, as I must go down in the kitchen and get dinner on the fire." "I have nothing to do," replied I. "Can I help you?" "To be sure you can, and talk to me, which is better still. Come down and wash the potatoes for me, and then I'll find you some more work. Well, I do think we shall be very happy." I followed Mary Stapleton down into the kitchen, and we were soon very busy and very noisy, laughing, talking, blowing the fire, and preparing the dinner. By the time that her father came home, we were sworn friends. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Jacob Faithful by Captain Marryat. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Noel Badrian. Chapter 22 is very didactic, and treats learnedly on the various senses and human nature. Is also diffuse on the best training to produce a moral philosopher. Indeed, it contains materials with which to build up one system, and 6 theories, as these things are now made. I was rather curious, after the secret confided to me by Mary Stapleton, to see how her father would behave. But when we had sat and talked some time, as he appeared to have no difficulty in answering to any observation in a common pitch of the voice, I observed to him that he was not so deaf as I thought he was. "No, no," replied he, "in the house I hear very well, but in the open air I can't hear at all, if a person speaks to me 2 yards off. Always speak to me close to my ear in the open air, but not loud, and then I shall hear you very well." I caught a bright glance from Mary's blue eye, and made no answer. "This frost will hold, I'm afraid," continued Stapleton, "and we shall have nothing to do for some days, but to blow our fingers and spend our earnings. But there's never much doing at this time of the year. The winter cuts us watermen up terribly. As for me, I smokes my pipe and thinks on human nature. But what you are to do, Jacob, I can't tell." "Oh, he will teach me to read and write," replied Mary. "I don't know that he shall," replied Stapleton. "What's the use of reading and writing to you? We've too many senses already, in my opinion, and if so we be learning to boot, why then, all the worse for us." "How many senses are there, father?" "How many? I'm sure I can't tell, but more than enough to puzzle us." "There are only 5, I believe," said I. "First, there's hearing." "Well," replied Stapleton, "hearing may be useful at times, but not hearing at times is much more convenient. I make twice as much money since I lost the better part of my hearing." "Well, then, there's seeing," continued I. "Seeing is useful at times, I acknowledge, but I knows this, that if a man could pull a young couple about the river, and not be able to see now and then, it would be many a half-crown in his pocket." "Well, then, now we come to tasting." "No use at all, only a vexation. If there was no tasting, we should not care whether we ate brown bread or roast beef, drank water or XX ale, and in these hard times that would be no small saving." "Well then, let me see, there's smelling." "Smelling's no use whatever. For one good smell by the river's side, there be 10 nasty ones, and so there is everywhere to my conviction." "Which is the next, Jacob?" said Mary, smiling archly. "Feeling." "Feeling? That's the worst of the whole. Always feel too cold in winter, too hot in summer, feel a blow too. Feeling only gives pain. That's a very bad sense." "Well, then, I suppose you think we should get on better without our senses." "No, not without all of them. A little hearing and a little seeing be all very well, but there are other senses which you have forgot, Jacob. Now, one I takes to be the very best of the bunch is smoking." "I never heard that was a sense," replied I, laughing. "Then you haven't half finished your education, Jacob." "Are reading and writing senses, father?" inquired Mary. "To be sure they be, girl, for without sense you can't read and write, and rowing be a sense just as well, and there be many other senses, but in my opinion most of the senses be nonsense, and only lead to mischief." "Jacob," said Mary, whispering to my ear, "isn't loving a sense?" "No, that's nonsense," replied I. "Well then," replied she, "I agree with my father, that nonsense is better than sense. But still I don't see why I should not learn to read and write, father. I've lived all my life without it, and never felt the want of it. Why can't you?" "Because I do feel the want of it." "So you may, but they leads to no good. Look at those fellows at the Feathers. All were happy enough before Jim Holder who is a scholar, came among them, and now, since he reads to them, they do nothing but grumble and growl and talk about I don't know what, corn laws and taxes and liberty and all other nonsense. Now, what could you do more than you do now, if you learnt to read and write? I could amuse myself when I've nothing to do, father. When you and Jacob are away, I often sit down after I've done all my work and think what I shall do next, and at last I look out of the window and make faces at people because I've nothing better to do. Now, father, you must let him learn me to read and write. Well, Mary, if you will, you will, but recollect, don't blame me for it. It must be all on your own head, and not on my conscience. I've lived some 40 or 50 years in this world, and all my bad luck has been owing to having too much senses, and all my good luck to getting rid of them. I wish you would tell me how that came to pass, said I. I should like to hear it very much, and it will be a lesson to Mary. Well, I don't care if I do, Jacob, only I must light my pipe first. And Mary, do you go for a pot of beer. Let Jacob go, father. I mean him to run on all my errands now. You mustn't order Jacob, Mary. No, I wouldn't think of ordering him, but I know he will do it, won't you, Jacob? Yes, with pleasure, replied I. Well, with all my heart, provided it be all for love, said Stapleton. Of course, all for love, replied Mary, looking at me. Or Latin. Which, Jacob? What's Latin? Said her father. Oh, that's a new sense Jacob has been showing me something of, which, like many others, proved to be nonsense. I went for the beer, and when I returned found the fire burning brightly, and a strong sense of smoking from old Stapleton's pipe. He puffed once or twice more, and then commenced his history as follows. I can't exactly say when I were born, nor where, said old Stapleton, taking his pipe out of his mouth, because I never axed either father or mother, and they never told me, because why, I never did ax, and that be all agreeable to human nature. Here Stapleton paused, and took 3 whiffs of his pipe. I recollects when I was a little brat about 2 foot nothing, mother used to whack me all day long, and I used to cry in proportion. Father used to cry shame, and then mother would fly at him. He would whack she would up with her apron in one corner and cry, while I did the same with my pinafore in another. All that was nothing but human nature. A pause, and 6 or 7 whiffs of the pipe. I was sent to school at a penny a week, to keep me out of the way, and out of mischief. I learnt nothing but to sit still on the form and hold my tongue, and so I used to amuse myself, twiddling my thumbs, and looking at the flies as they buzzed about the room in the summer time. And in the winter, 'cause there were no flies of no sort, I used to watch the old missus a knitting of stockings, and think how soon the time would come when I should go home and have my supper, which in a child was nothing but human nature. Puff, puff, puff. Father and mother lived in a cellar. Mother sold coals and tatoes, and father used to go out to work in the barges on the river. As soon as I was old enough, the schoolmissus sent word that I ought to learn to read and write, and that she must be paid 3d. a week. So father took me away from the school, because he thought I had had education enough, and mother perched me on a basket upside down, and made me watch that nobody took the goods while she was busy down below. And then I used to sit all day long watching the coals and tatoes, and never hardly speaking to nobody. So having nothing better to do, I used to think about this and that, and everything, and when dinner would be ready, and when I might get off the basket, for you see, thinking be another of the senses, and when one has nothing to do and nothing to say, to think be nothing more than human nature. Puff, puff, and a pause for a drink out of the pot. At last I grew a big stout boy, and mother said that I ate too much, and must earn my livelihood somehow or other, and father for once agreed with her. But there was a little difficulty how that was to be done, so until that was got over I did nothing at all but watch the coal and tatoes as before. One day mother wouldn't give me victuals enough, so I helped myself, so she whacked me, so I, being strong, whacked she, so father coming home whacked me, so I takes to my heels and runs away a good mile before I thought at all about how I was to live. And there I was, very sore, very unhappy, and very hungry. Puff, 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 and a spit. I walks on, and then I gets behind a coach, and then the fellow whips me, and I gets down again in a great hurry and tumbles into the road, and before I could get up again, a German in a gig drives right over me and breaks my leg. I screams with pain, which if I hadn't had the sense of feeling, of course I shouldn't have minded. He pulls up and gets out and tells me he's very sorry. I tells him so am I. His servant calls some people, and they takes me into a public house and lays me on the table all among the pots of beer, sends for a doctor who puts me into bed and puts my leg right again, and then I was provided for at least 6 weeks, during which the German calls and axes how I feel myself, and I says, pretty well, I thank ye. Puff, puff, knock the ashes out, pipe refilled, relighted, a drink of beer, and go on. So when I was well and on my pins again, the gentleman says, what can I do for you? And the landlord cuts him short by saying that he wanted a potboy if I liked the profession. Now, if I didn't like the pots, I did the porter, which I had no share of at home, so I agrees. The German pays the score, gives me half a guinea, and tells me not to be lying in the middle of the road another time. I tells him I won't, so he jumps into his gig, and I've never cast eyes upon him since. I stayed 3 years with my master, taking out beer to his customers, and always taking a little out of each pot for myself, for that's nothing but human nature when you likes a thing. But I never got into no trouble, until one day I sees my missus a-kissing in the back parlour with a fellow who travels for orders. I never said nothing at first, but at last I sees too much, and then I tells master, who gets into a rage and goes in to his wife, stays with her half an hour, and then comes out and kicks me out of the door, calling me a liar and telling me never to show my face again. I shies a pot at his head, and showed him anything but my face, for I took to my heels, and ran for it as fast as I could. So much for seeing. If I hadn't seen, that wouldn't have happened. So there I was adrift, and goodbye to porter. Puff, puff. Mary, where's my baccy stopper? Poke down, puff, puff, spit, and proceed. Well, I walks towards London, thinking on husbands and wives, porter and human nature, until I finds myself there, and then I looks at all the lighted lamps, and recollects that I haven't no lodgings for the night, and then all of a sudden I thinks of my father and mother, and wonders how they be going on. So I thought I'd go and see, and away I went, comes to the cellar and goes down. There is my mother, with a quartern of gin before her, walking to and fro and whimpering to herself. So says I, Mother, what's the matter now? At which she jumps up and hugs me, and tells me I'm her only comfort left. I looks at the quartern, and thinks otherwise. So down I sits by her side, and then she pours me out a glass, and pours out all her grief, telling me how my father had left her for another woman who kept another cellar in another street, and how she was very unhappy, and how she had taken to gin, which was nothing but human nature, you see, and how she meant to make away with herself, and then she sent for more quarterns, and we finished them. What with the joy of finding me, and the grief at losing my father, and the quarterns of gin, she went to bed crying drunk, and fell fast asleep. So did I, and thought home was home after all. Next morning I takes up the business, and finds trade not so bad after all. So I takes the command of all, keeps all the money, and keeps mother in order, and don't allow drinking nor disorderly conduct in the house, but goes to the public house every night for a pipe and a pot. Well, everything goes on very well for a month, when who should come home but father, which I didn't approve of, because I liked being master. So I, being a strong chap, then says, "If you be come to ill-treat my mother, I'll put you in the kennel, father. Be off to your new woman. Aren't you ashamed of yourself?" says I. So father looks me in the face, and tells me to stand out of his way, or he'll make cat's meat of me. And then he goes to my mother, and after a quarter of an hour of sobbing on her part, and coaxing on his, they kiss and make friends. And then they both turns on me, and orders me to leave the cellar, and never to show my face again. I refuses. Father flies at me, and mother helps him, and between the two I was hustled out to find my bread, how and where I could. I've never taken a woman's part since. Puff, 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 and a deep sigh. I walks down to the waterside, and having 1 or 2 shillings in my pocket, goes into a public house to get a drop of drink and a bed. And when I comes in, I sees a man hand a note for change to the landlady, and she gives him change. "That won't do," says he, and he was half tipsy. "I gave you a £10 note, and this here lad be witness." "It was only a 1, says the woman. "You are a damned old cheat," says he, "and if you don't give me the change, I'll set your house on fire and burn you alive." With that there was a great row, and he goes out for the constable, and gives her in charge, and gives me in charge as a witness, and then she gives him in charge, and so we all went to the watch-house together, and slept on the benches. The next morning we all appeared before the magistrate, and the man tells his story and calls me as a witness, but recollecting how much I had suffered from seeing, I wouldn't see anything this time. It might have been a £10 note, for it certainly didn't look like a 1, but my evidence went rather for than against the woman, for I only proved the man to be drunk, and she was let off, and I walked home with her. "So," says she, "you're a fine boy, and I'll do you a good turn for what you have just done for me. My husband is a waterman, and I'll make you free of the river, for he hasn't no prentice, and you can come on shore and stay at the public house when you aren't wanted." I jumped at the offer, and so, by not seeing, I gets into a regular livelihood. "Well, Jacob, how do you like it?" "Very much," replied I. "And you, Mary?" "Oh, I like it very much, but I want father to go on, and to know how he fell in love, and married my mother." "Well, you shall have it all by and by, but now I must take a spell." End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Jacob Faithful by Captain Marryat. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Noel Badrian. Chapter 23. A very sensible chapter, having reference to the censors. Stapleton, by keeping his under control, keeps his head above water in his wherry. Forced to fight for his wife, and when he had won her, to fight on to keep her. No great prize, yet it made him a prize fighter. Old Stapleton finished his pipe, took another swig at the porter, filled, relighted, puffed to try it, cleared his mouth, and then proceeded. Now you see, Bartley, her husband, was the greatest rogue on the river. He was up to everything, and stood at nothing. He fleeced as much on the water as she did on land, for I often seed her give wrong change afterwards, when people were tipsy. But I made a rule always to walk away. As for Bartley, his was always night work, and many's the coil of rope I have brought on shore. What, although he might have paid for, he didn't buy it of the lawful owner, but I never seed or heard. That was my maxim, and I fared well till I served my time, and then they gave me their old wherry and built a new one for themselves. So then I set up on my own account, and then I seed, and heard, and had all my senses, just as they were before, more's the pity, for no good came of it. Puff, 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 puff. The Bartleys wanted me to join them, but that wouldn't do, for though I never meddled with other people's concerns, yet I didn't choose to go wrong myself. I've seed all the world cheating each other for 50 years or more, but that's no concern of mine. I can't make the world better, so all I thinks about is to keep honest myself, and if every one was to look after his own soul and not trouble themselves about their neighbours', why then it would be all the better for human nature. I plied at the Swan Stairs, gained my livelihood, and spent it as I got it, for I was then too young to look out arter a rainy day. One night a young woman in a cloak comes down to the stairs, with a bundle in her arms, and seems in a very great taking, and asks me for a boat. I hauls out of the row alongside of the hard, and hands her in. She trips as she steps in, and I catches to save her from falling, and in catching her I puts my hands upon the bundle in her arms, and feels the warm face of a baby. "Where am I to go, ma'am?" says I. "Oh, pull across and land me on the other side," says she, and then I hears her sobbing to herself as if her heart would break. When we were in the middle of the stream, she lifts up her head, and then first she looks at the bundle and kisses it, and then she looks up at the stars which were glittering above in the sky. She kisses the child once more, jumps up, and afore I could be aware of what she was about, she tosses me her purse, throws her child into the water, and leaps in herself. I pulls sharp round immediately, and seeing her again, I made 1 or 2 good strokes, come alongside of her, and gets hold of her clothes. After much ado I gets her into the wherry, and as soon as I seed she was come to again, I pulls her back to the stairs where she had taken me from. As soon as I lands, I hears a noise, and talking, and several people standing about. It seems it were her relatives who had missed her, and were axing whether she had taken a boat. And while they were describing her, and the other watermen were telling them how I had taken a fare of that description, I brings her back. Well, they takes charge of her, and leads her home, and then for the first time I thinks of the purse at the bottom of the boat, which I picks up, and sure enough there were 4 golden guineas in it, besides some silver. Well, the men who plied at the stairs axed me all about it, but I keeps my counsel, and only tells them how the poor girl threw herself into the water, and how I pulled her out again. And in a week I had almost forgotten all about it, when up comes an officer and says to me, "You be Stapleton, the waterman?" And I says, "Yes, I be." "Then you must come along with me," and he takes me to the police office, where I finds the poor young woman in custody for being accused of having murdered her infant. So they begins to tax me upon my Bible oath, and I was forced to tell the whole story, for though you may lose all your senses when convenient, yet somehow or other an oath on the Bible brings them all back again. "Did you see the child?" said the magistrate. "I seed a bundle," said I. "Did you hear the child?" cried he. "No," says I didn't. And then I thought I had got the young woman off, But the magistrate was an old fox, and had all the senses at his fingers' ends. So, says he, when the young woman stepped into the boat, did she give you the bundle? No, says I again. Then you never touched it? Yes, I did, when her foot slipped. And what did it feel like? It felt like a piece of human nature, says I, and quite warm like. How do you mean, says he. Why, I took it by the feel for a baby. And it was quite warm, was it? Yes, replied I, it was. Well then, what else took place? Why, when we were in the middle of the stream, she and her child went overboard. I pulled her in again, but couldn't see the child. Fortunately for the poor girl, they didn't ask me which went overboard first, and that saved her from hanging. She was confined 6 months in prison, and then let out again. But you see, if it hadn't been for my unfortunately feeling the child, and feeling it was warm, what proved it being alive, the poor young woman would have got off altogether, perhaps. So much for the sense of feeling, which I say is of no use to nobody, but only a vexation. Puff, the pipe out, relighted, puff, puff. But, father, said Mary, did you ever hear the history of the poor girl? Yes, I heard as how it was a hard case, how she had been seduced by some fellow who had left her and her baby, upon which she determined to drown herself, poor thing, and her baby too. Had she only tried to drown her baby, I should have said it was quite unnatural, but as she wished to drown herself at the same time, I considers that drowning the baby to take it to heaven with her was quite natural, and all agreeable to human nature. Love's a sense which young women should keep down as much as possible, Mary. No good comes of that sense. And yet, father, it appears to me to be human nature, replied Mary. So it is, but there's mischief in it, girl. So do you never have anything to do with it. Was there mischief when you fell in love with my mother and married her? You shall hear, Mary, replied old Stapleton, who recommenced. It was about 2 months after the poor girl threw herself into the river that I first seed your mother. She was then mayhap 2 years older than you, maybe, and much such a same sort of person in her looks. There was a young man who plied from our stairs, named Ben Jones. He and I were great friends, and used for to help each other, and when a fair called for oars, used to ply together. One night he says to me, Will, come up, and I'll show you a devilish fine piece of stuff. So I walks with him, and he takes me to a shop where they dealed in marine stores, and we goes and finds your mother in the back parlour. Ben sends out for pipes and beer, and we sat down and made ourselves comfortable. Now, Mary, your mother was a very jilting kind of girl, who would put one fellow off to take another, just as her whim and fancy took her. I looked at Mary, who cast down her eyes. Now, these women do a mint of mischief among men, and it seldom ends well, and I'd sooner see you in your coffin to-morrow, Mary, than think you should be one of this flaunting sort. Ben Jones was quite in for it, and wanted for to marry her, and she had turned off a fine young chap for him, and he used to come there every night, and it was supposed that they would be spliced in the course of a month. But when I goes there, she cuts him almost altogether, and takes to me, making such eyes at me, and drinking beer out of my pot, and refusing his'n, till poor Jones was quite mad and beside himself. Well, it wasn't in human nature to stand those large blue eyes, just like yours, Mary, darting fire at a poor fellow, and when Jones got up in a surly humour, and said it was time to go away, instead of walking home arm in arm, we went side by side, like two big dogs with their tails as stiff as a crowbar and all ready for a fight. Neither he nor I saying a word, and we parted without saying good night. Well, I dreamed of your mother all that night, and the next day went to see her, and felt worser and worser each time, and she snubbed Jones, and at last told him to go about his business. This was about a month after I had first seen her, and then one day Jones, who was a prime fighter, says to me, "Be you a man?" and slaps me on the ear. So, I knowing what he be arter, pulls off my duds, and we sets to. We fights for 10 minutes or so, and then I hits him a round blow on the ear, and he falls down on the hard, and couldn't come to time. No wonder, poor fellow, for he had gone to eternity. Here old Stapleton paused for half a minute, and passed his hand across his eyes. I was tried for manslaughter, but it being proved that he came up and struck me first, I was acquitted, after lying 2 months in jail, for I couldn't get no bail. But it was because I had been 2 months in jail that I was let off. At first, when I came out, I determined never to see your mother again, but she came to me, and wound round me, and I loved her so much that I couldn't shake her off. As soon as she found that I was fairly hooked, she began to play with others, but I wouldn't stand that, and every fellow that came near her was certain to have a turn out with me, and so I became a great fighter, and she, seeing that I was the best man, and that no one else would come to her, one fine morning agreed to marry me. Well, we were spliced, and the very first night I thought I saw poor Ben Jones standing at my bedside, and for a week or so I was not comfortable. But, howsoever, it wore off. I plied at the stairs and gained my money. But my pipe's out, and I'm dry with talking. Suppose I take a spell for a few minutes. Stapleton relighted his pipe, and for nearly half an hour smoked in silence. What Mary's thoughts were I cannot positively assert, but I imagined that, like myself, she was thinking about her mother's conduct and her own. I certainly was making the comparison, and we neither of us spoke a word. "Well," continued Stapleton at last, "I married your mother, Mary, and I only hope that any man who may take a fancy to you will not have so much trouble with his wife as I had. I thought that after she was settled she would give up all her nonsense and behave herself, but I suppose it was in her nature, and she couldn't help it. She made eyes and gave encouragement to the men until they became saucy and I became jealous, and I had to fight one and then the other, until I became a noted pugilist. I will say that your mother seemed always very happy when I beat my man, which latterly I always did, but still she liked to be fight for, and I had hardly time to earn my bread. At last some one backed me against another man in the ring for £50 a side, and I was to have half if I won. I was very short of blunt at the time, and I agreed. So after a little training, the battle was fought, and I won easily, and the knowing ones liked my way of hitting so much that they made up another match with a better man for £200, and a lord and other great people came to me, and I was introduced to them at the public house, and all was settled. So I became a regular prize fighter, all through your mother, Mary. Nay, don't cry, child. I don't mean to say that your mother, with all her love of being stared at and talked to, would have gone wrong, but still it was almost as bad, in my opinion. Well, I was put into training, and after 5 weeks we met at Mousley Hurst, and a hard fight it was. But I've got the whole of it somewhere, Mary. Look in the drawer there, and you'll see a newspaper." Mary brought out the newspaper, which was rolled up and tied with a bit of string, and Stapleton handed it to me, telling me to read it aloud. I did so, but I shall not enter into the details. "Yes, that's all right enough," said Stapleton, who had taken advantage of my reading to smoke furiously to make up for lost time. "But no good came of it, for one of the gentlemen took a fancy to your mother, Mary, and tried to win her away from me. I found him attempting to kiss her, and she refusing him, but laughing, and, as I thought, more than half willing. So I floored him, and put him out of the house, and after that I never would have anything more to say with lords and gentlemen, nor with fighting either. I built a new wherry, and stuck to the river, and I shifted my lodgings, that I mightn't mix any more with those who knew me as a boxer. Your mother was then brought to bed with you, and I hoped for a good deal of happiness, as I thought she would only think of her husband and child, and so she did, until you were weaned, and then she went on just as afore. There was a captain of a vessel lying in the river, who used now and then to stop and talk with her, but I thought little about that, seeing how everyone talked with her, and she with everyone. And besides, she knew the captain's wife, who was a very pretty woman, and used very often to ask Mary to go and see her, which I permitted. But one morning, when I was going off to the boat, for he had come down to me to take him to his vessel, just as I was walking away with the sculls over my shoulder, I recollects my baccy box which I had left, and I goes back, and hears him say before I came into the door, "Recollect, I shall be here again by 2 o'clock, and then you promised to come on board my ship, and see." I didn't hear the rest, but she laughed and said yes, she would. I didn't show myself, but walked away and went to the boat. He followed me, and I rowed him up the river and took my fare, and then I determined to watch them, for I felt mighty jealous. So I lays off on my oars in the middle of the stream, and sure enough I see the captain and your mother get into a small skiff belonging to his ship, and pull away. The captain had one oar, and one of his men another. I pulled after them as fast as I could, and at last they seed me, and not wishing me to find her out, she begged them to pull away as fast as they could, for she knew how savage I would be. Still I gained upon them, and every now and then looking round and vowing vengeance in my heart, when all of a sudden I heard a scream, and perceived their boat to capsize, and all hands in the water. They had not seen a warp of a vessel getting into the row, and had run over it, and as it tautened, they capsized. Your mother went down like a stone, Mary, and was not found for 3 days afterward. And when I seed her sink, I fell down in a fit. Here old Stapleton stopped, laid down his pipe, and rested his face in his hands. Mary burst into tears. After a few minutes he resumed. When I came to, I found myself on board of the ship, in the captain's cabin, with the captain and his wife watching over me. And then I came to understand that it was she who had sent for your mother, and that she was living on board, and that your mother had at first refused because she knew that I did not like her to be on the river, but wishing to see a ship, had consented. So it was not so bad after all, only that a woman shouldn't act without her husband. But you see, Mary, all this would not have happened if it hadn't been that I overheard part of what was said. And you might now have had a mother, and I a wife to comfort us, if it had not been for my unfortunate hearing. So, as I said before, there's more harm than good that comes from these senses, at least so it has proved to me. And now you have heard my story, and how your mother died, Mary. So take care you don't fall into the same fault, and be too fond of being looked at, which it does somehow or other appear to me you have a bit of hankling after. But like mother, like child, they say, and that's human nature." When Stapleton had concluded his narrative, he smoked his pipe in silence. Mary sat at the table with her hands pressed to her temples, apparently in deep thought, and I felt anything but communicative. In half an hour the pot of beer was finished, and Stapleton rose. "Come, Mary, don't be thinking so much. Let's all go to bed. Show Jacob his room, and then come up." "Jacob can find his own room, father," replied Mary, "without my showing him. He knows the kitchen, and there is but one other below." I took my candle, wished them good night, and went to my bed, which, although very homely, was at all events comfortable. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of Jacob Faithful by Captain Marryat. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Noel Badrian. Chapter 24. The warmth of my gratitude proved by a very cold test. The road to fortune may sometimes lead over a bridge of ice. Mine lay under it. Amour vincet everything but my obstinacy, which young Tom and the old Dominie in the sequel will prove to their cost. For many days the frost continued, until at last the river was frozen over, and all communication by it was stopped. Stapleton's money ran short. Our fare became very indifferent, and Mary declared that we must all go begging with the market gardeners if it lasted much longer. "I must go and call upon Mr Turnbull, and ask him to help us," said Stapleton one day, pulling his last shilling out and laying it on the table. "I'm cleaned out, but he's a good gentleman, and will lend me a trifle." In the afternoon Stapleton returned, and I saw by his looks that he had been successful. "Jacob," said he, "Mr Turnbull desires that you will breakfast with him tomorrow morning, as he wishes to see you." I set off accordingly at daylight the next morning, and was in good time for breakfast. Mr Turnbull was as kind as ever, and began telling me long stories about the ice in the northern regions. "By the by, I hear there is an ox to be roasted whole, Jacob, a little above London Bridge. Suppose we go and see the fun?" I consented, and we took the Brentford coach, and were put down at the corner of Queen Street, from whence we walked to the river. The scene was very amusing and exciting. Booths were erected on the ice in every direction, with flags flying, people walking, and some skating, although the ice was too rough for that pastime. The whole river was crowded with people, who now walked in security over where they, a month before, would have met with death. Here and there smoke ascended from various fires, on which sausages and other eatables were cooking. But the great attraction was the ox, roasting whole, close to the centre pier of the bridge. Although the ice appeared to have fallen at the spot where so many hundreds were assembled, yet as it was now 4 or 5 feet thick, there was no danger. Here and there, indeed, were what were called rotten places, where the ice was not sound, but these were intimated by placards, warning people not to approach too near, and close to them were ropes and poles for succour, if required. We amused ourselves for some time with the gaiety of the scene, for the sun shone out brightly and the sky was clear. The wind was fresh from the northward, and piercing cold in the shade, the thermometer being then, it was said, 28 degrees below the freezing point. We had been on the ice about 3 hours, amusing ourselves, when Mr Turnbull proposed our going home, and we walked up the river towards Blackfriars Bridge, where we proposed to land, and take the coach at Charing Cross. "I wonder how the tide is now," observed Mr Turnbull to me. "It would be rather puzzling to find out." "Not if I can find a hole," replied I, looking for one. "Stop, here is one." I threw in a piece of ice, and found that it was strong ebb. We continued our walk over the ice, which was now very rough, when Mr Turnbull's hat fell off, and the wind catching it, it blew away, skimming across the ice at a rapid rate. Mr Turnbull and I gave chase, but could scarcely keep up with it, and at all events could not overtake it. Many people on the river laughed as we passed, and watched us in our chase. Mr Turnbull was the foremost, and, heedless in the pursuit, did not observe a large surface of rotten ice before him. Neither did I, until all at once I heard it break, and saw Mr Turnbull fall in and disappear. Many people were close to us, and a rope was laid across the spot to designate the danger. I did not hesitate. I loved Mr Turnbull, and my love and my feelings of resentment were equally potent. I seized the bight of the rope, twisted it around my arm, and plunged in after, recollecting it was ebb tide. Fortunate for Mr Turnbull it was that he had accidentally put the question. I sank under the ice and pushed down the stream, and in a few seconds felt myself grappled by him I sought, and at almost the same time the rope hauling in from above. As soon as they found there was resistance, they knew that I, at least, was attached to it, and they hauled in quicker, not, however, until I had lost my recollection. Still, I clung to the rope with the force of a drowning man, and Mr Turnbull did the same to me, and we shortly made our appearance at the hole in which we had been plunged. A ladder was thrown across, and 2 of the men of the Humane Society came to our assistance, pulled us out, and laid us upon it. They then drew back and hauled us out on the ladder to a more secure situation. We were both still senseless, but having been taken to a public house on the riverside, were put to bed, and medical advice having been procured, were soon restored. The next morning we were able to return in a chaise to Brentford, where our absence had created the greatest alarm. Mr Turnbull spoke but little the whole time, but he often pressed my hand, and when I requested him to drop me at Fulham, that I might let Stapleton and his daughter know that I was safe, he consented, saying, "God bless you, my fine boy, I will see you soon." When I went up the stairs of Stapleton's lodgings, I found Mary by herself. She started up as soon as she saw me. "Where have you been, you naughty boy?" said she, half crying, half smiling. "Under the ice," I replied, "and only thawed again this morning." "Are you in earnest, Jacob?" said she. "Now don't plague and frighten me. I've been too frightened already. I never slept a wink last night." I then told her the circumstances which had occurred. "I was sure something had happened," she replied. "I told my father so, but he wouldn't believe it. You promised to be at home to give me a lesson, and I know you never break your word. But my father smoked away and said that when boys are amused they forget their promises, and that it was nothing but human nature. Oh, Jacob, I'm so glad you're back again, and after what has happened, I don't mind your kissing me for once." And Mary held her face towards me, and returned my kiss. "There, that must last you a long while, recollect," said she, laughing. "You must not think of another until you're under the ice again." "Then I trust it will be the last," replied I, laughing. "You are not in love with me, Jacob, that's clear, or you would not have made that answer," replied Mary. I had seen a great deal of Mary, and though she certainly was a great flirt, yet she had many excellent and amiable qualities. For the first week after her father had given us the history of his life, his remarks upon her mother appeared to have made a decided impression upon her, and her conduct was much more staid and demure. But as the remembrance wore off, so did her conduct become coquettish and flirting as before. Still, it was impossible not to be fond of her, and even with all her caprice, there was such a fund of real good feeling and amiableness, which when called forth was certain to appear, that I often thought how dangerous and captivating a girl she would be when she grew up. I had again produced the books, which I had thrown aside with disgust, to teach her to read and write. Her improvement was rapid, and would have been still more so if she had not been just as busy in trying to make me fond of her as she was in surmounting the difficulties of her lessons. But she was very young, and although, as her father declared, it was her nature to run after the men, there was every reason to hope that a year or two would render her less volatile, and add to those sterling good qualities which she really possessed. In heart and feeling she was a modest girl, although the buoyancy of her spirits often carried her beyond the bounds prescribed by decorum, and often called forth a blush upon her own animated countenance, when her good sense, or the remarks of others, reminded her of her having committed herself. It was impossible to know Mary and not like her, although at a casual meeting a rigid person might go away with an impression by no means favourable. As for myself, I must say that the more I was in her company, the more I was attached to her, and the more I respected her. Old Stapleton came home in the evening. He had, as usual, been smoking and thinking of human nature at the Feathers public-house. I told him what had happened, and upon the strength of it he sent for an extra pot of beer for Mary and me, which he insisted upon our drinking between us. A greater proof of goodwill on his part could not have been given. Although Captain Turnbull appeared to have recovered from the effects of the accident, yet it seemed that such was not the case, as the morning after his arrival he was taken ill with shivering and pains in his loins, which ended in ague and fever, and he did not quit his bed for 3 or 4 weeks. I, on the contrary, felt no ill effects, but the constitution of a youth is better able to meet such violent shocks than that of a man of 60 years old, already sapped by exposure and fatigue. As the frost still continued, I complied with Captain Turnbull's request to come up and stay with him, and for many days, until he was able to leave his bed, I was his constant nurse. The general theme of his conversation was on my future prospects, and a wish that I would embark in some pursuit or profession more likely to raise me in the world. But on this head I was positive, and also another point, which was that I would in future put myself under an obligation to no one. I could not erase from my memory the injuries I had received, and my vindictive spirit continually brooded over them. I was resolved to be independent and free. I felt that in the company I was in, I was with my equals, or, if there were any superiority, it was on my part arising from education, and I never would submit to be again in the society of those above me, in which I was admitted as a favour, and by the major part looked down upon, and at the same time liable, as I had once been, to be turned out with contumely on the first moment of caprice. Still, I was very fond of Captain Turnbull. He had always been kind to me, spoke to me on terms of equality, and had behaved with consistency, and my feelings towards him since the accident had consequently strengthened. But we always feel an increased regard towards those to whom we have been of service, and my pride was softened by the reflection that whatever might be Mr Turnbull's goodwill towards me, he never could, even if I would permit it, repay me for the life which I had preserved. Towards him I felt unbounded regard. Towards those who had ill-treated me, unlimited hatred. Towards the world in general, a mixture of feelings which I could hardly analyse, and, as far as regarded myself, a love of liberty and independence which nothing would ever have induced me to compromise. As I did not wish to hurt Captain Turnbull's feelings by a direct refusal to all his proffers of service, and remarks upon the advantages which might arise, I generally made an evasive answer. But when, on the day proposed for my departure, he at once came to the point, offering me everything, and observing that he was childless, and therefore my acceptance of his offer would be injurious to nobody, when he took me by the hand, and drawing me near to him, passed his arm round me, and spoke to me in the kind accents of a father, almost entreating me to consent. The tears of gratitude coursed each other rapidly down my cheeks, but my resolution was no less firm, although it was with a faltering voice that I replied. You have been very kind to me, sir, very kind, and I shall never forget it, and I hope I shall deserve it. But Mr Drummond and Mrs Drummond and Sarah were also kind to me, very kind to me. You know the rest. I will remain as I am, if you please, and if you wish to do me a kindness, if you wish me to love you, as I really do, let me be as I am, free and independent. I beg it of you as the greatest favour that you can possibly confer on me, the only favour which I can accept, or shall be truly thankful for." Captain Turnbull was some minutes before he could reply. He then said, "I see it is useless, and I will not tease you any more. But, Jacob, do not let the fire of injustice, which you have received from your fellow creatures, prey so much upon your mind, or induce you to form the mistaken idea that the world is bad. As you live on, you will find much good, and recollect that those who have injured you from the misrepresentations of others have been willing and have offered to repair their fault. They can do no more, and I wish you could get over this vindictive feeling. Recollect, we must forgive as we hope to be forgiven." "I do forgive, at least I do sometimes," replied I, "for Sarah's sake, but I can't always." "But you ought to forgive for other reasons, Jacob." "I know I ought, but if I cannot, I cannot." "Nay, my boy, I never heard you talk so, I was going to say wickedly. Do you not perceive that you are now in error? You will not abandon a feeling which your own good sense and religion tell you to be wrong. You cling to it, and yet you will admit of no excuse for the errors of others." "I feel what you say, and the truth of it, sir," replied I, "but I cannot combat the feeling. I will, therefore, admit every excuse you please for the faults of others, but at the same time I am surely not to be blamed if I refuse to put myself in a situation where I am again liable to meet with mortification. Surely I am not to be censured if I prefer to work for my bread after my own fashion, and prefer the river to dry land. No, that I acknowledge, but what I dislike in the choice is that it is dictated by feelings of resentment." "What's done can't be helped," replied I, quickly, wishing to break off the conversation. "Very true, Jacob, but I follow that up with another of your remarks, which is, better luck next time." "God bless you, my boy. Take care of yourself, and don't get under the ice again." "For you I would to-morrow," replied I, taking the proffered hand, "but if I could only see that Hodgson near a hole—" "You'd not push him in?" "Indeed I would," replied I, bitterly. "Jacob, you would not, I tell you. You think so now, but if you saw him in distress, you would assist him as you did me. I know you, my boy, better than you know yourself." Whether Captain Turnbull or I were right remains to be proved in the sequel. We then shook hands, and I hastened away to see Mary, whom I had often thought of during my absence. "Who do you think has been here?" said Mary, after our first greeting. "I cannot guess," replied I. "Not old Tom and his son?" "No, I don't think it was old Tom, but it was such an old quiz, with such a nose. Oh, heavens, I thought I should have died with laughing as soon as he went downstairs. Do you know, Jacob, that I made love to him just to see how he'd take it? You know who it is now?" "Oh yes, you mean the Domine, my schoolmaster." "Yes, he told me so, and I talked so much about you, and about your teaching me to read and write, and how fond I was of learning, and how I should like to be married to an elderly man who was a great scholar, who would teach me Latin and Greek, that the old gentleman became quite chatty, and sat for 2 hours talking to me. He desired me to say that he should call here to-morrow afternoon, and I begged him to stay the evening, as you are to have 2 more of your friends here. Now, who do you think are those? I have no others except old Tom Beasley and his son. Well, it is your old Tom after all, and a nice old fellow he is, although I would not like him for a husband. But as for his son, he's a lad after my own heart. I'm quite in love with him. Your love will do you no harm, Mary, but recollect, what may be a joke to you may not be so to other people. As for the Domine meeting old Beasley and his son, I don't exactly know how that will suit, for I doubt if he will like to see them. Why not? Inquired Mary. Upon a promise never to hint at them, I briefly stated the circumstances attending the worthy man's voyage on board of the lighter. Mary paused, and then said, Jacob, did we not read the last time that the most dangerous rocks to men were wine and women? Yes, we did, if I recollect right. Said she, the old gentleman has given plenty of lessons in his time, and it appears that he has received one. We may do so to the last day of our existence, Mary. Well, he is a very clever, learned man, I've no doubt, and looks down upon all of us, not you, Jacob, as silly people. I'll try if I can't give him a lesson. You, Mary, what can you teach him? Never mind, we shall see. And Mary turned the discourse on her father. You know, I suppose, that father is gone up to Mr Turnbull's. No, I did not. Yes, he has. He was desired to go there this morning, and hasn't been back since. Jacob, I hope you won't be so foolish again, for I don't want to lose my master. Oh, never fear, I shall teach you all you want to know before I die, I replied. Don't be too sure of that, replied Mary, fixing her large blue eyes upon me. How do you know how much I may wish to have of your company? Well, if I walk off in a hurry, I'll make you over to young Tom Beasley. You're half in love with him already, you know, replied I, laughing. Well, he is a nice fellow, replied she. He laughs more than you do, Jacob. He has suffered less, replied I, gloomily, calling to mind what had occurred. But, Mary, he is a fine young man, and a good-hearted, clever fellow to boot, and when you do know him you will like him very much. As I said this, I heard her father coming upstairs. He came in high good humour with his interview with Captain Turnbull, called for his pipe and pot, and was excessively fluent upon human nature. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Jacob Faithful by Captain Marryat. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Noel Badrian. Chapter 25. The Feast of Reason and the Flow of Soul. Stapleton on human nature proves the former, the Domine in his melting mood the latter. Sal's shoe particularly noted, and the true reading made easy of a mind at ease by old Tom. The afternoon of the next day I heard a well-known voice which carolled forth, as Mary huddled up her books and put them out of the way, for at that time I was, as usual, giving her a lesson. And many strange sights I've seen, and long I've been a rover, and everywhere I've been, but now the wars are over. I've been across the line, where the sun will burn your nose off, and I've been in northern climes, where the frost will bite your toes off. Fol-de-roll, fol-de-roll, fol-de-roll-de-lidey. Heave ahead, Tom, and let me stump up at my leisure. It's like warping 'gainst the wind and tide with me, and I gets up about as fast as lawyers go to heaven. I thought, when Tom came up first, that he had been at unusual trouble in setting off his person, and certainly a better looking, frank, open, merry countenance was seldom to be seen. In person he was about an inch taller than I, athletic and well formed. He made up to Mary, who, perceiving his impatience, and either to check him before me, or else from her usual feeling of coquetry, received him rather distantly, and went up to old Tom, with whom she shook hands warmly. Phew, what's in the wind now, Jacob? Why, we parted the best of friends in the world, said Tom, looking at Mary. Sheer off yourself, Tom, replied I, laughing, and you'll see that she'll come to again. Oh, so the wind's in that quarter, is it? Replied Tom. With all my heart. I can show false colours as well as she can. But I say, Jacob, before I begin my manoeuvres, tell me if you wish me to hoist the neutral flag, for I won't interfere with you. Here's my hand upon it, Tom, that the coast is clear as far as I'm concerned. But take care, she's a clipper, and not unlikely to slip through your fingers, even when you have her under your lee, within hail. Let me alone, Jacob, for that. And more, Tom, when you're in possession of her, she will require a good man at the helm. Then she's just the craft after my fancy. I hate your steady, slow-sailing craft that will steer themselves almost. Give me one that requires to be managed by a man and a seaman. If well manned, she will do anything, depend upon it, Tom, for she's as sound below as possible, and although she is down to her bearings on the puff of the moment, yet she'd not careen further. Well then, Jacob, all's right, and now you've told me what tack she's on, see if I don't shape a course to cut her off. Well, Jacob, my good boy, so you've been under the water again. I thought you had enough of it when Fleming gave you such a twist. But, however, this time you went to serve a friend, which was all right. My service to you, Mr. Stapleton, continued old Tom, as Stapleton made his appearance. I was talking to Jacob about his last dive. Nothing but human nature, replied Stapleton. Well now, replied old Tom, I consider that going plump into the river, when covered with ice, to be quite contrary to human nature. But not to save a friend, father. No, because that be Jacob's nature. So you see, one nature conquered the other, and that's the whole long and short of it. Well, now, suppose we sit down and make ourselves comfortable, observed Stapleton. But here be somebody else coming up. Who can it be? I say, old codger, considering you be as deaf as a post, you hears pretty well, said old Tom. Yes, I hear pretty well in the house, provided people don't speak loud. Well, that's a queer sort of deafness. I think we're all troubled with the same complaint, cried Tom, laughing. During this remark, the Dominie made his appearance. Salve Domini, said I, upon his entering, taking my worthy pedagogue by the hand. Et tu, quoque, filimi, Jacob? But whom have we here? The deaf man, the maiden, and, the old man called old Tom, and likewise the young Tom. And the Dominie looked very grave. Nay, sir, said young Tom, going up to the Dominie, I know you are angry with us, because we both drank too much when we were last in your company. But we promise, don't we, father, not to do so again. This judicious reply of young Tom's put the Dominie more at his ease. What he most feared was raillery and exposure on their parts. Very true, old gentleman. Tom and I did bows our jibs up a little too taut when we last met. But what then? There was the grog, and there was nothing to do. All human nature, observed Stapleton. Come, sir, you have not said one word to me, said Mary, going up to the Dominie. Now you must sit down by me and take care of me, and see that they all behave themselves and keep sober. The Dominie cast a look at Mary, which was intended for her alone, but which was not unperceived by young Tom or me. We shall have some fun, Jacob, said he aside, as we all sat down to the table, which just admitted 6, with close stowage. The Dominie on one side of Mary, Tom on the other, Stapleton next to Tom, then I and old Tom, who closed in on the other side of the Dominie, putting one of his timber toes on the old gentleman's corns, which induced him to lift up his leg in a hurry, and draw his chair still closer to Mary, to avoid a repetition of the accident, while old Tom was axing pardon, and Stapleton demonstrating that on the part of old Tom not to feel with a wooden leg, and on the part of the Dominie to feel with a bad corn, was all nothing but human nature. At last we were all seated, and Mary, who had provided for the evening, produced 2 or 3 pots of beer, a bottle of spirits, pipes, and tobacco. Liberty Hall, I smokes, said Stapleton, lighting his pipe and falling back on his chair. I'll put a bit of clay in my mouth too, followed up old Tom. It makes one thirsty, and enjoy one's liquor. Well, I malts, said Tom, reaching a pot of porter, and taking a long pull till he was out of breath. What do you do, Jacob? I shall wait a little, Tom. And what do you do, sir? Said Mary to the Dominie. The Dominie shook his head. Nay, but you must, or I shall think you do not like my company. Come, let me fill a pipe for you. Mary filled a pipe, and handed it to the Dominie, who hesitated, looked at her, and was overcome. He lighted it, and smoked furiously. The ice is breaking up. We shall have a change of weather. The moon quarters to-morrow, observed old Tom, puffing between every observation. And then honest men may earn their bread again. Bad times for you, old codger, eh? Continued he, addressing Stapleton. Stapleton nodded an assent through the smoke, which was first perceived by old Tom. Well, he aren't deaf after all. I thought he was only shamming a bit. I say, Jacob, this is the weather to blow your fingers and make your eyes bright. Rather to blow a cloud and make your eyes water, replied Tom, taking up the pot. I'm just as thirsty with swallowing smoke as if I had a pipe myself. At all events, I pipe my eye. Jacob, continued Tom to me apart, do look how the old gentleman is funking Mary, and casting sheep's eyes at her through the smoke. He appears as if he were inclined to board her in the smoke, replied I. Yes, and she to make no fight of it, but surrender immediately, said Tom. Don't you believe it, Tom. I know her better. She wants to laugh at him, nothing more. She winked her eye at me just now, but I would not laugh, as I do not choose that the old gentleman should be trifled with. I will tax her severely to-morrow. During all this time, old Tom and Stapleton smoked in silence. The Dominie made use of his eyes in dumb parlance to Mary, who answered him with her own bright glances, and Tom and I began to find it rather dull, when at last old Tom's pipe was exhausted, and he laid it down. There, I'll smoke no more. The worst of a pipe is that one can't smoke and talk at the same time. Mary, my girl, take your eyes off the Dominie's nose, and hand me that bottle of stuff. What, a glass to mix it in? That's more genteel than we are on board, Tom. Tom filled a rummer of grog, took half off at a single sip, and put it down on the table. Will you do as we do, sir? Said he, addressing the Dominie. Nay, friend Dux, nay, prithee persuade me not, avaunt. And the Dominie, with an appearance of horror, turned away from the bottle handed towards him by old Tom. Not drink anything? Said Mary to the Dominie, looking at him with surprise. But indeed you must, or I shall think you despise us, and do not think us fit to be in your company. Nay, maiden, entreat me not. Ask anything of me but this, replied the Dominie. Ask anything but this? That's just the way people have of refusing, replied Mary. Were I to ask anything else, it would be the same answer. Ask anything but this. Now, if you will not drink to please me, I shall quarrel with you. You shall drink a glass, and I'll mix it for you. The Dominie shook his head. Mary made a glass of grog, and then put it to her lips. Now, if you refuse to drink it after I have tasted it, I'll never speak to you again. So saying, she handed the glass to the Dominie. Verily, maiden, I must needs refuse, for I did make a mental vow. What vow was that? Was it sworn on the Bible? Nay, not on the sacred book, but in my thoughts most solemnly. Oh, I make those vows every day, and never keep one of them. So that won't do. Now, observe, I give you one more chance. I shall drink a little more, and if you do not immediately put your lips to the same part of the tumbler, I'll never drink to you again. Mary put the tumbler again to her lips, drank a little, with her eyes fixed upon the Dominie, who watched her with distended nostrils and muscular agitation of countenance. With her sweetest smile she handed him the tumbler. The Dominie half held out his hand, withdrew it, put it down again, and by degrees took the tumbler. Mary conquered, and I watched the malice of her look as the liquor trickled down the Dominie's throat. Tom and I exchanged glances. The Dominie put down the tumbler, and then, looking round like a guilty person, coloured up to the eyes. But Mary, who perceived that her victory was but half achieved, put her hand upon his shoulder, and asked him to let her taste the grog again. I also, to make him feel more at ease, helped myself to a glass. Tom did the same, and old Tom, with more regard to the feelings of the Dominie than in his own bluntness of character I would have given him credit for, said in a quiet tone, "The old gentleman is afraid of grog, because he seed me take a drop too much, but that's no reason why grog aren't a good thing, and wholesome in moderation. A glass or two is very well, and better still when sweetened by the lips of a pretty girl. And even if the Dominie does not like it, he's too much of a gentleman not to give up his dislikes to please a lady. More's the merit, for if he did like it, it would be no sacrifice, that's certain. Don't you think so, my old boozer?" continued he, addressing Stapleton, who smoked in silence. "Human nature," replied Stapleton, taking the pipe out of his mouth and spitting under the table. "Very true, master, and so here's to your health, Mr. Dominie, and may you never want a pretty girl to talk to, or a glass of grog to drink her health with." "Oh, but the Dominie don't care about pretty girls, father," replied Tom. "He's too learned and clever. He thinks about nothing but the moon, and Latin, and Greek, and philosophy, and all that." "Who can say what's under the skin, Tom? There's no knowing what is, and what isn't. Sal's shoe for that." "Never heard of Sal's shoe, father. That's new to me." "Didn't I ever tell you that, Tom? Well, then, you shall have it now, that is, if all the company be agreeable." "Oh, yes," cried Mary, "pray tell us." "Would you like to hear it, sir?" "I never heard of Sal Sue in my life, and would fain hear her history," replied the Dominie. "Proceed, friend Dux." "Well, then, you must know, when I was aboard of the Terpsichore, there was a foretopman of the name of Bill Harness, a good sort of chap enough, but rather soft in the upper works. Now, we'd been on the Jamaica station for some years, and had come home, and merry enough and happy enough we were, those that were left of us, and we were spending our money like the devil. Bill Harness had a wife, who was very fond of he, and he were very fond of she, but she was a slatternly sort of a body, never tidy in her rigging, all adrift at all times, and what's more, she never had a shoe up at heel, so she went by the name of Slatternly Sal. And the first lieutenant, who was a tickler sort of a chap, never liked to see her on deck, for you see she put her hair in paper on New Year's Day, and never changed it or took it out till the year came round again. However, be it as it may, she loved Bill, and Bill loved she, and they were very happy together. After all, it aren't whether a woman's tidy without that makes a man's happiness. It depends on whether she be right within. That is, if she be good-tempered and obliging and civil and accommodating, and so forth. After the first day or two, persons nothing. Eyes get palled like the capstone when the anchor's up to the bows, but what a man likes is, not to be disturbed by vagaries or gusts of temper. Well, Bill was happy, but one day he was devilish unhappy, because Sal had lost one of her shoes, which wasn't to be wondered at, considering as how she was always slipshod. "Who has seen my wife's shoe?" says he. "Hang your wife's shoe," said one, "it warn't worth casting an eye upon." Still he cried out, "Who has seen my wife's shoe?" "I seed it," said another. "Where?" says Bill. "I seed it down at heel," says the fellow. But Bill still hallooed out about his wife's shoe, which it appeared she had dropped off her foot as she was going up the forecastle ladder to take the air a bit, just as it was dark. At last Bill made such a fuss about it that the ship's company laughed, and all called out to each other, "Who has seen Sal's shoe? Have you got Sal's shoe?" And they passed the word fore and aft the whole evening, till they went to their hammocks. Notwithstanding, as Sal's shoe was not forthcoming, the next morning Bill goes on the quarter-deck and complains to the first lieutenant as how he had lost Sal's shoe. "Damn Sal's shoe," said he. "Haven't I enough to look after without your wife's confounded shoes, which can't be worth twopence?" Well, Bill argues that his wife has only one shoe left, and that won't keep 2 feet dry, and begs the first lieutenant to order a search for it. But the first lieutenant turns away and tells him to go to the devil, and all the men grin at Bill's making such a fuss about nothing. So Bill at last goes up to the first lieutenant and whispers something, and the first lieutenant booms him off with his speaking trumpet, as if he were making too free in whispering to his commanding officer, and then sends for the master-at-arms. "Collier," says he, "this man has lost his wife's shoe. Let a search be made for it immediately. Take all the ship's boys, and look everywhere for it. If you find it, bring it up to me." So away goes the master-at-arms with his cane, and collects all the boys to look for Sal's shoe, and they go peeping about the main deck, under the guns, and under the hen coops, and in the sheep pen, and everywhere, now and then getting a smart slap with the cane behind, upon the taut parts of their trousers, to make them look sharp, until they all wished Sal's shoe at old Nick, and her too, and Bill in the bargain. At last one of the boys picks it out of the manger, where it had lain all the night, poked up and down by the noses of the pigs, who didn't think it eatable, although it might have smelt human-like. The fact was, it was the same boy who had picked up Sal's shoe when she dropped it, and had shied it forward. It certainly did not seem to be worth all the trouble, but howsoever, it was taken aft by the master-at-arms, and laid on the capstern head. Then Bill steps out, and takes the shoe before the first lieutenant, and cuts it open, and from between the lining pulls out 4 £10 notes, which Sell had sewn up there by way of security. And the first lieutenant tells Bill he was a great fool to trust his money in the shoe of a woman who always went slipshod, and tells him to go about his business and stow his money away in a safer place next time. Arter, if anything was better than it looked to be, the ship's company used to always say it was like Sal's shoe. There you have it all. Well, says Stapleton, taking the pipe out of his mouth, I know a fact much of a muchness with that, which happened to me when I was below the river, tending a ship at Sheerness, for at one time, d'ye see, I used to ply there. She was an old 50-gun ship, called the Adamant, if I recollect right. One day, the first lieutenant, who, like yon, was a mighty particular sort of a chap, was going round the main deck, and he sees an old pair of canvas trousers stowed in under the trunnion of one of the guns. So, says he, who be these? Now, no man would answer, because they knowed very well that it would be as good as a fortnight in the blacklist. With that, the first lieutenant bundles them out of the port, and away they floats astern with the tide. It was about half an hour after that I comes off with the milk for the wardroom mess, and a man named Will Heaviside says to me, Stapleton, says he, the first lieutenant has thrown my canvas trousers overboard, and be damned to him. Now, I must have them back. But where be they, says I? I suppose down at the bottom by this time, and the flatfish dubbing their noses into them. No, no, says he, they won't never sink, but float till eternity. They be gone down with the tide, and they will come back again. Only you keep a sharp lookout for them, and I'll give you 5 shillings if you bring them. Well, I seed little chance of ever seeing them again, or of my seeing 5 shillings. But as it so happened, next tide, the very identical pair of trousers comes up staring me in the face. I pulls them in, and takes them to Will Heaviside, who appears to be mightily pleased, and gives me the money. I wouldn't have lost them for 10, no, not for 20 pounds, says he. At all events, you've paid me more than they are worth, says I. Have I? Says he. Stop a bit. And he outs with his knife, and rips open the waistband, and pulls out a piece of linen, and out of the piece of linen he pulls out a child's caul. There, says he, now you know why the trousers wouldn't sink, and I'll leave you to judge whether they aren't worth 5 shillings. That's my story. Well, I can't understand how it is that a caul should keep people up, observed old Tom. At all events, a caul makes people come up fast enough on board a man of war, father. That's true enough, but I'm talking of a child's caul, not of a boatswain's, Tom. I'll just tell you how it is, replied Stapleton, who had recommenced smoking. It's human nature. What is your opinion, sir? Said Mary to the Dominie. Maiden, replied the Dominie, taking his pipe out of his mouth, I opine that it's a vulgar error. Sir Thomas Brown, I think it is, hath the same idea. Many and strange were the superstitions which have been handed down by our less enlightened ancestors, all of which mists have been cleared away by the powerful rays of truth. Well, but master, if a vulgar error saves a man from Davy Jones's locker, aren't it just as well to sew it up in the waistband of your trousers? Granted, good Dux, if it would save a man. But how is it possible? It is contrary to the first elements of science. What matter does that make, provided it holds a man up? Friend Dux, thou art obtuse. Well, perhaps I am, as I don't know what that is. But, father, don't you recollect, interrupts Tom, what the parson said last Sunday, that faith saved men? Now, Master Domine, May it not be the faith that a man has in the call which may save him? Young Tom, thou art astute. Well, perhaps I am, as father said, for I don't know what that is. You knock us all down with your dictionary. Well, I do love to hear people make use of such hard words, said Mary, looking at the Dominie. How very clever you must be, sir. I wonder whether I shall ever understand them. Nay, if thou wilt, I will initiate, sweet maiden, wilt steal an hour or so to impregnate thy mind with the seeds of learning, which in so fair a soil must needs bring forth good fruit. That's a fine word, that, impregnate. Will you give us the English of it, sir? Said young Tom to the Dominie. It is English, Tom, only the old gentleman resied it a little. The third ship in the lee line of the Channel fleet was an 80, called the Impregnable, but the old gentleman knows more about books than sea matters. A marvellous misconception, quoth the Dominie. There's another, cried Tom, laughing. That must be a 3-decker. Come, father, here's the bottle. You must take another glass to wash that down. Pray, what was the meaning of that last long word, sir? Said Mary, taking the Dominie by the arm. Miss something? The word, replied the Dominie, is a compound from conception, borrowed from the Latin tongue, implying conceiving, and the miss prefixed, which negatives or reverses the meaning. Misconception, therefore, implies not to conceive. I can make you acquainted with many others of a similar tendency as misconception. Videlicet, misapprehension, misunderstanding, miscontriving, misapplying, Dear me, what a many misses, cried Mary. And do you know them all? Indeed do I, replied the Dominie, and many, many more are treasured in my memory. Quod nunc describere longum est. Well, I'd no idea that the old gentleman was given to running after the girls in that way, said old Tom to Stapleton. Human nature, replied the other. No more did I, continued Mary. I shall have nothing to say to him. And she drew off her chair a few inches from that of the Dominie. Maiden, quoth the Dominie, thou art under a mistake. Another miss, I declare, cried Tom, laughing. What an old Turk, continued Mary, getting further off. Nay, then, I will not reply, said the Dominie indignantly, putting down his pipe, leaning back on his chair, and pulling out his great red handkerchief, which he applied to his nose, and produced a sound that made the windows of the little parlour vibrate for some seconds. I say, Master Tom, don't you make too free with your betters, said old Tom, when he perceived the Dominie affronted. Nay, replied the Dominie, there's an old adage which saith, as the old cock crows, so doth the young. Wherefore didst thou set him the example? Very true, old gentleman, and I axes your pardon, and here's my hand upon it. And so do I, sir, and here's my hand upon it, said young Tom, extending his on the Dominie's other side. Friend Dux, and thou, young Tom, I do willingly accept thy proffered reconciliation, knowing, as well I do, that there may be much of mischief in thy composition, but naught of malice. The Dominie extended his hands, and shook both those offered to him warmly. There, said old Tom, now my mind's at ease, as old Pigtown said. I know not the author whom thou quotest from, good Dux. Author? I never said he was an author. He was only captain of a schooner trading between the islands that I sailed with a few weeks in the West Indies. Perhaps, then, you will relate to the company present the circumstances which took place to put old Pegtop's, I may not be correct in the name, but whoever it may be. Pigtown, master. Well then, that put old Pigtown's mind at ease, for I am marvellously amused with thy narrations, which do pass away the time most agreeably, good Dux. With all my heart, old gentleman. But first, let us fill up our tumblers. I don't know how it is, but it does appear to me that grog drinks better out of a glass than out of metal, and if it wasn't that Tom is so careless, and the dog has no respect for crockery any more than persons, I would have 1 or 2 on board for particular service. But I'll think about that, and hear what the old woman has to say on the subject. Now to my yarn. D'ye see, old Pigtown commanded a little schooner, which plied between the isles, and he had been in her for a matter of 40 years, and was as well known as Port Royal Tom. Who might Port Royal Tom be? Inquired the Dominie. A relation of yours? I hope not, master, for I wanted none of his acquaintance. He was a shark, about 20 feet long, who rode guard in the harbour, to prevent the men-of-war's men from deserting, and was pensioned by government. Pensioned by government? Nay, but that soundeth strangely. I have heard that pensions have been most lavishly bestowed, but not that it extended so far. Truly it must have been a sinecure. I don't know what that last may be, replied old Tom, but I heard our boatswain in the Minerva, who talked politics a bit, say, as how half the pensions were held by a pack of damned sharks. But in this here shark's case, it wasn't in money, master, but he'd regular rations of bullock's liver to persuade him to remain in the harbour, and no one dare swim on shore when he was cruising round and round the ships. Well, old Pigtown, with his white trowsers and straw hat, red nose and big belly, was as well known as could be, and was a capital old fellow for remembering and executing commissions, provided you gave him the money first. If not, he always took care to forget them. Old Pigtown had a son, a little dark or so, which proved that his mother wasn't quite as fair as a lily, and this son was employed in a droger, that is, a small craft which goes round to the bays of the island, and takes off the sugars to the West India traders. One fine day the droger was driven out to sea, and never heard of afterwards. Now, old Pigtown was very anxious about what had become of his son, and day after day expected he would come back again, but he never did, for very good reason, as you shall hear by and by. And everyone knowing old Pigtown, and he knowing everybody, it was at least 50 times a day that the question was put to him, "Well, Pigtown, have you heard anything of your son?" And 50 times a day he would reply, "No, and my mind's but ill at ease." Well, it was 2 or 3 months afterwards, that when I was in the schooner with him, as we lay becalmed between the islands, with the sun frizzing our wigs, and the planks so hot that you couldn't walk without your shoes, that we hooked a large shark which came bowling under our counter. We got him on board and cut him up. When we opened his inside, what should I see but something shining? I took it out, and sure enough it was a silver watch, so I hands it to old Pigtown. He looks at it very tentatively, opens the outside case, reads the maker's name, and then shuts it up again. "This here watch," says he, "belonged to my son Jack. I bought it of a chap in a South whaler for $3 and a roll of pigtail, and a very good watch it was, though I perceive it to be stopped now. Now, d'ye see it's all clear. The droger must have gone down in a squall. The shark must have picked up my son Jack, and must have digested his body, but has not been able to digest this watch. Now I knows what become of him, and so my mind's at ease." "Well," observed old Stapleton, I agrees with old Poptown, or whatever his name might be, that it were better to know the worst at once, than to be kept on the worry all your days. I consider it nothing but human nature. Why, if one has a bad tooth, which is the best plan, to have it out with one good wrench at once, or to be tormented night and day the whole year round? Thou speakest wisely, friend Stapleton, and like a man of resolve. The anticipation is often, if not always, more painful than the reality. Thou knowest, Jacob, how often I have allowed a boy to remain unbuttoned in the centre of the room for an hour previous to the application of the birch, and it was with the consideration that the impression would be greater upon his mind than even upon his nether parts. Of all the feelings in the human breast, that of suspense is worse than hanging, interrupted young Tom. Even so, boy. Cluck, cluck. An apt comparison, seeing that in suspense you are hanging, as it were, in the very region of doubt, without being able to obtain a footing even upon conjecture. Nay, we may further add another simile, although not so well borne out, which is, that the agony of suspense doth stop the breath of a man for the time, as hanging doth stop it altogether, so that it may be truly said, that suspense is put an end to by suspending. Cluck, cluck. And now that you've got rid of all that, master, suppose you fill up your pipe, observed old Tom. And I will fill up your tumbler, sir, said Mary, for you must be dry with talking such hard words. The Dominie this time made no objection, and again enveloped Mary and himself in a cloud of smoke, through which his nose loomed like an Indiaman in a Channel fog. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of Jacob Faithful by Captain Marryat. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Noel Badrian. Chapter 26. The Dominie's bosom grows too warm, so the party and the frost break up. I go with the stream and against it, make money both ways. Coolness between Mary and me. No chance of a Thames edition of Abelard and Eloise. Love, learning, and Latin all lost in a fit of the sulks. I say, Master Stapleton, suppose we were to knock out half a port, observed old Tom, after a silence of 2 minutes, for the old gentleman blows a divil of a cloud, that is, if no one has an objection. Stapleton gave a nod of assent, and I rose and put the upper window down a few inches. Aye, that's right, Jacob. Now we shall see what Miss Mary and he are about. You've been enjoying the lady all to yourself, master, continued Tom, addressing the Dominie. Verily and truly, replied the Dominie, even as a second Jupiter. Never heard of him. I presume not. Still, Jacob will tell thee that the history is to be found in Ovid's Metamorphoses. Never heard of the country, master? Nay, friend Dux, it is a book, not a country, in which thou mayest read how Jupiter at first descended unto Semele in a cloud. And pray, where did he come from, master? He came from heaven. The devil he did. Well, if ever I gets there, I mean to stay. It was love, all-powerful love, which induced him, maiden, replied the Dominie, turning with a smiling eye to Mary. Above my comprehension altogether, replied old Tom. Human nature, muttered Stapleton, with the pipe still between his lips. Not the first vessels that have run foul in a fog, observed young Tom. No, boy, but generally there aren't much love between them at those times. But come, Now that we can breathe again, suppose I give you a song. What shall it be, young woman, a sea ditty or something spoony?" "Oh, something about love, if you've no objection, sir," said Mary, appealing to the Dominie. "Nay, it pleaseth me, maiden, and I am of thy mind, friend Dux. Let it be Anacreontic." "What the devil's that?" cried old Tom, lifting up his eyes and taking the pipe out of his mouth. "Nothing of your own, father, that's clear, but something to borrow, for it's to be on tick," replied Tom. "Nay, boy, I would have been understood that the song should refer to woman or wine." "Both of which are to his fancy," observed young Tom to me aside. "Human nature," quaintly observed Stapleton. "Well, then, you shall have your wish. I'll give you one that might be warbled in a lady's chamber without stirring the silk curtains. Oh, the days are gone when beauty bright my heart's chain wove, when my dream of life from morn till night was love, still love. New hope may bloom, and days may come of milder, calmer beam, but there's nothing half so sweet in life as love's young dream. Oh, there's nothing half so sweet in life as love's young dream." The melody of the song, added to the spirits he had drunk, and Mary's eyes beaming on him, had a great effect upon the Dominie. As old Tom warbled out, so did the pedagogue gradually approach the chair of Mary, and as gradually entwine her waist with his own arm, his eyes twinkling brightly on her. Old Tom, who perceived it, had given me and Tom a wink, as he repeated the two last lines, and when we saw what was going on, we burst into an uncontrollable fit of laughter. "Boys, boys," said the Dominie, starting up, "thou hast awakened me by thy boisterous mirth from a sweet musing created by the harmony of friend Dux's voice. Neither do I discover the source of thy cachinnation, seeing that the song is amatory and not comic. Still, it may not be supposed at thy early age that thou canst be affected with what thou art too young to feel. Prithee continue, friend Dux, and boys, restrain thy mirth. Though the bard to purer fame may soar when wild youth's past, though he find the wise who frowned before to smile at last, he'll never meet a joy so sweet in all his noon of fame, as when he sung to woman's ear the soul-felt flame, and at every close she blushed to hear the once loved name." At the commencement of this verse the Dominie appeared to be on his guard, but gradually moved by the power of song, he dropped his elbow on the table and his pipe underneath it. His forehead sank into his broad palm, and he remained motionless. The verse ended, and the Dominie, forgetting all around him, softly ejaculated without looking up, "Eheu, Mary." "Did you speak to me, sir?" said Mary, who perceived us tittering, addressing the Dominie with a half-serious, half-mocking air. "Speak, maiden? Nay, I spoke not, yet thou mayest give me my pipe, which apparently hath been abducted while I was listening to the song." "Abducted? That's a new word, but it means smashed into 20 pieces, I suppose," observed young Tom. "At all events, your pipe is, for you let it fall between your legs." "Never mind," said Mary, rising from her chair and going to the cupboard. "Here's another, sir." "Well, master, am I to finish, or have you had enough of it?" "Proceed, friend Dux, proceed, and believe that I am all attention." "Oh, that hallowed form is ne'er forgot, which first love traced, Still it lingering haunts the greenest spot on memory's waste. 'Twas odour fled as soon as shed, 'twas memory's winged dream, 'twas a light that ne'er can shine again on life's dull stream. Oh, 'twas a light that ne'er can shine again on life's dull stream. Nay, said the Dominie again, abstracted, the metaphor is not just. Life's dull stream? Lethe tacitus amnis, as Lucan hath it, but the stream of life flows, aye, flows rapidly even in my veins. Doth not the heart throb and beat, yea, strongly, peradventure too forcibly against my better judgment? Confiteor misere mole cor esse mihi, as Ovid saith. Yet must it not prevail? Shall one girl be victorious over 70 boys? Shall I, Domine Dobbs, desert my post? Again succumb to? I will even depart, that I may be at my desk at matutinal hours. Do you mean to leave us, sir? Said Mary, taking the Dominie's arm. Even so, fair maiden, for it waxeth late, and I have my duties to perform, said the Dominie, rising from his chair. Then you will promise to come again? Peradventure I may. If you do not promise me that you will, I will not let you go now. Verily, maiden. Promise, interrupted Mary. Truly, maiden, promise, cried Mary. In good sooth, maiden, promise, reiterated Mary, pulling the Dominie towards her chair. Nay, then, I do promise, since thou wilt have it so, replied the Dominie. And when will you come? I will not tarry, replied the Dominie. And now, good night to all. The Dominie shook hands with us, and Mary lighted him down the stairs. I was much pleased with the resolution and sense of his danger thus shown by my worthy preceptor, and hoped that he would have avoided Mary in future, who evidently wished to make a conquest of him for her own amusement and love of admiration. But still, I felt that the promise exacted would be fulfilled, and I was afraid that a second meeting, and that perhaps not before witnesses, would prove mischievous. I made up my mind to speak to Mary on the subject as soon as I had an opportunity, and insist upon her not making a fool of the worthy old man. Mary remained below a much longer time than was necessary, and when she reappeared and looked at me as if for a smile of approval, I turned from her with a contemptuous air. She sat down and looked confused. Tom was also silent, and paid her no attention. A quarter of an hour passed, when he proposed to his father that they should be off, and the party broke up, leaving Mary silent and thoughtful, and old Stapleton finishing his pipe. I took my candle and went to bed. The next day the moon changed, the weather changed, and a rapid thaw took place. It's an ill wind that blows nobody good, observed old Stapleton. We watermen will have the river to ourselves again, and the hucksters must carry their gingerbread nuts to another market. It was, however, 3 or 4 days before the river was clear of the ice, so as to permit the navigation to proceed. And during that time I may as well observe that there was dissension between Mary and me. I showed her that I resented her conduct, and at first she tried to pacify me, but finding that I held out longer than she expected, she turned round and was affronted in return. Short words and no lessons were the order of the day, and as each party appeared determined to hold out, there was little prospect of a reconciliation. In this she was the greatest sufferer, as I quitted the house after breakfast, and did not return until dinner time. At first old Stapleton plied very regularly, and took all the fares, but about a fortnight after we had worked together, he used to leave me to look after employment, and remain at the public house. The weather was now fine, and after the severe frost it changed so rapidly that most of the trees were in leaf, and the horse chestnuts in full blossom. The wherry was in constant demand, and every evening I handed from 4 to 6 shillings over to old Stapleton. I was delighted with my life, and should have been perfectly happy if it had not been for my quarrel with Mary still continuing, she as resolutely refraining from making advances as I. How much may life be embittered by dissension with those you live with, even when there is no very warm attachment. The constant grating together worries and annoys, and although you may despise the atoms, the aggregate becomes insupportable. I had no pleasure in the house, and the evenings, which formerly passed so agreeably, were now a source of vexation, from being forced to sit in company with one with whom I was not on good terms. Old Stapleton was seldom at home till late, and this made it still worse. I was communing with myself one night, as I had my eyes fixed on my book, whether I should not make the first advances, when Mary, who had been quietly at work, broke the silence by asking me what I was reading. I replied in a quiet, grave tone. "Jacob," said she, in continuation, "I think you have used me very ill to humble me in this manner. It was your business to make it up first." "I am not aware that I have been in the wrong," replied I. "I do not say that you have, but what matter does that make? You ought to give way to a woman." "Why so?" "Why so? Don't the whole world do so? Do you not offer everything first to a woman? Is it not her right?" "Not when she is in the wrong, Mary." "Yes, when she is in the wrong, Jacob. There is no merit in doing it when she is in the right." "I think otherwise. At all events, it depends on how much she has been in the wrong, and I consider you have shown a bad heart, Mary." "A bad heart? In what way, Jacob?" "In realising the fable of the boys and the frogs with the poor old Domine, forgetting that what may be sport to you is death to him." "You don't mean to say that he'll die of love?" replied Mary, laughing. "I should hope not, but you may contrive, and you have tried in all your power to make him very wretched." "And pray how do you know that I do not like the old gentleman, Jacob? You appear to think that a girl is to fall in love with nobody but yourself. Why should I not love an old man with so much learning? I have been told that old husbands are much prouder of their wives than young ones, and pay them more attention, and don't run after other women. How do you know that I am not serious?" "Because I know your character, Mary, and am not to be deceived. If you mean to defend yourself in that way, we had better not talk any more." "Lord, how savage you are! Well, then suppose I did pay the old gentleman any attention. Did the young ones pay me any? Did either you or your precious friend, Mr. Tom, even speak to me?" "No, we saw how you were employed, and we both hate a jilt." "Oh, you do? Very well, sir, just as you please. I may make both of your hearts ache for this, some day or another." "Forewarned, forearmed, Mary, and I shall take care that they are both forewarned as well as myself. As I perceive that you are so decided, I shall say no more. Only for your own sake, and your own happiness, I caution you. Recollect your mother, Mary, and recollect your mother's death." Mary covered her face and burst into tears. She sobbed for a few minutes, and then came to me. "You are right, Jacob, and I am a foolish, perhaps wicked, girl. But forgive me, and indeed I will try to behave better. But as father says, it is human nature in me, and it's hard to conquer our natures, Jacob. Will you promise me not to continue your advances to the Domine, Mary?" "I will not, if I can help it, Jacob. I may forget for the moment, but I'll do all I can. It's not very easy to look grave when one is merry, or sour when one is pleased. But what can induce you, Mary, to practice upon an old man like him? If it were young Tom, I could understand it. There might be some credit, and your pride might be flattered by the victory. But an old man... Still, Jacob, old or young, it's much the same. I would like to have them all at my feet, and that's the truth. I can't help it. And I thought it a great victory to bring there a wise old man, who was so full of Latin and learning, and who ought to know better. Tell me, Jacob, if old men allow themselves to be caught as well as young, where is the crime of catching them? Isn't there as much vanity in an old man, in his supposing that I really could love him, as there is in me, who am but a young foolish girl, in trying to make him fond of me? That may be, but still recollect that he is in earnest, and you are only joking, which makes a great difference. And recollect further, that in trying at all, we very often lose all. That I would take my chance of, Jacob, replied Mary, proudly throwing her curly ringlets back with her hand from her white forehead. But what I now want is to make friends with you. Come, Jacob, you have my promise to do my best. Yes, Mary, and I believe you, so there's my hand. You don't know how miserable I've been, Jacob, since we quarrelled, said Mary, wiping the tears away, which again commenced flowing. And yet I don't know why, for I'm sure I have almost hated you this last week. That I have. But the fact is, I like quarrelling very well for the pleasure of making it up again, but not for the quarrel to last so long as this has done. It has annoyed me too, Mary, for I like you very much in general. Well then, now it's all over. But, Jacob, are you sure you are friends with me? Yes, Mary. Mary looked archly at me. You know the old saw, and I feel the truth of it. What, kiss and make friends? Replied I. With all my heart, and I kissed her, without any resistance on her part. No, I didn't mean that, Jacob. What then? Oh, 'twas another. Well then, what was the other? Never mind, I forget it now, said she, laughing and rising from the chair. Now I must go to my work again, and you must tell me what you've been doing this last fortnight. Mary and I entered into a long and amicable conversation till her father came home, when we retired to bed. I think, said old Stapleton the next morning, that I've had work enough, and I've belonged to 2 benefit clubs for so long as to title me to an allowance. I think, Jacob, I shall give up the wherry to you, and you shall in future give me 1/3 of your earnings, and keep the rest to yourself. I don't see why you're to work hard all day for nothing. I remonstrated against this excess of liberality, but old Stapleton was positive, and the arrangement was made. I afterwards discovered, what may probably occur to the reader, that Captain Turnbull was at the bottom of all this. He had pensioned old Stapleton that I might become independent by my own exertions, before I had served my apprenticeship. And after breakfast, old Stapleton walked down with me to the beach, and we launched the boat. Recollect, Jacob, said he, 1/3, and honour bright. So saying, he adjourned to his old quarters, the public house, to smoke his pipe, and think of human nature. I do not recollect any day of my life on which I felt more happy than on this. I was working for myself, and independent. I jumped into my wherry, and without waiting for a fare, I pushed off, and gaining the stream, cleaved through the water with delight as my reward. But after a quarter of an hour, I sobered down with the recollection that although I might pull about for nothing for my own amusement, that as Stapleton was entitled to 1/3, I had no right to neglect his interests, and I shot my wherry into the row, and stood with my hand and forefinger raised, watching the eye of every one who came towards the hard. I was fortunate that day, and when I returned, was proceeding to give Stapleton his share, when he stopped me. "Jacob, it's no use dividing now. Once a week will be better. I likes things to come in a lump. 'Cause, d'ye see, it's human nature." End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of Jacob Faithful by Captain Marryat. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Noel Badrian. Chapter 27. A good fare. Eat your pudding and hold your tongue. The Dominie crossed in love. The crosser also crossed. I find that all the world's a stage, not excepting the stern sheets of my wherry. Cleopatra's barge apostrophised on the river Thames. I consider that the present was the period from which I might date my first launching into human life. I was now nearly 18 years old, strong, active, and well made, full of spirits, and overjoyed at the independence which I had so much sighed for. Since the period of my dismissal from Mr. Drummond's, my character had much altered. I had become grave and silent, brooding over my wrongs, harbouring feelings of resentment against the parties, and viewing the world in general through a medium by no means favourable. I had become, in some degree, restored from this unwholesome state of mind, from having rendered an important service to Captain Turnbull, for we love the world better as we feel that we are more useful in it. But the independence now given to me was the acme of my hopes and wishes. I felt so happy, so buoyant in mind, that I could even think of the 2 clerks in Mr. Drummond's employ without feelings of revenge. Let it, however, be remembered that the world was all before me, in anticipation only. "Boat, sir?" "No, thank ye, my lad. I want old Stapleton. Is he here?" "No, sir, but this is his boat." "Can't he take me down?" "No, sir, but I can, if you please." "Well, then, be quick." A sedate-looking gentleman, about 45 years of age, stepped into the boat, and in a few seconds I was in the stream, shooting the bridge with the ebbing tide. "What's the matter with deaf Stapleton?" "Nothing, sir, but he's getting old, and has made the boat over to me." "Are you his son?" "No, sir, his 'prentice." "Sorry, deaf Stapleton's gone." "I can be as deaf as he, sir, if you wish it." The gentleman said no more at the time, and I pulled down the river in silence. But in a few minutes he began to move his hands up and down, and his lips as if he was in conversation. Gradually his action increased, and words were uttered. At last he broke out. "It is with this conviction, I may say important conviction, Mr. Speaker, that I now deliver my sentiments to the Commons' House of Parliament, trusting that no honourable member will decide until he has fully weighed the importance of the arguments which I have submitted for his judgment." He then stopped, as if aware that I was present, and looked at me. But, prepared as I was, there was nothing in my countenance which exhibited the least sign of merriment, or, indeed, of having paid any attention to what he had been saying, for I looked carelessly to the right and left at the banks of the river. He again entered into conversation. "Have you been long on the river?" "Born on it, sir." "How do you like the profession of a waterman?" "Very well, sir. The great point is to have regular customers." "And how do you gain them?" "By holding my tongue, keeping their counsel and my own." "Very good answer, my boy. People who have much to do cannot afford to lose even their time on the water. Just now I was preparing and thinking over my speech in the House of Commons. So I supposed, sir, and I think the river is a very good place for it, as no one can overhear you except the person whose services you have hired, and you need not mind him." "Very true, my lad, but that's why I liked deft Stapleton. He could not hear a word." "But, sir, if you've no objection, I like to hear it very much, and you may be sure that I should never say anything about it, if you will trust me." "Do you, my lad? Well, then I'll just try it over again. You shall be the speaker. Mind you hold your tongue, and don't interrupt me." The gentleman then began. "Mr. Speaker, I should not have ventured to address the House at this late hour, did I not consider that the importance of the question now before it is so important — no, that won't do. Did I not consider that the question now before it is of that, I may say, paramount importance as to call forth the best energies of every man who is a well-wisher to his country. With this conviction, Mr. Speaker, humble individual as I am, I feel it my duty, I may say my bounden duty, to deliver my sentiments upon the subject. The paper which I now hold in my hand, Mr. Speaker, and to which I shall soon have to call the attention of the House, will, I trust, fully establish — I say, waterman, be you taking that chap to Bedlam?" cried a shrill female voice close to us. The speech was stopped. We looked up, and perceived a wherry with 2 females passing close to us. A shout of laughter followed the observation, and my fair looked very much confused and annoyed. I had often read the papers in the public house, and remembering what was usual in the house, in case of interruption, called out, "Order, order!" This made the gentleman laugh, and as the other wherry was now far off, he recommenced his oration, with which I shall not trouble my readers. It was a very fair speech, I have no doubt, but I forget what it was about. I landed him at Westminster Bridge, and received treble my fare. "Recollect," said he, on paying me, "that I shall look out for you when I come again, which I do every Monday morning, and sometimes oftener. What's your name?" "Jacob, sir." "Very well. Good morning, my lad." This gentleman became a very regular and excellent customer, and we used to have a great deal of conversation, independent of debating, in the wherry. And I must acknowledge that I received from him not only plenty of money, but a great deal of valuable information. A few days after this, I had an opportunity of ascertaining how far Mary would keep her promise. I was plying at the riverside as usual, when old Stapleton came up to me with his pipe in his mouth, and said, "Jacob, there be that old gentleman up at our house with Mary. Now, I sees a great deal, but I says nothing. Mary will be her mother over again, that's certain. Suppose you go and see your old teacher, and leave me to look after a customer. I begin to feel as if handling the sculls a little would be of service to me. We all think idleness be a very pleasant thing when we're obliged to work, but when we are idle, then we feel that a little work be just as agreeable. That's human nature." I thought that Mary was very likely to forget all her good resolutions, from her ardent love of admiration, and I was determined to go and break up the conference. I therefore left the boat to Stapleton, and hastened to the house. I did not like to play the part of an eavesdropper, and was quite undecided how I should act, whether to go in at once or not, when, as I passed under the window, which was open, I heard very plainly the conversation which was going on. I stopped in the street, and listened to the Dominie in continuation. "But, fair maiden, omnia vincit amor. Here am I, Dominie Dobbs, who have long passed the grand climacteric, and can already muster 60 years, who have authority over 70 boys, being Magister Princeps et Dux of Brentford Grammar School, who have affectioned only the sciences, and communed only with the classics, who have ever turned a deaf ear to the allurements of thy sex, and even hardened my heart to thy fascination. Here am I, even I, Dominie Dobbs, suing at the feet of a maiden who had barely ripened into womanhood, who knoweth not to read or write, and whose father earns his bread by manual labour. I feel it all. I feel that I am too old, that thou art too young, that I am departing from the ways of wisdom, and am regardless of my worldly prospects. Still, omnia vincit amor, and I bow to the all-powerful God, doing him homage through thee, Mary. Vainly have I resisted, vainly have I, as I have lain in my bed, tried to drive thee from my thoughts, and tear thine image from my heart. Have I not felt thy presence everywhere? Do not I astonish my worthy coadjutor, Mistress Bately, the matron, by calling her by the name of Mary, when I had always before addressed her by her baptismal name of Deborah? Nay, have not the boys in the classes discovered my weakness? And do they not shout out Mary in their hours of play? Mare periculosum et turbidium hast thou been to me. I sleep not, I eat not, and every sign of love which hath been adduced by Ovidius Naso, whom I have diligently collated, do I find in mine own person. Speak then, maiden, I have given vent to my feelings, do thou the same, that I may return and leave not my flock without their shepherd. Speak, maiden. I will, sir, if you will get up, replied Mary, who paused and then continued. I think, sir, that I am young and foolish, and you are old and foolish, thou wouldst say? I had rather you said it, sir, than I. It is not for me to use such an expression towards one so learned as you are. I think, sir, that I am too young to marry, and that perhaps you are too old. I think, sir, that you are too clever, and that I am very ignorant, that it would not suit you in your situation to marry, and that it would not suit me to marry you, equally obliged to you all the same. Perhaps thou hast in thy reply proved the wiser of the two, answered the Dominie. But why, maiden, didst thou raise those feelings, those hopes in my breast, only to cause me pain and make me drink deep of the cup of disappointment? Why didst thou appear to cling to me in fondness, if thou felt not a yearning towards me? But are there no other sorts of love besides the one you would require, sir? May I not love you because you are so clever and so learned in Latin? May I not love you as I do my father? True, true, child. It is all my own folly, and I must retrace my steps in sorrow. I have been deceived, but I have been deceived only by myself. My wishes have clouded my understanding, and have obscured my reason, have made me forgetful of my advanced years, and of the little favour I was likely to find in the eyes of a young maiden. I have fallen into a pit through blindness, and I must extricate myself, sore as will be the task. Bless thee, maiden, bless thee. May another be happy in thy love, and never feel the barb of disappointment. I will pray for thee, Mary, that heaven may bless thee. And the Dominie turned away and wept. Mary appeared to be moved by the good old man's affliction, and her heart probably smote her for her coquettish behaviour. She attempted to console the Dominie, and appeared to be more than half crying herself. Nay, sir, do not take on so. You make me feel very uncomfortable. I have been wrong, I feel I have, though you have not blamed me. I am a very foolish girl. Bless thee, child, bless thee, replied the Dominie in a subdued voice. Indeed, sir, I don't deserve it. I feel I do not. But pray do not grieve, sir. Things will go cross in love. Now, sir, I'll tell you a secret to prove it to you. I love Jacob, love him very much, and he does not care for me. I am sure he does not. So you see, sir, you are not the only one who is very unhappy." And Mary commenced sobbing with the Domine. "Poor thing," said the Domine, "and thou lovest Jacob? Truly is he worthy of thy love. And at thy early age thou knowest what it is to have thy love unrequited. Truly is this a vale of tears. Yet let us be thankful. Guard well thy heart, child, for Jacob may not be for thee. Nay, I feel that he will not be." "And why so, sir?" replied Mary despondingly. "Because, maiden, but nay, I must not tell thee. Only take my warning, which is meant in kindness and in love. Fare thee well, Mary, fare thee well. I come not here again." "Goodbye, sir, and pray forgive me. This will be a warning to me." "Verily, maiden, it will be a warning to us both. God bless thee." I discovered by the sound that Mary had vouchsafed to the Domine a kiss, and heard soon afterwards his steps as he descended the stairs. Not wishing to meet him, I turned round the corner, and went down to the river, thinking over what had passed. I felt pleased with Mary, but I was not in love with her. The spring was now far advanced, and the weather was delightful. The river was beautiful, and parties of pleasure were constantly to be seen floating up and down with the tide. The Westminster boys, the Funny Club, and other amateurs in their fancy dresses enlivened the scene, while the races for prize wherries, which occasionally took place, rendered the water one mass of life and motion. How I longed for my apprenticeship to be over, that I might try for a prize. One of my best customers was a young man who was an actor at one of the theatres, and who, like the MP, used to rehearse the whole time he was in the boat. But he was a lively, noisy personage, full of humour, and perfectly indifferent as to appearances. He had a quiz and a quirk for everybody that passed in another boat, and would stand up and rant at them until they considered him insane. We were on very intimate terms, and I never was more pleased than when he made his appearance, as it was invariably the sign for mirth. The first time I certainly considered him to be a lunatic, for playhouse phraseology was quite new to me. "Boat, sir," cried I to him as he came to the hard. "My affairs do even drag me homeward. Go on, I'll follow thee," replied he, leaping into the boat. "Our fortune lies upon this jump." I shoved off the wherry. "Down, sir?" "Down," replied he, pointing downwards with his finger as if pushing at something. "Down, down to hell, and say I sent you there." "Thank'ee, sir, I'd rather not, if it's all the same to you." "Our tongue is rough, coz, and my condition is not smooth." We shot the bridge, and went rapidly down with the tide, when he again commenced. "Thus with imagined wing our soft scene flies, in motion of no less celerity than that of thought." Then his attention was drawn by a collier's boat pulled by two men as black as chimney sweeps, with 3 women in the stern sheets. They made for the centre of the river, to get into the strength of the tide, and were soon abreast and close to the wherry, pulling with us down the stream. "There's a dandy young man," said one of the women, with an old straw bonnet and very dirty ribbons, laughing and pointing to my man. "Plead you to me, fair dame? I know you not. At Ephesus I am but 2 hours old, as strange unto your town as to your talk." "Well, he be a regular rum cove, I've a notion," said another of the women, when she witnessed the theatrical airs of the speaker, who immediately recommenced. "The barge she sat in, like a burnished throne, burned on the water. The poop was beaten gold, purple the sails, and so perfumed that the winds were lovesick with them. The oars were silver, which to the tune of flutes kept stroke, and made the water, which they beat to follow faster, as amorous of their strokes. For her own person, it beggared all description. "Come, I'll be blowed, but we've had enough of that, so just shut your pan," said one of the women angrily. Her gentlewomen, like the Naiades, so many mermaids tend her. "Mind what you're arter, or your mouth will tend to your mischief, young fellow." From the barge a strange invisible perfume hits the sense of the adjacent wharfs. "Jem, just run him alongside and break his head with your oar. I think as how I will, if he don't mend his manners." "I saw her once hop 40 paces through the public streets." "You lie, you liver-faced rascal. I never walked the streets in my life. I'm a lawful married woman. Jem, do you call yourself a man and stand this here?" "Well now, Sal, but he's a nice young man. Now, aren't he?" observed one of the other women. "Away, away, you trifler. Love, I know thee not. I care not for thee, Kate. This is no world to play with mammets, and to tilt with lips. We must have bloody noses and cracked crowns." "I've a notion you will too, my hearty," interrupted one of the colliers. "That 'ere long tongue of yours will bring you into disgrace. Bill, give her a jerk towards the wherry, and we'll duck him." "My friend," said the actor, addressing me, "let not his unwholesome corpse come between the wind and my nobility. Let us exeunt O.P." Although I could not understand his phrase, I knew very well what he meant, and pulling smartly I shoved towards the shore and ahead. Perceiving this, the men in the boat, at the intimation of the women who stood up waving their bonnets, gave chase to us, and my companion appeared not a little alarmed. However, by great exertion on my part, we gained considerably, and they abandoned the pursuit. "Now, by 2-headed Janus," said my companion as he looked back upon the colliers, "Nature hath framed strange fellows in her time, some that will evermore peep through their eyes, and laugh like parrots at a bagpiper, and others of such a vinegar aspect that they'll not show their teeth by way of smile, though Nestor swear the jest be laughable. And now," continued he, addressing me, "what's your name, sir? Of what condition are you? And of what place, I pray?" Amused with what had passed, I replied, that my name was Jacob, that I was a waterman, and born on the river. "I find thee apt. But tell me, art thou perfect that our ship hath touched upon the deserts of Bohemia?" "Do you land at Westminster, sir?" "No, at Blackfriars, there attend my coming." "Base is the slave who pays. Nevertheless, what is your fare, my lad?" "What money's in my purse? 7 groats and 2d. By Jove, I am not covetous of gold, nor care I who doth feed upon my cost. But I can get no remedy for this consumption of the purse. Here, lad, is that enough?" "Yes, sir, I thank you." "Remember poor Jack, sir," said the usual attendant at the landing place, catching his arm as he careened the wherry on getting out. "If he fall in, good night, or sink or swim. Jack, there is a penny for you. Jacob, farewell, we meet again." And away he went, taking 3 of the stone steps at each spring. This gentleman's name was, as I afterwards found out, Tinfoil, an actor of second-rate merit on the London boards. The Haymarket Theatre was where he principally performed, and as we became better acquainted, he offered to procure me orders to see the play when I should wish to go there. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of Jacob Faithful by Captain Marryat. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Noel Badrian. Chapter 28. The Picnic Party. Sufferings by Oil, Ice, Fire and Water. Upon the whole, the diverting vagabonds, as the Thespian heroes and heroines are classically termed, are very happy, excepting Mr. Winterbottom, whose feelings are, by sitting down to zero. One morning he came down to the Hard, and, as usual, I expected that he would go down the river. I ran to my boat, and hauled in close. "No, Jacob, no, this day you will not carry Caesar and his fortunes, but I have an order for you." "Thank you, sir. What is the play?" "The play? Pooh, no play, but I hope it will prove a farce, nevertheless, before it's over. We are to have a picnic party upon one of those little islands up the river by Kew. All sock and buskin, all theatricals. If the wherry's upset, the Haymarket may shut up, for it will be exeunt omnes with all its best performers. Look you, Jacob, we shall want 3 wherries, and I leave you to pick out the other 2, oars in each, of course. You must be at Whitehall steps exactly at 9 o'clock, and I daresay the ladies won't make you wait more than an hour or 2, which for them is tolerably punctual." Mr. Tinfoil then entered into the arrangement for remuneration, and walked away, and I was conning over in my mind whom I should select for my brother waterman, and whether I should ask old Stapleton to take the other oar in my boat, when I heard a voice, never to be mistaken by me. "Life is like a summer day, warmed by a sunny ray." "Lower away yet, Tom. That'll do, my trump." "Sometimes a dreary cloud, chill blast, or tempest loud." "Look out for Jacob, Tom," cried the old man, as the head of the lighter, with her mast lowered down, made its appearance through the arch of Putney Bridge, with bright blue streaks on her sides. "Here he is, father," replied Tom, who was standing forward by the windlass, with the fall in his hand. I had shoved off on hearing old Tom's voice, and was alongside almost as soon as the lighter had passed under the bridge, and discovered old Tom at the helm. I sprang on the deck with the chain painter of my wherry in my hand, made it fast, and went aft to old Tom, who seized my hand. "This is as it should be, my boy, both on the lookout for each other. The heart warms when we know the feeling is on both sides. You're seldom out of our thoughts, boy, and always in our hearts. Now, jump forward, for Tom's fretting to greet you, I see, and you may just as well help him to sway up the mast when you are there." I went forward, shook hands with Tom, and then clapped on the fall, and assisted him to hoist the mast. We then went aft to his father, and communicated everything of interest which had passed since our last meeting at old Stapleton's. "And how's Mary?" inquired Tom. "She's a very fine lass, and I've thought of her more than once, but I saw that all you said about her was true. How she did flam that poor old Dominie." "I've had a few words with her about it, and she has promised to be wiser," replied I, "but as her father says, in her it's human nature." "She's a fine craft," observed old Tom, "and they always be a little ticklish. But, Jacob, you've had some inquiries made after you, and by the women too." "Indeed," replied I. "Yes, and I have had the honour of being sent for into the parlour. Do you guess now?" "Yes," said I, a gloom coming over my countenance. "I presume it is Mrs Drummond and Sarah whom you refer to." "Exactly." Tom then informed me that Mrs Drummond had sent for him and asked a great many questions about me, and desired him to say that they were very glad to hear that I was well and comfortable, and hoped that I would call and see her and Sarah when I came that way. Mrs Drummond then left the room, and Tom was alone with Sarah, who desired him to say that her father had found out that I had not been wrong, and that he had dismissed both the clerks, and that he was very sorry he had been so deceived. And then, said Tom, Miss Sarah told me to say from herself that she had been very unhappy since you had left them, but that she hoped that you would forgive and forget some day or other, and come back to them, and that I was to give you her love, and call next time we went up the river for something that she wanted to send to you. So you perceive, Jacob, that you are not forgotten, and justice has been done to you. Yes, replied I, but it has been done too late, so let us say no more about it. I am quite happy as I am. Then I told them of the picnic party of the next day, upon which Tom volunteered to take the other oar in my boat, as he would not be wanted while the barge was at the wharf. Old Tom gave his consent, and it was agreed he should meet me next morning at daylight. I've a notion there'll be some fun, Jacob, said he, from what you say. I think so too, but you've towed me 2 miles, and I must be off again, or I shall lose my dinner. So goodbye. I selected 2 other wherries in the course of the afternoon, and then returned home. It was a lovely morning when Tom and I washed out the boat, and, having dressed ourselves in our neatest clothes, we shoved off in company with the 2 other wherries, and dropped leisurely down the river with the last of the ebb. When we pulled into the stairs at Whitehall, we found 2 men waiting for us with 3 or 4 hampers, some baskets, an iron saucepan, a frying pan, and a large tin pail with a cover, full of rough ice to cool the wines. We were directed to put all these articles into one boat, the others to be reserved for the company. Jacob, said Tom, don't let us be kitchen. I'm togged out for the parlour. This point had just been arranged, and the articles put into the wherry, when the party made their appearance, Mr. Tinfoil acting as master of the ceremonies. Fair Titania, said he, to the lady who appeared to demand, and therefore received, the most attention, allow me to hand you to your throne. Many thanks, good Puck, replied the lady. We are well placed. But, dear me, we haven't brought, or we have lost, our vinaigrette. We positively cannot go without it. What can our women have been about? Peas blossom and mustard seed are much to blame, replied Tinfoil. But shall I run back for it? Yes, replied the lady, and be here again ere the Leviathan can swim a league. I'll put a girdle round the earth in 40 minutes, replied the gentleman, stepping out of the boat. Won't you be a little out of breath before you come back, sir? Said Tom, joining the conversation. This remark, far from giving offence, was followed by a general laugh. Before Mr. Tinfoil was out of sight, the lost vinaigrette was dropped out of the lady's handkerchief. He was therefore recalled, and the whole of the party being arranged in the 2 boats, we shoved off. The 3rd boat, in which the provender had been stowed, followed us, and was occupied by the 2 attendants, a call-boy and scene-shifter, who were addressed by Tinfoil as Caliban and Stephano. Is all our company here? Said a pert-looking, pug-nosed man, who had taken upon himself the part of Quince, the carpenter, in the Midsummer Night's Dream. You, Nick Bottom, continued he, addressing another, are set down for Pyramus. The party addressed did not, however, appear to enter into the humour. He was a heavy-made, rather corpulent, white-faced personage, dressed in white jean trousers, white waistcoat, brown coat, and white hat. Whether anything had put him out of humour, I know not, but it is evident that he was the butt of the ladies and of most of the party. I'll just thank you, replied this personage, whose real name was Winterbottom, to be quiet, Mr. Weston, for I shan't stand any of your nonsense. Oh, Mr. Winterbottom, surely you are not about to sow the seeds of discord so early. Look at the scene before you. Hear how the birds are singing, how merrily the sun shines, and how beautifully the water sparkles. Who can be cross on such a morning as this?" "No, miss," replied Mr Winterbottom, "not at all, not at all. Only my name's Winterbottom and not Bottom. I don't wear an ass's head to please anybody, that's all. I won't be Bottom, that's flat." "That depends upon circumstances, sir," observed Tom. "What business have you to shove your oar in, Mr Waterman?" "I was hired for the purpose," replied Tom, dipping his oar in the water, and giving a hearty stroke. "Stick to your own element, then. Shove your oar into the water, but not into our discourse." "Well, sir, I won't say another word if you don't like it." "But you may to me," said Titania, laughing, "whenever you please." "And to me too," said Tinfoil, who was amused with Tom's replies. Mr Winterbottom became very wroth, and demanded to be put on shore directly. But the Fairy Queen ordered us to obey him at our peril, and Mr Winterbottom was carried up the river very much against his inclination. "Our friend is not himself," said Mr Tinfoil, producing a key bugle, "but music hath charms to soothe the savage breast, to soften rocks and rend the knotted oak, and therefore we will try the effect of it upon his senses." Mr Tinfoil then played the air in Midas. "Pray, Goody, please to moderate," etc., during which Mr Winterbottom looked more sulky than ever. As soon as the air was finished, another of the party responded with his flute from the other boat, while Mr Quince played what he called bass, by snapping his fingers. The sounds of the instruments floated along the flowing and smooth water, reaching the ears and attracting the attention of many who, for a time, rested from their labour, or hung listless over the gunwales of the vessels, watching the boats and listening to the harmony. All was mirth and gaiety. The wherries kept close to each other, and between the airs the parties kept up a lively and witty conversation, occasionally venturing their admiration upon the verdure of the sloping lawns and feathering trees with which the banks of the noble river are so beautifully adorned. Even Mr Winterbottom had partially recovered his serenity, when he was again irritated by a remark of Quince, who addressed him. "You can play no part but Pyramus, for Pyramus is a sweet-faced man, a proper man as one shall see on a summer's day, a most lovely gentlemanlike man. Therefore you must needs play Pyramus." "Take care I don't play the devil with your physiognomy, Mr Weston," retorted Winterbottom. Here Caliban, in the third boat, began playing the fiddle and singing to it. Gaffer Grey, Gaffer's son, and his little jackass were trotting along the road. The chorus of which ditty was, "Ec-aw, ec-aw," like the braying of a jackass. "Bless thee, Bottom, bless thee, thou art translated," cried Quince, looking at Winterbottom. Very well, Mr Weston. I don't want to upset the wherry, and therefore you are safe at present, but the reckoning will come, so I give you warning. Slaves of my lamp, do my bidding. I will have no quarrelling here. You, Quince, shut your mouth. You, Winterbottom, draw in your lip, and I, your queen, will charm you with the song," said Titania, waving her little hand. The fiddler ceased playing, and the voice of the fair actress riveted all our attention. "Wilt thou waken, bride of May, while flowers are fresh and sweet bells chime? Listen and learn from my roundelay how all life's pilot boats sailed one day a match with time. Love sat on a lotus leaf aloft, and saw old Time in his loaded boat. Slowly he crossed life's narrow tide, while Love sat clapping his wings and cried, 'Who will pass Time?' Patience came first, but soon was gone, with helm and sail to help Time on. Care and grief could not lend an oar, and Prudence said, while he stayed on shore, I wait for time. Hope filled with flowers her cork-tree bark, and lighted its helm with a glow-worm's spark. Then Love, when he saw his bark fly past, said lingering time will soon be past, hope outspeeds time. Wit went nearest old Time to pass, with his diamond oar and boat of glass. A feathery dart from his store he drew, and shouted, while far and swift it flew, "Oh, mirth kills Time!" But Time sent the feathery arrow back. Hope's boat of amaranth missed its track. Then Love bade his butterfly pilots move, and laughing said, "They shall see how Love can conquer Time." I need hardly say that the song was rapturously applauded, and most deservedly so. Several others were demanded from the ladies and gentlemen of the party, and given without hesitation, but I cannot now recall them to my memory. The bugle and flute played between whiles, and all was laughter and merriment. "There's a sweet place," said Tinfoil, pointing to a villa on the Thames. "Now, with the fair Titania and 10,000 a year, one could there live happy." "I'm afraid the fair Titania must go to market without the latter encumbrance," replied the lady. "The gentleman must find the 10,000 a year, and I must bring as my dowry 10,000 charms," interrupted Tinfoil. "That's most true, and pity it is 'tis true. Did your fairyship ever hear my epigram on the subject? Let the lads of the East love the maids of Cashmere, nor affection with interests clash. Far other idolatry pleases us here. We adore but the maids of mere cash." "Excellent, good Puck. Have you any more?" "Not of my own, but you have heard what Winterbottom wrote under the bust of Shakespeare last Jubilee. I knew not that Apollo had ever visited him. You shall hear. In this here place the bones of Shakespeare lie, but that ear form of his shall never die. A speedy end and soon this world may have, but Shakespeare's name shall bloom beyond the grave." "I'll trouble you, Mr. Tinfoil, not to be so very witty at my expense," growled out Winterbottom. "I never wrote a line of poetry in my life." "No one said you did, Winterbottom, but you won't deny that you wrote those lines." Mr. Winterbottom disdained a reply. Gaily did we pass the variegated banks of the river, swept up with a strong flood tide, and at last arrived at a little island agreed upon as the site of the picnic. The company disembarked, and were busy looking for a convenient spot for their entertainment, Quince making a rapid escape from Winterbottom, the latter remaining on the bank. "Jenkins," said he to the man christened Caliban, "you did not forget the salad?" "No, sir, I brought it myself. It's on the top of the little hamper." Mr. Winterbottom, who it appeared was extremely partial to salad, was satisfied with the reply, and walked slowly away. "Well," said Tom to me, wiping the perspiration from his brow with his handkerchief, "I wouldn't have missed this for anything. I only wish father had been here. I hope that young lady will sing again before we part." "I think it very likely, and that the fun is only begun," replied I. "But come, let's lend a hand to get the prog out of the boat." "Pat, Pat, and here's a marvellous convenient place for our rehearsal. This green plot shall be our stage," cried Quince, addressing the others of the party. The locality was approved of, and now all were busy in preparation. The hampers were unpacked, and cold meats, poultry, pies of various kinds, pastry, etc., appeared in abundance. "This is no manager's feast," said Tinfoil. "The fowls are not made of wood, nor is small beer substituted for wine. Don Juan's banquet to the Comendador is a farce to it." "All the managers' stage banquets are farces, and very sorry jokes into the bargain," replied another. "I wish old Morris had to eat his own suppers. He must get a new set of teeth, or they'll prove a deal too tough." "Hiss, turn him out, he's made a pun." The hampers were now emptied. Some laid the cloth upon the grass, and arranged the plates and knives and forks. The ladies were as busy as the gentlemen. Some were wiping the glasses, others putting salt into the salt cellars. Titania was preparing the salad. Mr. Winterbottom, who was doing nothing, accosted her. "May I beg as a favour that you do not cut the salad too small? It loses much of its crispness." "Why, what a Nebuchadnezzar you are! However, sir, you shall be obeyed." "Who can fry fish?" cried Tinfoil. "Here are 2 pairs of soles and some eels. Where's Caliban?" "Here I am, sir," replied the man on his knees, blowing up a fire which he had kindled. "I have got the soup to mind." "Where's Stephano?" "Cooling the wine, sir." "Who then can fry fish, I ask?" "I can, sir," replied Tom, "but not without butter." "Butter shalt thou have, thou disturber of the element. Have we not hiren here?" "I wasn't hired as a cook, at all events," replied Tom, "but I'm rather a dab at it." "Then shalt thou have the place," replied the actor. "With all my heart and soul," cried Tom, taking out his knife and commencing the necessary operation of skinning the fish. In half an hour all was ready. The fair Titania did me the honour to seat herself upon my jacket, to ward off any damp from the ground. The other ladies had also taken their respective seats, as allotted by the mistress of the revels. The table was covered by many of the good things of this life. The soup was ready in a tureen at one end, and Tom had just placed the fish on the table, while Mr. Quince and Mr. Winterbottom, by the commands of Titania, were dispatched for the wine and other varieties of potations. When they returned, eyeing one another askance, Winterbottom looking daggers at his opponent, and Quince not quite easy even under the protection of Titania. Tom had just removed the frying pan from the fire, with its residuary grease still bubbling. Quince, having deposited his load, was about to sit down, when a freak came into Tom's head, which, however, he dared not put into execution himself, but a nod is as good as a wink to a blind horse, says the proverb. Winterbottom stood before Tom, and Quince with his back to them. Tom looked at Winterbottom, pointing slyly to the frying pan, and then to the hinder parts of Quince. Winterbottom snatched the hint and the frying pan at the same moment. Quince squatted himself down with a surge, as they say at sea, quoting at the time, "Marry, our play is the most lamentable comedy." But putting his hands behind him to soften his fall, they were received into the hot frying pan, inserted behind him by Winterbottom. "Oh, Lord! Oh, oh!" shrieked Mr. Quince, springing up like lightning, bounding in the air with the pain, his hands behind him, still adhering to the frying pan. At the first scream of Mr. Quince, the whole party had been terrified. The idea was that a snake had bitten him, and the greatest alarm prevailed. But when they perceived the cause of the disaster, even his expressions of pain could not prevent their mirth. It was too ludicrous. Still the gentlemen and ladies condoled with him, but Mr. Quince was not to be reasoned with. He walked away to the riverside, Mr. Winterbottom slyly enjoying his revenge, for no one but Tom had any idea that it was anything but an accident. Mr. Quince's party of pleasure was spoiled, but the others did not think it necessary that theirs should be also. A really very sorry for poor Weston, and half a dozen poor fellows, intermingled with tittering, was all that his misfortunes called forth after his departure. And then they set to like French falconers. The soup was swallowed, the fish disappeared, Joints were cut up, pies delivered up their hidden treasures, fowls were dismembered like rotten boroughs, corks were drawn, others flew without the trouble, and they did eat and were filled. Mr. Winterbottom kept his eye upon the salad, his favourite condiment, mixed it himself, offered it to all, and was glad to find that no one would spare time to eat it. But Mr. Winterbottom could eat for everybody, and he did eat. The fragments were cleared away and handed over to us. We were very busy, doing as ample justice to them as the party had done before us, when Mr. Winterbottom was observed to turn very pale, and appeared very uneasy. "What's the matter?" inquired Mr. Tinfoil. I'm not very well. I'm afraid something has disagreed with me. I'm very ill," exclaimed Mr. Winterbottom, turning as white as a sheet, and screwing up his mouth. "It must be the salad," said one of the ladies. "No one has eaten it but yourself, and we are all well." "I rather think it must be. Oh, I do recollect that I thought the oil had a queer taste." "Why, there was no oil in the castors," replied Tinfoil. "I desired Jenkins to get some." "So did I, particularly," replied Winterbottom. "Oh dear, oh dear." "Jenkins," replied Tinfoil, "where did you get the oil for the castors?" "What oil did you get? Are you sure it was right?" "Yes, sir, quite sure," replied Jenkins. "I brought it here in a bottle, and put it into the castors before dinner." "Where did you buy it?" "At the chemist's, sir. Here's the bottle." And Jenkins produced a bottle with castor oil in large letters labelled on the side. The murder was out. Mr. Winterbottom groaned, rose from his seat, for he felt very sick indeed. The misfortunes of individuals generally add to the general quota of mirth, and Mr. Winterbottom's misfortune had the same effect as that of Mr. Quince. But where was the poor Mr. Quince all this time? He had sent for the iron kettle in which the soup had been warmed up, and filling it full of Thames water, had immersed his afflicted parts in the cooling element. There he sat with his hands plunged deep, when Mr. Winterbottom made his appearance at the same spot, and Mr. Quince was comforted by witnessing the state of his enemy. Indeed, the sight of Winterbottom's distress did more to soothe Mr. Quince's pain than all the Thames water in the world. He rose, and leaving Winterbottom, with his 2 hands to his head, leaning against a tree, joined the party, and pledged the ladies in succession, till he was more than half tipsy. In the space of an hour Mr. Winterbottom returned, trembling and shivering, as if he had been suffering under an ague. A bumper or 2 of brandy restored him, and before the day closed in, both Winterbottom and Quince, one applying stimulants to his stomach, the other drowning his sense of pain in repeated libations, were in a state, to say the least of it, of incipient intoxication. But there is a time for all things, and it was time to return. The evening had passed freely, song had followed song. Tinfoil had tried his bugle, and played not a little out of tune. The flute also neglected the flats and sharps as of no consequence. The ladies thought the gentlemen rather too forward, and, in short, it was time to break up the party. The hampers were repacked and handed, half empty, into the boat. Of wine there was little left, and, by the directions of Titania, the plates, dishes, etc., only were to be returned, and the fragments divided among the boatmen. The company re-embarked in high spirits, and we had the ebb tide to return with. Just as we were shoving off, it was remembered that the ice pail had been left under the tree beside a basket with sundries. The other wherries had shoved off, and they were in consequence brought into our boat, in which we had the same company as before, with the exception of Mr. Weston, alias Quince, who preferred the boat which carried the hampers, that he might loll over the side with his hands in the water. Mr. Winterbottom soon showed the effects of the remedy he had taken against the effects of the castor oil. He was uproarious, and it was with difficulty that he could be persuaded to sit still in the boat, much to the alarm of Titania and the other ladies. He would make violent love to the Fairy Queen, and as he constantly shifted his position to address her and throw himself at her feet, there was some danger of the boat being upset. At last Tom proposed to him to sit on the pail before her, as then he could address her with safety, and Winterbottom staggered up to take the seat. As he was seating himself, Tom took off the cover, so that he was plunged into the half-liquid ice. But Mr. Winterbottom was too drunk to perceive it. He continued to rant and to rave, and protest and vow, and even spout for some time, when suddenly the quantity of caloric extracted from him produced its effect. I really believe that the night is damp. The dew falls. The seat is damp, fair Titania. It's only fancy, Mr. Winterbottom, replied Titania, who was delighted with his situation. Jean trousers are cool in the evening. It's only an excuse to get away from me, and I never will speak to you if you quit your seat. The fair Titania, the mistress of my soul, and body too, if she pleases, has but to command, and her slave obeys. I rather think it is a little damp, said Tinfoil. Allow me to throw a little sand upon your seat. And Tinfoil pulled out a large paper bag full of salt, which he strewed over the ice. Winterbottom was satisfied and remained, but by the time we had reached Vauxhall Bridge, the refrigeration had become so complete that he was fixed on the ice, which the application of the salt had made solid. He complained of cold, shivered, attempted to rise, but could not extricate himself. At last his teeth chattered, and he became almost sober, but he was helpless from the effects of the castor oil, his intermediate intoxication, and his present state of numbness. He spoke less and less. At last he was silent, and when we arrived at Whitehall stairs, he was firmly fixed on the ice. When released, he could not walk, and he was sent home in a hackney coach. It was cruel to punish him so, Mr. Tinfoil, said Titania. Cruel punishment? Why, yes, a sort of impalement, replied Mr. Tinfoil, offering his arm. The remainder of the party landed and walked home, followed by the 2 assistants who took charge of the crockery, and thus ended the picnic party, which, as Tom said, was the very funniest day he had ever spent in his life. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of Jacob Faithful by Captain Marryat. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Noel Badrian. Chapter 29. Mr. Turnbull sets his house in order. Mrs. T thinks such conduct very disorderly. The captain at his old tricks with his harpoon. He pays his lady's debts of honour, and gives the applicant a quittance under his own foot. Monsieur and Madame Tagliabue withdraw from the society of Ces Babas les Anglais. It was on the Sunday after the picnic party, when, feeling I had neglected Captain Turnbull, and that he would think it unkind of me not to go near him, after having accompanied Mary to church, I set off on foot to his villa near Brentford. I rang at the porter's lodge, and asked whether he was at home. Yes, sir, replied the old woman at the lodge, who was very communicative and very friendly with me, and Mrs. be at home too. I walked up the carriage drive of 100 yards, which led to the entrance door, and when I rang, it was opened by a servant I had not seen before as belonging to the establishment. "Where is Mr. Turnbull?" inquired I. He is in his own room, sir, replied the man, but you must send up your name, if you please, as everyone is not admitted. I must observe to the reader that I was not dressed in jacket and trousers. The money I earned was more than sufficient to supply all my expenses, and I had fitted on what are called at sea, and on the river, long togs, i.e., I was dressed as most people are on shore. The servant evidently took me for a gentleman, and perhaps, as far as dress went, I was entitled to that distinction. Many people are received as such in this world with less claims than I had. I gave my name. The man left me at the door, and soon returned, requesting that I would follow him. I must say that I was rather astonished. Where were Mr. Mortimer and the two men in flaunting liveries and long cotton epaulets, with things like little marline spikes hanging to the ends of them? Even the livery was changed, being a plain brown coat with light blue collar and cuffs. I was, however, soon made acquainted with what had taken place on my entering the apartment of Mr. Turnbull, his study, as Mrs. T. called it, although Mr. Turnbull insisted upon calling it his cabin, a name certainly more appropriate, as it contained but 2 small shelves of books, the remainder of the space being filled up with favourite harpoons, porpoise skulls, shark's jaws, corals, several bear skins, brown and white, and 1 or 2 models of the vessels which had belonged to his brother and himself, and which had been employed in the Greenland fishery. It was, in fact, a sort of museum of all he had collected during his voyages. Eskimo implements, ornaments, and dresses were lying about in corners, and skins of rare animals killed by himself, such as black foxes, etc., were scattered about the carpet. His sea-chest, full of various articles, was also one of the ornaments of the room, much to the annoyance of Mrs. T., who had frequently exerted her influence to get rid of it, but in vain. The only articles of furniture were 2 sofas, a large table in the centre, and 3 or 4 heavy chairs. The only attempt at adornment consisted in a dozen coloured engravings, framed and glazed, of walrus shooting, etc., taken from the folio works of Captain Cook and Mulgrave, and a sketch or 2 by his brother, such as the state of the William pressed by an iceberg on the morning of the 25th of January, latitude something, longitude something. Captain T. was in his morning gown, evidently not very well. At the least he appeared harassed and pale. "My dear Jacob, this is very kind of you. I did mean to scold you for not coming before, but I'm too glad to see you to find the heart now. But why have you kept away so long?" "I have really been very well employed, sir. Stapleton has given me up the wherry, and I could not neglect his interests even if I did my own." "Always right, boy. And how are you getting on?" "I am very happy, sir, very happy indeed." "I'm glad to hear it, Jacob. May you always be so. Now, take the other sofa, and let us have a long palaver, as the Indians say. I have something to tell you. I suppose you observed a change, eh?" "Yes, sir. I observed that Mr. Mortimer was not visible." "Exactly. Well, Mr. Mortimer, or John Snobbs, the rascal is at present in Newgate for trial, and I mean to send him out on a voyage for the good of his health. I caught the scoundrel at last, and I'll show him no more mercy than I would to a shark that has taken the bait. But that's not all. We have had a regular mutiny and attempt to take the ship from me, but I have them all in irons and ordered for punishment. Jacob, money is but too often a curse, depend upon it." "You'll not find many of your opinion, sir," replied I, laughing. "Perhaps not, because those who have it are content with the importance which it gives to them, and won't allow the damnable fact. And because those who have it not are always sighing after it, as if it were the only thing worth looking after in this world. But now I will just tell you what has happened since I last saw you, and then you shall judge. As, however, Captain T.'s narrative ran to a length of nearly 3 hours, I shall condense the matter for the information of the reader. It appeared that Mrs. T. had continued to increase the lengths of her drives in her carriage, the number of her acquaintances, and her manifold expenses, until Mr. T. had remonstrated in very strong terms. His remonstrances did not, however, meet with the attention which he had expected, and he found out by accident, moreover, that the money with which he had constantly supplied Mrs. T. to defray her weekly bills had been otherwise appropriated, and that the bills for the last 2 quarters had none of them been paid. This produced an altercation, and a desire on his part to know in what manner these sums had been dispersed. At first, the only reply from Mrs. T., who considered it advisable to brazen it out, and, if possible, gain the ascendancy which was necessary, was a contemptuous toss of her head, which undulated the 3 yellow ostrich feathers in her bonnet as she walked out of the room and entered her carriage. This, to Mr. T., who was a matter-of-fact man, was not very satisfactory. He waited, perforce, until the carriage returned, and then demanded an explicit answer. Mrs. T. assumed the highest ground, talked about fashionable expenses, her knowledge of what was due to his character, etc. Mr. T. rejoined about necessary expenses, and that it was due to his character to pay his tradesmen's bills. Mrs. T. then talked of good breeding, best society, and her many plaisirs, as she termed them. Mr. T. did not know what many plaisirs meant in French, but he thought she had been indulged in as many as most women since they had come down to this establishment. But to the question, why were not the bills paid, and what had she done with the money? Spent it in pin money. Pin money? £30 a week in pins? It would have bought harpoons enough for a 3 years' voyage. She must tell the truth. She wouldn't tell anything, but called for her salts, and called him a brute. At all events, he wouldn't be called a fool. He gave her till the next morning to consider of it. The next morning the bills were all sent in as requested, and amounted to £600. They were paid and receipted. Now, Mrs. T., will you oblige me by letting me know what you have done with this £600? Mrs. T. would not. She was not to be treated in that manner. Mr. T. was not on board a whaler now to bully and frighten as he pleased. She would have justice done her. Have a separation, alimony, and a divorce. She might have them all if she pleased, but she would have no more money, that was certain. Then she would have a fit of hysterics. So she did, and lay the whole of the day on the sofa, expecting Mr. T. would pick her up. But the idea never came into Mr. T.'s head. He went to bed, and feeling restless, he rose very early, and saw from his window a cart drive up to the wall, and the parties who came with it leap over and enter the house, and return carrying to it 2 large hampers. He snatched up one of his harpoons, walked out the other way, and arrived at the cart just as the hampers had been put in, and they were about to drive off. Challenged them, and instead of being answered, the horse was flogged, and he nearly run over. He then let fly his harpoon into the horse, which dropped, and pitched out the 2 men on their heads insensible. Secured them, called to the lodge for assistance, sent for constables, and gave them in charge. They proved to be hampers forwarded by Mr. Mortimer, who had been in the habit of so doing for some time. These hampers contained his best wine, and various other articles, which also proved that Mr. Mortimer must have had false keys. Leaving the culprits and property in charge of 2 constables, Mr. T. returned to the house in company with the third constable. The door was opened by Mr. Mortimer, who followed him into his study, told him he should leave the house directly, had always lived with gentlemen before, and requested that he might have what was due to him. Mr. T. thought the request but reasonable, and therefore gave him in charge of the constable. Mr. Snobbs, rather confounded at such ungentlemanly behaviour, was, with the others, marched off to Bow Street. Mr. T. sends for the other 2 servants in livery, and assures them that he has no longer any occasion for their services, having the excessive vulgar idea that this peculation must have been known to them. Pays them their wages, requests they will take off their liveries and leave the house. Both willing. They also have always lived with gentlemen before. Mr. T. takes the key of the butler's pantry, that the plate may not consider him too vulgar to remain in the house, and then walks to the stables. Horses neigh, as if to say they are all ready for their breakfasts, but the door locked. Hails the coachman, no answer. Returning from the stables, perceives coachee, rather dusty, coming in at the lodge gate. Requests to know why he did not sleep at home, and take care of his horses. He was Mrs.'s coachman, not master's, and could satisfy her, but could not satisfy Mr. T., who paid him his wages, and, deducting his liveries, sent him after the others. Coachee also was very glad to go, and always lived with gentlemen before. Meets the lady's maid, who tells him Mrs. T. is much too ill to come down to breakfast. Rather fortunate, as there was no breakfast to be had. Dresses himself, gets into a pair-horse coach, arrives at the White Horse Cellar, swallows his breakfast, goes to Bow Street, commits Mr. Mortimer alias Snobbs and his confederates for trial, hires a job man to bring the horses up for sale, and leaves his carriage at the coachmaker's, obtains a temporary footman, and then Mr. T. returns to his villa. A very good morning's work. Finds Mrs. T. up in the parlour, very much surprised and shocked at his conduct, at no Mr. Mortimer, at no servants, and indebted to her own maid for a cup of tea. More recriminations, more violence, another threat of alimony, and the carriage ordered that she may seek counsel. No coachman, no carriage, no horses, no nothing, as her maid declares. Mrs. T. locks herself up in her room, and another day is passed with as little matrimonial comfort as can be expected. In the meantime the news flies in every direction. Brentford is full of it. Mr. T. had been living too fast, is done up, had been had up at Bow Street, creditors had poured in with bills, servants discharged, carriage and horses seized. Mrs. T., poor creature, in hysterics, and nobody surprised at all. Indeed, everybody expected it. The Peters of Petercumbe Hall heard it, and shook their heads at the many upstarts there were in the world. Mr. Smith requested the Right Honourable Lord Viscount Babbleton never to mention to his father, the Right Honourable Marquis of Spring Guns, that he had ever been taken to see the Turnbulls, or that he, Mr. Smith, would infallibly lose his situation in esse, and his living in posse. And Monsieur and Madame Tagliabue were even more astounded, but they felt deeply, and resolved to pay a visit the next morning. At least Monsieur Tagliabue did, and Madame acknowledged to the propriety of it. The next morning some little order had been restored. The footman hired had been given in charge of a sufficient quantity of plate, the rest had been locked up. The cook was to stay her month. The housemaid had no wish to leave, and as for the lady's maid, she would remain as long as she could to console her poor mistress, and accept what she was inclined to give her in return, in the way of clothes, dresses, etc., although, of course, she could not hurt her character by remaining too long in a family where there was no carriage or gentleman out of livery. Still, Mr. T. did obtain some breakfast, and had just finished it when Monsieur Tagliabue was announced, and was received. "Ah, Monsieur T., I hope Madame is better." "Madame Tagliabue did nothing but cry all last night when she heard the very bad news about the debt and all that." "Very much obliged to Madame," replied Turnbull gruffly. "And now, pray, sir, what may be your pleasure?" "Ah, Monsieur Turnbull, I feel very much for you, but suppose a gentleman no lose his honour, what matter the money?" Mr. Turnbull stared. "You see, Monsieur Turnbull, honour be everything to a gentleman. If a gentleman owe money to one rascally tradesfellow, and not pay him, that no great matter, but he always pay the debt of honour. Every gentleman pay that. Here, Monsieur Turnbull," and the little Frenchman pulled out a piece of paper from his pocket, "be a little note of Madame Turnbull, which she gave to Madame Tagliabue, in which she acknowledged she owe £200 for money lost at Écarté. That, you see, Monsieur Turnbull, be what gentlemen call debt of honour, which every gentleman pay, or else he lose the character, and be called one blackguard by all the world. Madame Tagliabue and I too much fond of you and Madame Turnbull not to save your character, and so I come by her wish to beg you to settle this little note, this little debt of honour." And Monsieur Tagliabue laid the note on the table with a very polite bow. Mr. Turnbull examined the note. It was as described by Monsieur Tagliabue. So, thought he, now the whole story's out. She has been swindled out of her money by this rascally French couple. "Now, Monsieur Tagliabue," said he, "allow me to put a question or two before I pay this money, and if you answer me sincerely I shall raise no objection. I think Mrs. T. has already lost about £600 at Écarté before?" Monsieur T., who presumed that Mrs. Turnbull had made him acquainted with the fact, answered in the affirmative. "And I think that 2 months ago she never knew what Écarté was." "That is true, but the ladies are very quick to learn." "Well, but now, do you think that, as she knew nothing about the game, and you and your wife are well acquainted with it, it was honourable on your part to allow her to lose so much money?" "Ah, monsieur, when a lady says she will play, comment faire? What can you do? But why did you never play at this house, Monsieur Tagliabue?" "Ah, Monsieur Turnbull, it is for the lady of the house to propose the game." "Very true," replied Mr. Turnbull, writing a cheque for the £200. "There is your money, Mr. Tagliabue, and now that you are paid, allow me to observe that I consider you and your wife a couple of swindlers, and beg that you will never enter my doors again." "What you say, sir? Swindler? God damn, sir, I will have satisfaction." "You've got your money. Is that sufficient, or do you want anything else?" replied Mr. T., rising from his chair. "Yes, sir, I do want more. I will have more." "So you shall, then," replied Mr. Turnbull, kicking him out of the room, along the passage, and out of the front door. Monsieur Tagliabue turned round every now and then, and threatened, and then tried to escape, as he perceived the upraised boot of Mr. Turnbull. When fairly out of the house, he turned round. "Monsieur Turnbull, I will have the satisfaction, the terrible satisfaction for this. You shall pay. By God, sir, you shall pay the money for this." That evening Mr. Turnbull was summoned to appear at Bow Street on the following morning for the assault. He met Monsieur Tagliabue with his lawyer, and acknowledged that he had kicked him out of his house for swindling his wife, refused all accommodation, and was prepared with his bail. Monsieur Tagliabue stormed and blustered, talked about his acquaintance with the nobility, but the magistrate had seen too much of foreigners to place much reliance on their asseverations. "Who are you, monsieur?" "Sir, I am a gentleman." "What profession are you of, sir?" "Sir, a gentleman has no profession." "But how do you live, Monsieur Tagliabue?" "As a gentleman always does, sir." "You mentioned Lord Scrope just now as your particular friend, I think?" "Yes, sir, me very intimate with Lord Scrope. Me spend 3 months at Scrope Castle with me Lady Scrope. Me Lady Scrope very fond of Madame Tagliabue." "Very well, Monsieur Tagliabue. We must proceed with another case until Mr Turnbull's bail arrives. Sit down for a little while, if you please." Another case was then heard, which lasted about half an hour. But previous to hearing it, the magistrate, who knew that Lord Scrope was in town, had dispatched a runner with a note to his lordship, and the answer was now brought back. The magistrate read it, and smiled, went on with the other case, and when it was finished said, "Now, Monsieur Tagliabue, you have said that you were intimate with Lord Scrope." "Yes, sir, very intimate." "Well, Lord Scrope I have the pleasure of knowing, and, as he is in town, I wrote a note to him, and here is his answer. I will read it." Monsieur Tagliabue turned pale as the magistrate read the following. "Dear Sir, a fellow of the name you mention came from Russia with me as my valet. I discharged him for dishonesty. After he left, Lady Scrope's attendant, who it appears was unknown to us, married to him, left also, and then I discovered their peculations to have been so extensive that had we known where to have laid hold of him, I should certainly have brought them before you. Now the affair is forgotten, but a greater scoundrel never existed. Yours, Scrope." "Now, sir, what have you to say for yourself?" continued the magistrate in a severe tone. Monsieur Tagliabue fell on his knees and begged for mercy from the magistrate, from Lord Scrope, and lastly from Mr Turnbull, to whom he proffered the draft for £200. The magistrate, seeing that Mr Turnbull did not take it, said to him, "Make no ceremony of taking your money back again, Mr Turnbull. The very offer of it proves that he had gained it dishonestly, and £600 are quite enough to have lost." Mr Turnbull then took the cheque and tore it in pieces, and the magistrate ordered Monsieur Tagliabue to be taken to the alien office, and he was sent to the other side of the channel, in company with his wife, to play écarté with whomsoever he pleased. Thus ended this episode of Monsieur Tagliabue. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of Jacob Faithful by Captain Marryat. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Noel Badrian. Chapter 30. Mr Turnbull finds out that money, although a necessary evil, is not a source of happiness. The Dominie finds out that a little calumny is more effectual than Ovid's remedy for love. And I find out that walking gives one a good appetite for fillet of veal and bacon. I set an example to the clergy in refusing to take money for a seat in church. And now you see, Jacob, what a revolution has taken place. Not very pleasant, I grant, but still it was very necessary. I have since been paying all my bills, for the report of my being in difficulty has brought them in fast enough, and I find that in these last 5 months my wife has spent a whole year's income, so it was quite time to stop. I agree with you, sir, but what does Mrs Turnbull say now? Has she come to her senses? Pretty well, I expect, although she does not quite choose to acknowledge it. I have told her that she must dispense with a carriage in future, and so she shall, till I think she deserves it. She knows that she must either have my company in the house, or none at all. She knows that the Peters of Petercumbe Hall have cut her, for they did not answer a note of hers sent by the gardener, and Mr. Smith has written a very violent answer to another of her notes, wondering at her attempting to push herself into the company of the aristocracy. But what has brought her to her senses more than all is the affair of Monsieur Tagliabue. The magistrate, at my request, gave me the note of Lord Scrope, and I have taken good care that she should read the police report as well. But the fact is, she is so much mortified that I say nothing to her. She has been following the advice of these French swindlers, who have led her wrong to be able to cheat her of her money. I expect she will ask me to sell this place and go elsewhere, but at present we hardly exchange a word during the whole day. I feel very sorry for her, sir, for I really believe her to be a very good, kind-hearted person. That's like you, Jacob, and so she is. At present she is in a state to be pitied. She would throw a share of the blame upon other people, and cannot. She feels it is all herself. All her bubbles of grandeur have burst, and she finds herself not half so respectable as she was before her vanity induced her to cut her former acquaintance, and try to get into the society of those who laughed at her, and at the same time were not half so creditable. But it's the cursed money which has proved her unhappiness, and I may add, mine. Well, sir, I see no chance of it ever adding to my misfortunes at all events. Perhaps not, Jacob, even if you ever should get any, but at all events you may take a little to-morrow, if you please. I cannot ask you to dine here, it would not be pleasant to you, and show a want of feeling to my wife, but I should like you to come up with the wherry to-morrow, and we'll take a cruise. Very well, I shall be at your orders. At what time? Say 10 o'clock if the weather is fine, if not, the next day. Then, sir, I'll now wish you good-bye, as I must go and see the Dominie. Mr. Turnbull shook my hand, and we parted. I was soon at Brentford, and was continuing my course through the long main street, when I met Mr. and Mrs. Tomkins, the former head clerk, who had charge of the Brentford wharf. I was intending to call upon you, sir, after I had paid a visit to my old master. Very well, Jacob, and recollect, we dine at 3:30, fillet of veal and bacon. Don't be too late for dinner. I promised that I would not, and in a few minutes more arrived at the grammar school. I looked at its peaked, antiquated front, and called to mind my feelings when years back I had first entered its porch. What a difference between the little uncouth, ignorant savage, tricked out like a harlequin, and now the tall, athletic, well-dressed youth, happy in his independence, and conscious, although not vain, of his acquirements. And I mentally blessed the founders. But I had to talk to the Dominie, and to keep my appointment with the veal and bacon at 3:30. So I could not spare any time for meditation. I therefore unfolded my arms, and making use of my legs, entered the wicket, and proceeded to the Dominie's room. The door was ajar, and I entered without being perceived. I have often been reminded, by Flemish paintings which I have seen since, of the picture which then presented itself. The room was not large, but lofty. It had but one window, fitted with small diamond-shaped panes in heavy woodwork, through which poured a broad but subdued stream of light. On one side of the window was an ancient armoire containing the Dominie's library, not gilt and lettered, but well thumbed and worn. On the other his huge chest of drawers, on which lay, alas, for the benefit of the rising generation, a new birch rod of large dimensions. The table was in the centre of the room, and the Domine sat at it with his back to the window, in a dressing gown, once black, having been a cassock, but now brown with age. He was on his high and narrow-backed chair, leaning forwards, with both his elbows on the table, his spectacles on his luxuriant nose, and his hands nearly meeting on top of his bald crown, earnestly poring over the contents of a book. A large Bible, which he constantly made use of, was also on the table, and had apparently been shoved from him to give place to the present object of his meditations. His pipe lay on the floor in 2 pieces, having been thrown off without his perceiving it. On one side of him was a sheet of paper, on which he evidently had been writing extracts. I passed by him without his perceiving me, and gaining the back of his chair, looked over his shoulder. The work he was so intent upon was Ovid's Remedy of Love. It appeared he had nearly finished reading through the whole, for in less than a minute he closed the book, and laying his spectacles down, threw himself back in his chair. Strange, soliloquized the Domine, yet verily is some of his advice important, and I should imagine commendable. Yet I do not find my remedy therein. Avoid idleness. Yes, that is sage counsel, and employment to one that hath not employed himself may drive away thought, but I have never been idle, and mine hath not been love in idleness. Avoid her presence. That I must do. Yet doth she still present herself to mine imagination, and I doubt whether the tangible reality could be more clearly perceptible. Even now doth she stand before me in all her beauty. Read not Propertius and Tilibus. That is easily refrained from, but read what I will, in a minute the type passeth from my eyes, and I see but her face beaming from the page. Nay, cast my eyes in what direction I may wist, it is the same. If I look at the stained wall, the indistinct lines gradually form themselves into her profile. If I look at the clouds, they will assume some of the redundant outlines of her form. If I cast mine eyes upon the fire in the kitchen grate, the coals will glow and cool till I see her face. Nay, but yesterday the shoulder of mutton upon the spit gyrated until at last it assumed the decapitated head of Mary. Think of her faults and magnify them. Nay, that were unjust and unchristian. Let me rather correct mine own. I fear me that when Ovid wrote his picture, he intended it for the use of young men, and not for an old fool like me. Behold, I have again broken my pipe, the 4th pipe that I have destroyed this week. What will the dame say? Already hath she declared me demented, and God knows she is not very far from the truth. And the Domine covered up his face in his hands. I took this opportunity to step to the door and appear to enter it, dropping the latch and rousing the Domine by the noise, who extended to me his hand. Welcome, my son, welcome to thine old preceptor, and to the walls which first received thee, when thou wert cast on shore as a tangle weed from the river. Sit, Jacob, I was thinking of thee and thine. What, sir, of old Stapleton and his daughter, I suppose? Even so. Ye were all in my thoughts at the moment that thou madest thy appearance. They are well? Yes, sir, replied I see but little of them. The old man is always smoking, and as for the girl, why, the less one sees of her the better, I should say. Nay, Jacob, this is new to me. Yet is she most pleasant. I knew the Domine's character, and that if anything could cure his unfortunate passion, it would be a supposition on his part that the girl was not correct. I determined at all events to depreciate her, as I knew that what I said would never be mentioned by him, and would therefore do her no harm. Still, I felt that I had to play a difficult game, as I was determined not to state what was not the fact. Pleasant, sir, yes, pleasant to everybody. The fact is, I don't like such girls as she is." "Indeed, Jacob, what, is she light?" I smiled and made no answer. "Yet I perceive it not," replied the Domine. "She is just like her mother," observed I. "And what was her mother?" I gave a brief account of her mother, and how she met her death in trying to escape from her husband. The Domine mused. "Little skilled am I in women, Jacob, yet what thou sayest not only surpriseth, but grieveth me. She is fair to look upon." "Handsome is that handsome does, sir. She'll make many a man's heart ache yet, I expect." "Indeed, Jacob, I am full of marvel at what thou hast already told me." "I have seen more of her, sir." "I pray thee tell me more." "No, sir, I had rather not. You may imagine all you please." "Still, she is young, Jacob. When she becometh a wife she might alter." "Sir, it is my firm opinion, and so it was, that if you were to marry her to-morrow, she would run away from you in a week." "Is that thy candid opinion, Jacob?" "I will stake my life upon her so doing, although not as to the exact time." "Jacob, I thank thee much. Thou hast opened mine eyes. Thou hast done me more good than Ovid. Yes, boy, even the ancients whom I have venerated have not done me so kind an act as thou, a stripling, whom I have fostered." "Thou hast repaid me, Jacob. Thou hast rewarded me, Jacob. Thou hast protected me, Jacob. Thou hast saved me, Jacob. Hast saved me both from myself and from her. For know, Jacob, know that mine heart did yearn towards that maiden, and I thought her even to be perfection. Jacob, I thank thee. Now leave me, Jacob, that I may commune with myself, and search out my own heart, for I am awakened as from a dream, and I would fain be quite alone." I was not sorry to leave the Domine, for I also felt that I would fain be in company with the fillet of veal and bacon. So I shook hands, and thus ended my second morning call. I was in good time at Mr Tomkins, who received me with great kindness. He was well pleased with his new situation, which was one of respectability and consequence, independently of profit, and I met at his table one or two people who, to my knowledge, would have considered it degrading to have visited him when only head clerk to Mr Drummond. We talked over old affairs, not forgetting the ball and the illuminations, and Mr Turnbull's bon mot about paradise, and after a very pleasant evening I took my leave with the intention of walking back to Fulham, but I found old Tom waiting outside on the lookout for me. "Jacob, my boy, I want you to come down to my old shop one of these days." "What day will you be able to come?" "The lighter will be here for a fortnight at least, I find, from Mr Tomkins, as she waits for a cargo coming by canal, and there is no other craft expected above bridge. So tell me what day will you come and see the old woman, and spend the whole day with us? I wants to talk a bit with you, and ask your opinion about a good many little things." "Indeed," replied I, smiling. "What, are you going to build a new house?" No, not that. But you see, Jacob, as I told you last winter, it was time for me to give up night work up and down the river. I'm not so young as I was about 50 years ago, and there's a time for all things. I do mean to give up the craft in the autumn, and go on shore for a full due. But at the same time I must see how I can make matters out, so tell me, what day will you come?" "Well then, shall we say Wednesday?" "Wednesday's as good a day as any other. Come to breakfast, and you shall go away after supper, if you like. If not, the old woman shall sling a hammock for you." "Agreed then. But where's Tom?" "Tom, I don't know. But I think he's gone after that daughter of Stapleton's. He begins to think of the girls now, Jacob. But as the old buffer her father says, it's all human nature. Howsoever, I never interferes in these matters. They seems to be pretty well matched, I think." "How do you mean?" "Why, as for good looks, they be well enough matched, that's sure, but I don't mean that. I mean, he is quite as knowing as she is, and will shift his helm as she shifts hers. 'Twill be a long running fight, and when one strikes, t'other won't have much to boast of. Perhaps they may sheer off after all, perhaps they may sail as consorts. God only knows, but this I knows, that Tom's sweetheart may be as tricky as she pleases, but Tom's wife won't be. 'Cause why? He'll keep her in order. Well, good night. I have a long walk." When I returned home, I found Mary alone. "Has Tom been here?" inquired I. "What makes you ask that question?" replied Mary. "To have it answered, if you have no objection." "Oh, no. Well then, Mr. Jacob, Tom has been here." "And very amusing he has been." "So he always is," replied I. "And where may you have been?" I told her. "So you saw old Domine. Now tell me, what did he say about me?" "That I shall not tell," replied I, "but I will tell you this, that he will never think about you any more, and you must not expect ever to see him again." "But recollect that he promised." "He kept his promise, Mary." "Oh, he told you so, did he? Did he tell you all that passed?" "No, Mary, he never told me that he had been here, neither did he tell me what had passed, but I happened to know all." "I cannot understand that." "Still it's true, and I think on the whole you behave pretty well, although I cannot understand why you gave him a kiss at parting." "Good heavens, where were you? You must have been in the room, and you heard every word that passed?" "Every word," replied I. "Well," said Mary, "I could not have believed that you could have done so mean a thing." "Mary, rather accuse your own imprudence. What I heard was to be heard by everyone in the street as well as by me. If you choose to have love scenes in a room not 8 feet from the ground, with the window wide open, you must not be surprised at every passer-by hearing what you say." "Well, that's true. I never thought of the window being open. Not that I would have cared if all the world had heard me, if you had not." It never occurred to me till then why Mary was annoyed at my having overheard her, but at once I recollected what she had said about me. I made no answer. Mary sat down, leaned her forehead against her hands, and was also silent. I, therefore, took my candle and retired. It appeared that Mary's pride was much mortified at my having heard her confession of being partial to me, a confession which certainly made very little impression on me, as I considered that she might, a month afterwards, confess the same relative to Tom, or any other individual who took her fancy. But in this I did not do her justice. Her manners were afterwards much changed towards me. She always appeared to avoid rather than to seek further intimacy. As for myself, I continued, as before, very good friends, kind towards her, but nothing more. The next morning I was up at Mr Turnbull's by the time agreed upon, but before I set off, rather a singular occurrence took place. I had just finished cleaning my boat, and had resumed my jacket, when a dark man from some foreign country came to the Hard with a bundle under his arm. "How much for to go to the other side of the river? How much pence?" "2d," replied I, but not caring to take him, I continued, "but you only pay 1 penny to cross the bridge." "I know very well, but suppose you take me." He was a well-looking, not very dark man. His turban was of coloured cloth. his trousers not very wide, and I could not comprehend whether he was a Turk or not. I afterwards found out he was a Parsee from the East Indies. He spoke very plain English. As he decided upon crossing, I received him and shoved off. When we were in the middle of the stream, he requested me to pull up a little way. "That will do," said he, opening his bundle and spreading a carpet on the stern flooring of the wherry. He then rose, looking at the sun, which was then rising in all its majesty, bowed to it with his hands raised 3 times, then knelt on the carpet, and touched it several times with his forehead, again rose on his feet, took some common field flowers from his vest, and cast them into the stream, bowed again, folded up his carpet, and begged me to pull on shore. "I say my prayers," said the man, looking at me with his dark piercing eye. "Very proper. Whom did you say them to?" "To my God." "But why don't you say them on shore?" "I can't see sun in the house. Suppose I go out, little boys laugh and throw mud. Where no am seen, river very proper place." We landed, and he took out 3d and offered it to me. "No, no," says I don't want you to pay for saying your prayers." "No take money?" "Yes, take money to cross the river, but not take money for saying prayers. If you want to say them any other morning, come down, and if I am here, I'll always pull you into the stream." "You very good man, I thank you." The Parsee made me a low salaam and walked away. I may here observe that the man generally came down at sunrise 2 or 3 days in the week, and I invariably gave him a pull off into the stream, that he might pursue his religious ceremony. We often conversed, and at last became intimate. Mr Turnbull was at the bottom of the lawn, which extended from his house to the banks of the river, looking out for me when I pulled up. The basket with our dinner, etc., was lying by him on the gravel walk. "This is a lovely morning, Jacob, but it will be rather a warm day, I expect," said he. "Come, let us be off at once. Lay in your sculls, and let us get the oars to pass." "How is Mrs Turnbull, sir?" "Pretty well, Jacob. More like the Molly Brown that I married than she has been for some years. Perhaps, after all, this affair may turn out one of the best things that ever happened. It may bring her to her senses, bring happiness back to our hearth. If so, Jacob, the money is well spent." End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of Jacob Faithful by Captain Marryat. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Noel Badrian. Chapter 31. Mr Turnbull and I go on a party of pleasure. It turns out to be an adventure, and winds up with a blunderbuss, a tin box, and a lady's cloak. We pulled leisurely up the stream, talking, and every now and then resting on our oars to take breath. For, as the old captain said, why should we make a toil of pleasure? I like the upper part of the river best, Jacob, because the water is clear, and I love clear water. How many hours have I, when a boy on board ship, hung over the gunwale of a boat, lowered down in a calm, and watched the little floating objects in the dark blue, unfathomable water beneath me. Objects of all sizes, of all colours, and of all shapes, all of them beautiful, and to be admired, yet of them, perhaps, not one in 100 millions ever meet the eye of man. You know, Jacob, that the North Seas are full of these animals. You cannot imagine the quantity of them. The sailors call them blubbers, because they are composed of a sort of transparent jelly, but the real name, I am told, is medusae. That is the learned name. The whale feeds on them, and that is the reason why the whale is found where they are. "I should like very much to go on a voyage to the whale fishery," replied I. "I've heard so much about it from you." "It is a stirring life, and a hard life, Jacob. Still, it is an exciting one. Some voyages will turn out very pleasant, but others are dreadful from their anxiety. If the weather continues fine, it is all very well, but sometimes, when there is a continuance of bad weather, it is dreadful. I recollect one voyage which made me show more grey hairs than all the others, and I think I have been 22 in all. We were in the drift ice, forcing our way to the northward, when it came on to blow. The sea rose, and after a week's gale it was tremendous. We had little daylight, and when it was daylight, the fog was so thick that we could see but little. There we were, tossing among the large drift ice, meeting immense icebergs which bore down with all the force of the gale, and each time we narrowly escaped perishing. The rigging was loaded with ice, the bows of the ship were cased with it. The men were more than half frozen, and we could not move a rope through a block without pouring boiling water through it first to clear it out. But then the long, dreary, dreadful nights, when we were rising on the mountain wave, and then pitching down into the trough, not knowing but that at each send we might strike upon the ice below, and go to the bottom immediately afterwards. All pitchy dark, the wind howling, and, as it struck you, cutting you to the backbone with its cold, searching power. The waves dancing all black around you, and every now and then perceiving by its white colour, and the foam encircling it, a huge mass of ice borne upon you, and hurled against you, as if there were a demon who was using it as an engine for your destruction. I never shall forget the turning of an iceberg during the dreadful gale, which lasted for a month and 3 days. "I don't know what that means, sir." "Why, you must know, Jacob, that the icebergs are all fresh water, and are supposed to have been detached from the land by the force of the weather and other causes. Now, although ice floats, yet it floats deep. That is, if an iceberg is 500 feet high above the water, it is generally 6 times as deep below the water. Do you understand?" "Perfectly, sir. Now, Jacob, the water is much warmer than the air, and in consequence the ice under the water melts away much faster, so that if an iceberg has been some time afloat, at last the part that is below is not so heavy as that which is above. Then it turns, that is, it upsets and floats in another position." "I understand you, sir." "Well, we were close to an iceberg, which was to windward of us, a very tall one indeed, and we reckoned that we should get clear of it, for we were carrying a press of sail to effect it. Still, all hands were eagerly watching the iceberg, as it came down very fast before the storm. All of a sudden it blew twice as hard as before, and then one of the men shouted out, "Turning, turning!" And sure enough it was. There was its towering summit gradually bowing towards us, until it almost appeared as if the peak was over our heads. Our fate appeared inevitable, as the whole mountain of ice was descending on the vessel, and would, of course, have crushed us into atoms. We all fell on our knees, praying mentally, and watching its awful descent. Even the man at the helm did the same, although he did not let go of the spokes of the wheel. It had nearly half turned over, right for us, when the ice below, being heavier on one side than on the other, gave it a more slanting impetus, and shifting the direction of its fall, it plunged into the sea about a cable length astern of us, throwing up the water to the heavens in foam, and blinding us all with the violence with which it dashed into our faces. For a minute the run of the waves was checked, and the sea appeared to boil and dance, throwing up peaked pointed masses of water in all directions, one sinking, another rising. The ship rocked and reeled as if she were drunk. Even the current of the gale was checked for a moment, and the heavy sails flapped and cleared themselves of their icy varnishing. Then all was over. There was an iceberg of another shape astern of us, and the gale recommenced. The waves pressed each other on as before, and we felt the return of the gale, awful as it was, as a reprieve. That was a dreadful voyage, Jacob, and turned 1/3 of my hair grey, and what made it worse was that we had only 3 fish on board on our return. However, we had reason to be thankful, for 18 of our vessels were lost altogether, and it was the mercy of God that we were not among the number. Well, I suppose you told me that story to prevent my going a voyage? Not a bit, Jacob. If it should chance that you find it your interest to go to the North Pole or anywhere else, I would say, go, by all means. Let neither difficulty nor danger deter you, but do not go merely from curiosity. That I consider foolish. It's all very well for those who come back to have the satisfaction to talk of such things, and it is but fair that they should have it. But when you consider how many there are who never come back at all, why, then it's very foolish to push yourself into needless danger and privation. You were amused with my recollections of Arctic voyages, but just call to mind how many years of hardship, of danger, cold, and starvation I have undergone to collect all these anecdotes, and then judge whether it be worth any man's while to go for the sake of mere curiosity. I then amused Mr Turnbull with the description of the picnic party, which lasted until we had pulled far beyond Kew Bridge. We thrust the bow of the wherry into a bunch of sedges, and then we sat down to our meal, surrounded by hundreds of blue dragonflies, that flitted about as if to inquire what we meant by intruding upon their domiciles. We continued there chatting and amusing ourselves till it was late, and then shoved off and pulled down with the stream. The sun had set, and we had yet 6 or 7 miles to return to Mr Turnbull's house, when we perceived a slight, handsome young man in a small skiff who pulled towards us. "I say, my lads," said he, taking us both for watermen, "have you a mind to earn a couple of guineas with very little trouble?" "Oh yes," replied Mr Turnbull, "if you can show us how. A fine chance for you, Jacob," continued he aside. "Well then, I shall want your services, perhaps for not more than an hour. It may be a little longer, as there is a lady in question, and we may have to wait. All I ask is that you pull well and do your best. Are you agreed?" We consented, and he requested us to follow him, and then pulled for the shore. "This is to be an adventure, sir," said I. "So it seems," replied Mr Turnbull. "All the better. I'm old now, but I'm fond of a spree." The gentleman pulled into a little boathouse by the river's side, belonging to one of the villas on the bank, made fast his boat, and then stepped into ours. "Now, we've plenty of time. Just pull quietly for present." We continued down the river, and after we had passed Kew Bridge, he directed us inshore on the right side, till we came to a garden sweeping down to the river from a cottage ornée, of large dimensions, about 50 yards from the bank. The water was up to the brick wall, which rose from the river about 4 or 5 feet. "That will do. St, st, not a word," said he, rising in the stern sheets and looking over. After a minute or two reconnoitring, he climbed from the boat onto the parapet of the wall, and whistled 2 bars of an air which I had till then never heard. All was silent. He crouched behind a lilac bush, and in a minute he repeated the same air in a whistle as before. Still there was no appearance of movement at the cottage. He continued at intervals to whistle the portion of the air, and at last a light appeared at an upper window. It was removed, and reappeared 3 times. "Be ready now, lads," said he. In about 2 minutes afterwards a female in a cloak appeared, coming down the lawn, with a box in her hand, panting with excitement. "Oh, William, I heard your first signal, but I could not get into my uncle's room for the box. At last he went out, and here it is." The gentleman seized the box from her and handed it to us in the boat. "Take great care of that, my lads," said he. "And now, Cecilia, we have no time to lose. The sooner you are in the boat, the better." "How am I to get down there, William?" replied she. "Oh, nothing more easy. Stop, throw your cloak into the boat, and then all you have to do is, first to get upon the top of the wall, and then trust to the watermen below and to me above for helping you." It was not, however, quite so easy a matter. The wall was 4 feet high above the boat, and moreover there was a trellised work of iron about 1 foot high which ran along the wall. Still, she made every effort on her own part, and we considered that we had arranged so as to conquer the difficulty, when the young lady gave a scream. We looked up and beheld a third party on the wall. It was a stout, tall, elderly man, as far as we could perceive in the dark, who immediately seized hold of the lady by her arm, and was dragging her away. This was resisted by the young gentleman, and the lady was relinquished by the other to defend himself, at the same time that he called out, "Help! Help! Thieves! Thieves!" "Shall I go to his assistance?" said I to Mr Turnbull. "One must stay in the boat." "Jump up then, Jacob, for I never could get up that wall." I was up in a moment, and gaining my feet was about to spring to the help of the young man, when 4 servants with lights and with arms in their hands made their appearance, hastening down the lawn. The lady had fainted on the grass. The elderly gentleman and his antagonist were down together, but the elderly gentleman had the mastery, for he was uppermost. Perceiving the assistants coming, he called out, "Look to the watermen, secure them." I perceived that not a moment was to be lost. I could be of no service, and Mr Turnbull might be in an awkward scrape. I sprang into the boat, shoved off, and we were in the stream and at 30 yards distance before they looked over the wall to see where we were. "Stop in that boat, stop," they cried. "Fire if they don't," cried their master. We pulled as hard as we could. A musketoon was discharged, but the shot dropped short. The only person who fell was the man who fired it. To see us, he had stood upon the coping bricks of the wall, and the recoil tumbled him over into the river. We saw him fall, and heard the splash, but we pulled on as hard as we could, and in a few minutes the scene of action was far behind us. We then struck across to the other side of the river, and when we had gained close to the shore we took breath. "Well," said Mr Turnbull, "this is a spree I little looked for, to have a blunderbuss full of shot sent after me." "No," replied I, laughing, "that's carrying the joke rather too far on the river Thames." "Well, but what a pretty mess we are in. Here we have property belonging to God knows whom, and what are we to do with it?" "I think, sir, the best thing we can do is for you to land at your own house with the property, and take care of it until we find out what all this is about, and I will continue on with the sculls to the hard. We shall hear or find out something about it in a day or 2. They may still follow up the pursuit and trace us." "The advice is good," replied Mr Turnbull, "and the sooner we cut over again the better, for we are nearly abreast of my place." We did so. Mr Turnbull landed in his garden, taking with him the tin box. It was what they call a deed box, and the lady's cloak. I did not wait, but boating the oars, took my sculls, and pulled down to Fulham as fast as I could. I had arrived, and was pulling gently in, not to injure the other boats, when a man with a lantern came into the wherry. "Have you anything in your boat, my man?" said he. "Nothing, sir," replied I. The man examined the boat, and was satisfied. "Tell me, did you see a boat with 2 men in it as you came along?" "No, sir," replied I, "nothing has passed me." "Where do you come from now?" "From a gentleman's place near Brentford." "Brentford? Oh, then you were far below them. They are not down yet." "Have you a job for me, sir?" said I, not wishing to appear anxious to go away. "No, my man, no, nothing to-night. We are on the lookout, but we have 2 boats in the stream, and a man at each landing place." I made fast my boat, shouldered my oars and sculls, and departed, not at all sorry to get away. It appeared that as soon as it was ascertained that we were not to be stopped by being fired at, they saddled horses, and the distance by the road being so much shorter, had, by galloping as hard as they could, arrived at Fulham some 10 minutes before me. It was, therefore, most fortunate that the box had been landed, or I should have been discovered. That the contents were of value was evident from the anxiety to secure them, but the mystery was still to be solved. I was quite tired with exertion and excitement when I arrived at Stapleton's. Mary was there to give me my supper, which I ate in silence, complained of a headache, and went to bed. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of Jacob Faithful by Captain Marryat. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Noel Badrian. Chapter 32. The waterman turns water knight. I become chivalrous, see a beautiful face, and go with the stream. The adventure seems to promise more law than love, there being papers in the case, that is, in a tin box. That night I dreamed of nothing but the scene, over and over again, and the 2 bars of music were constantly ringing in my ears. As soon as I had breakfasted, the next morning, I set off to Mr. Turnbull's, and told him what had occurred. "It was indeed fortunate that the box was landed," said he, "or you might have now been in prison. I wish I had nothing to do with it. But, as you say, what's done can't be helped. I will not give up the box at all events until I know which party is entitled to it, and I cannot help thinking that the lady is. But, Jacob, you will have to reconnoitre and find out what this story is. Tell me, do you think you could remember the tune which he whistled so often?" "It has been running in my head the whole night, and I have been trying it all the way as I pulled here. I think I have it exact. Here, sir." I whistled the 2 bars. "Quite correct, Jacob, quite correct. We'll take care not to forget them. Where are you going to-day?" "Nowhere, sir." "Suppose, then, you pull up the river, and find out the place where we landed, and when you have ascertained that, you can go on and see whether the young man is with the skiff. At all events you may find out something, but pray be cautious." I promised to be very careful, and departed on my errand, which I undertook with much pleasure, for I was delighted with anything like adventure. I pulled up the river, and in about an hour and a quarter came abreast of the spot. I recognised the cottage ornée, the parapet wall, even the spot where we lay, and perceived that several bricks were detached and had fallen into the river. There appeared to be no one stirring in the house, yet I continued to pull up and down, looking at the windows. At last one opened, and a young lady looked out, who I was persuaded was the same that we had seen the night before. There was no wind, and all was quiet around. She sat at the window, leaning her head on her hand. I whistled the 2 bars of the air. At the first bar she started up, and looked earnestly at me as I completed the second. I looked up. She waved her handkerchief once, and then shut the window. In a few seconds she made her appearance on the lawn, walking down towards the river. I immediately pulled in under the wall. I laid in my sculls and held on, standing up in the boat. "Who are you, and who sent you?" said she, looking down on me, and discovering one of the most beautiful faces I had ever beheld. "No one sent me, ma'am," replied I, "but I was in the boat last night. I am sorry you were so unfortunate, but your box and cloak are quite safe." "You were one of the men in the boat? I trust no one was hurt when they fired at you?" "No, ma'am." "And where is the box?" "In the house of the person who was with me." "Can he be trusted? For they will offer large rewards for it." "I should think so, ma'am," replied I, smiling. "The person who was with me is a gentleman of large fortune, who was amusing himself on the river. He desires me to say that he will not give up the box until he knows to whom the contents legally belong." "Good heavens, how fortunate! Am I to believe you?" "I should hope so, ma'am." "And what are you then? You are not a waterman?" "Yes, ma'am, I am." She paused, looked earnestly at me for a little while, and then continued, "How did you learn the air you whistled?" "The young gentleman whistled it 6 or 7 times last night before you came. I tried it this morning coming up, as I thought it would be the means of attracting your attention. Can I be of any service to you, ma'am?" "Service? Yes, if I could be sure you were to be trusted, of the greatest service. I am confined here, cannot send a letter, watched as I move, only allowed the garden, and even watched while I walk here. They are most of them in quest of the tin box to-day, or I should not be able to talk to you so long." She looked round at the house anxiously, and then said, "Stop here a minute while I walk a little." She then retreated and paced up and down the garden walk. I still remained under the wall, so as not to be perceived from the house. In about 3 or 4 minutes she returned and said, "It would be very cruel, it would be more than cruel, it would be very wicked of you to deceive me, for I am very unfortunate and very unhappy." The tears started in her eyes. "You do not look as if you would. What is your name?" "Jacob Faithful, ma'am, and I will be true to my name, if you will put your trust in me. I never deceived any one that I can recollect, and I'm sure I would not you, now that I've seen you." "Yes, but money will seduce everybody." "Not me, ma'am. I've as much as I wish for." "Well then, I will trust you, and think you sent from heaven to my aid. But how am I to see you? To-morrow my uncle will be back, and then I shall not be able to speak to you one moment, and if seen to speak to you, you will be laid in wait for, and perhaps shot." "Well, ma'am," replied I, after a pause, "if you cannot speak, you can write. You see that the bricks on the parapet are loose here. Put your letter under this brick. I can take it away even in daytime without being noticed, and can put the answer in the same place, so that you can secure it whenever you come out." "How very clever! Good heavens, what an excellent idea!" "Was the young gentleman hurt, ma'am, in the scuffle last night?" inquired I. "No, I believe not much, but I wish to know where he is, to write to him. Could you find out?" I told her where we had met him and what had passed. "That was Lady Auburn's," replied she. "He is often there. She is our cousin, but I don't know where he lives, and how to find him I know not. His name is William Wharncliffe. Do you think you could find him out?" "Yes, ma'am, with a little trouble it might be done. They ought to know where he is at Lady Auburn's." "Yes, some of the servants might, but how will you get to them?" "That, ma'am, I must find out. It may not be done in 1 day or 2 days, but if you will look every morning under this brick, if there is anything to communicate, you will find it there." "You can write and read then?" "I should hope so, ma'am," replied I, laughing. "I don't know what to make of you. Are you really a waterman? Really, and she turned her head round at the noise of a window opening. You must go. Don't forget the bricks. And she disappeared. I shoved my wherry along the side of the wall so as to remain unperceived until I was clear of the frontage attached to the cottage, and then taking my sculls pulled into the stream, and as I was resolved to see if I could obtain any information at Lady Auburn's, I had to pass the garden again, having shoved my boat down the river instead of up when I was under the wall. I perceived the young lady walking with a tall man by her side, he speaking very energetically and using much gesticulation, she holding down her head. In another minute they were shut out from my sight. I was so much stricken with the beauty and sweetness of expression in the young lady's countenance that I was resolved to use my best exertions to be of service to her. In about an hour and a half I had arrived at the villa, abreast of which we had met the young gentleman, and which the young lady had told me belonged to Lady Auburn. I could see no one in the grounds, nor indeed in the house. After watching a few minutes, I landed as near to the villa as I could, made fast the wherry, and walked round to the entrance. There was no lodge, but a servant's door at one side. I pulled the bell, having made up my mind how to proceed as I was walking up. The bell was answered by an old woman, who, in a snarling tone, asked me, what did I want? I am waiting below with my boat for Mr. Wharncliffe. Has he come yet? Mr. Wharncliffe? No, he's not come, nor did he say that he would come. When did you see him? Yesterday. Is Lady Auburn at home? Lady Auburn? No, she went to town this morning. Everybody goes to London now, that they may not see the flowers and green trees, I suppose. But I suppose Mr. Wharncliffe will come, continued I, so I must wait for him. You can do just as you like, replied the old woman, about to shut the gate in my face. May I request a favour of you, ma'am, before you shut the gate, which is to bring me a little water to drink, for the sun is hot, and I have had a long pull up here, and I took out my handkerchief and wiped my face. Yes, I'll fetch you some, replied she, shutting the gate and going away. This don't seem to answer very well, thought I to myself. The old woman returned, opened the gate, and handed me a mug of water. I drank some, thanked her, and returned the mug. I am very tired, said I. I should like to sit down and wait for the gentleman. Don't you sit down when you pull? Inquired the old woman. Yes, replied I. Then you must be tired of sitting, I should think, not of standing. At all events, if you want to sit, you can sit in your boat, and mind it at the same time. With this observation she shut the door upon me, and left me without any more comment. After this decided repulse on the part of the old woman, I had nothing to do but to take her advice, viz., to go and look after my boat. I pulled down to Mr. Turnbull's, and told him my good and bad fortune. It being late, he ordered me some dinner in his study, and we sat there canvassing over the affair. Well, said he, as we finished, you must allow me to consider this as my affair, Jacob, as I was the occasion of our getting mixed up in it. You must do all that you can to find this young man, and I shall hire Stapleton's boat by the day, until we succeed. You need not tell him so, or he may be anxious to know why. Tomorrow you go down to old Beasley's. Yes, sir, you cannot hire me tomorrow. Still, I shall, as I want to see you tomorrow morning before you go. Here's Stapleton's money for yesterday and today. And now, good night. I was at Mr. Turnbull's early the next morning, and found him with the newspaper before him. I expected this, Jacob, said he. Read that advertisement. I read as follows. Whereas, on Friday last night, between the hours of 9 and 10, a tin box containing deeds and papers were handed into a wherry from the grounds of a villa between Brentford and Kew, and the parties who owned it were prevented from accompanying the same. This is to give notice that a reward of £20 will be paid to the watermen upon their delivering up the same to Messrs. James and John White, of No. 14 Lincoln's Inn Fields. As no other parties are authorised to receive the said tin box of papers, all other applications for it must be disregarded. An early attention to this advertisement will oblige. There must be papers of no little consequence in that box, Jacob, depend upon it, said Mr Turnbull. However, here they are, and here they shall remain, until I know more about it, that's certain. I intend to try what I can do myself with the old woman, for I perceive the villa is to be let for 3 months. Here is the advertisement in the last column. I shall go to town to-day, and obtain a ticket from the agent. And it is hard, but I'll ferret out something. I shall see you to-morrow. Now you may go, Jacob. I hastened away, as I had promised to be down to old Tom's to breakfast. An hour's smart pulling brought me to the landing place opposite to his house. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of Jacob Faithful by Captain Marryat. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Noel Badrian. Chapter 33. A £10 householder occupied with affairs of state. The advantage of the word implication. An unexpected meeting and a reconciliation. Resolution versus bright black eyes. Verdict for the defendant, with heavy damages. The house of old Tom Beasley was situated on the verge of Battersea Fields, about 1.5 miles from the bridge bearing the same name. The river about 20 yards before it, the green grass behind it, and not a tree within 1/2 mile of it. There was nothing picturesque in it but its utter loneliness. It was not only lonely, but isolated, for it was fixed upon a delta of about 1/2 acre between 2 creeks, which joined at about 40 yards from the river, and ran up through the fields, so that the house was, at high water, upon an island, and at low water was defended by an impassable barrier of mud, so that the advances to it could be made only from the river, where a small hard edged with posts worn down to the conformation of decayed double teeth offered the only means of access. The house itself was 1 story high, dark red bricks and darker tiles upon the roof, windows very scarce and very small, although built long before the damnable tax upon light, for it was probably built in the time of Elizabeth, to judge by the peculiarity of the styles of architecture observable in the chimneys. But it matters very little at what epoch was built a tenement which was rented at only £10 per annum. The major part of the said island was stocked with cabbage plants, but on one side there was half a boat set upright, with a patch of green before it. At the time that old Beasley hired it, there was a bridge rudely constructed of old ship plank, by which you could gain a path which led across the Battersea Fields. But as all the communications of old Tom were by water, and Mrs. Beasley never ventured over the bridge, it was gradually knocked away for firewood. And when it was low water, 1 old post, redolent of mud, marked the spot where the bridge had been. The interior was far more inviting. Mrs. Beasley was a clean person and frugal housewife, and every article in the kitchen, which was the first room you entered, was as clean and as bright as industry could make it. There was a parlour also, seldom used, both of the inmates, when they did meet, which was not above a day or 2 in 3 weeks, during the time that old Beasley was in charge of the lighter, preferring comfort to grandeur. In this isolated house, upon this isolated spot, did Mrs. Beasley pass a life of almost isolation. And yet, perhaps, there never was a more lively or more happy woman than Mrs. Beazeley, for she was strong and in good health, and always employed. She knew that her husband was following up his avocation on the river, and laying by a provision for their old age, while she herself was adding considerably to it by her own exertions. She had married old Tom long before he had lost his legs, at a time when he was a prime, active sailor, and the best man of the ship. She was a net-maker's daughter, and had been brought up to the business, at which she was very expert. The most difficult part of the art is that of making large seines for taking sea-fish, and when she had no order for those to complete, the making of casting nets beguiled away her time as soon as her household cares had been disposed of. She made money and husbanded it, not only for herself and her partner, but for her son, young Tom, upon whom she doted. So accustomed was she to work hard and be alone, that it was difficult to say whether she was most pleased or annoyed when her husband and son made their appearance for a day or two, and the latter was alternately fondled and scolded during the whole of his sojourn. Tom, as the reader may suppose from a knowledge of his character, caring about as much for the one as the other. I pulled into the hard and made fast my boat. There was no one outside the door when I landed. On entering I found them all seated at the table, and a grand display of fragments in the shape of herring-bones, etc. "Well, Jacob, come at last. Thought you had forgot us. Piped to breakfast at 8 bells. Always do, you know," said old Tom, on my making my appearance. "Have you had your breakfast, Jacob?" said Mrs. Beazeley. "No," replied I was obliged to go up to Mr. Turnbull's, and that detained me. "No more sodgers, Jacob," said Tom. "Father and I ate them all." "Have you?" replied Mrs. Beazeley, taking 2 more red herrings out of the cupboard, and putting them on the fire to grill. "No, no, Master Tom, there's some for Jacob yet." "Well, mother, you make nets to some purpose, for you've always a fish when it's wanted." I dispatched my breakfast, and as soon as all had been cleared away by his wife, old Tom, crossing his 2 timber legs, commenced business, for it appeared, what I was not aware of, that we had met on a sort of council of war. "Jacob, sit down by me. Old woman, bring yourself to an anchor in the high chair. Tom, sit anywhere, so you sit still. And leave my net alone, Tom," cried his mother, in parenthesis. "You see, Jacob, the whole long and short of it is this. I feel my toes more and more, and flannel's no longer warm. I can't tide it any longer, and I think it high time to lie up in ordinary, and moor abreast of the old woman. Now, there's Tom. In the first place, what's to do with he? I think that I'll build him a wherry, and as I'm free of the river, he can finish his apprenticeship with my name on the boat. But to build him a wherry would be rather a heavy pull for me." "If you mean to build it yourself, I think it will prove a heavy pull for me," replied Tom. "Silence, Tom. I built you, and God knows you're light enough." "And Tom, leave my net alone," cried his mother. "Father made me light-fingered, mother." "Ay, and light-hearted too, boy," rejoined the dame, looking fondly at her son. "Well," continued old Tom, "supposing that Tom be provided for in that way, then now I comes to myself. I've an idea that I can do a good bit of work in patching up boats, for you see I always was a bit of a carpenter, and I know how the builders extortionate the poor watermen when there's a trifle amiss. Now, if they knew I could do it, they'd all come to me fast enough. But then there's a puzzle. I've been thinking this week how I can make them know it. I can't put out a board and say Beazeley's boat builder, because I'm no boat builder, but still I want a sign." "Lord, father, haven't you got one already?" interrupted young Tom. "You've half a boat stuck up there. That means that you're half a boat builder." "Silence, Tom, with your frippery. What do you think, Jacob?" "Could you not say, boats repaired here?" "Yes, but that won't exactly do. They like to employ a builder, and there's the puzzle." "Not half so puzzling as this net," observed Tom, who had taken up the needle, unobserved by his mother, and begun to work. "I've made only 10 stitches, and 6 of them are long ones." "Tom, Tom, you good-for-nothing, why don't you let my net alone?" cried Mrs Beazeley. "Now 'twill take me as much time to undo 10 stitches as to have made 50. "All right, mother." "No, Tom, all's wrong. Look at these meshes." "Well then, all's fair, mother." "No, all's foul, boy. Look how it's tangled." "Still, I say all's fair, mother, for it is but fair to give the fish 1 or 2 chances to get away, and that's just what I've done. And now, father, I'll settle your affair to your own satisfaction, as I have mother's." "That will be queer satisfaction, Tom, I guess, but let's hear what you have to say." "Why, then, father, it seems that you're no boat builder, but you want people to fancy that you are. Aren't that the question?" "Why, 'tis something like it, Tom, but I do nobody no harm." "Certainly not. It's only the boats which will suffer. Now, get a large board, with boats built to order, and boats repaired by Tom Beazeley. You know, if any man is fool enough to order a boat, that's his concern. You didn't say you're a boat builder, although you have no objection to try your hand." "What do you say, Jacob?" said old Tom, appealing to me. "I think that Tom has given very good advice, and I would follow it." "Ah, Tom has a head," said Mrs Beazeley fondly. "Tom, let go my net again, will you? What a boy you are. Now touch it again if you dare," and Mrs Beazeley took up a little poker from the fireplace and shook it at him. "Tom has a head indeed," said young Tom, "but as he has no wish to have it broken, Jacob, lend me your wherry for half an hour, and I'll be off." I assented, and Tom, first tossing the cat upon his mother's back, made his escape, crying, "Lord Molly, what a fish!" as the animal fixed in its claws to save herself from falling, making Mrs Beazeley roar out and vow vengeance, while old Tom and I could not refrain from laughter. After Tom's departure the conversation was renewed, and everything was finally arranged between old Tom and his wife, except the building of the wherry, at which the old woman shook her head. The debate would be too long, and not sufficiently interesting to detail. One part, however, I must make the reader acquainted with. After entering into all the arrangements of the house, Mrs Beazeley took me upstairs to show me the rooms, which were very neat and clean. I came down with her, and old Tom said, "Did the old woman show you the room with the white curtains, Jacob?" "Yes," replied I, "and a very nice one it is." "Well, Jacob, there's nothing sure in this world. You're well off at present, and leave well alone is a good motto. But recollect this, that room is for you when you want it, and everything else we can share with you. It's offered freely, and you will accept it the same. Is it not, old lady?" "Yes, that it is, Jacob. But may you do better. If not, I'll be your mother, for want of a better." I was moved with the kindness of the old couple, the more so as I did not know what I had done to deserve it. Old Tom gave me a hearty squeeze of the hand, and then continued, "But about this wherry, what do you say, old woman?" "What will it cost?" replied she gravely. "Cost? Let me see. A good wherry with sculls and oars will be a matter of £30. The old woman screwed up her mouth, shook her head, and then walked away to prepare for dinner. I think she could muster the blunt, Jacob, but she don't like to part with it. Tom must coax her. I wish he hadn't shied the cat at her. He's too full of fun." As old Beasley finished, I perceived a wherry pulling in with some ladies. I looked attentively, and recognised my own boat, and Tom pulling. In a minute more they were at the hard, and who, to my astonishment, were there seated, but Mrs Drummond and Sarah. As Tom got out of the boat, and held it steady against the hard, he called to me. I could not do otherwise than go and assist them out. And once more did I touch the hands of those whom I never thought to meet again. Mrs Drummond retained my hand a short time after she landed, saying, "We are friends, Jacob, are we not?" "Oh, yes, madam," replied I, much moved, in a faltering voice. "I shall not ask that question," said Sarah gaily, "for we parted friends." And as I recalled to mind her affectionate behaviour, I pressed her hand, and the tears glistened in my eyes as I looked into her sweet face. As I afterwards discovered, this was an arranged plan with old and young Tom, to bring about a meeting without my knowledge. Mrs Beasley curtsied and stroked her apron, smiled at the ladies, looked very cattish at Tom, showed the ladies into the house, where old Tom assisted to do the honours after his own fashion, by asking Mrs Drummond if she would like to wet her whistle after her pull. Mrs Drummond looked round to me for explanation, but young Tom thought proper to be interpreter. "Father wants to know, if you please, ma'am, whether, after your pull in the boat, you wouldn't like to have a pull at the brandy bottle." "No," replied Mrs Drummond, smiling, "but I should be obliged for a glass of water. Will you get me one, Jacob?" I hastened to comply, and Mrs Drummond entered into conversation with Mrs Beasley. Sarah looked at me, and went to the door, turning back as inviting me to follow. I did so, and we soon found ourselves seated on the bench in the old boat. "Jacob," said she, looking earnestly at me, "you surely will be friends with my father?" I think I should have shaken my head, but she laid an emphasis on my, which the little gypsy knew would have its effect. All my resolutions, all my pride, all my sense of injury vanished before the mild, beautiful eyes of Sarah, and I replied hastily, "Yes, Miss Sarah, I can refuse you nothing." "Why, Miss, Jacob?" "I am a waterman, and you are much above me." "That is your own fault, but say no more about it." "I must say something more, which is this. Do not attempt to make me leave my present employment. I am happy, because I am independent, and that I will, if possible, be for the future." "Anyone can pull an oar, Jacob." "Very true, Miss Sarah, and is under no obligation to anyone by so earning his livelihood. He works for all, and is paid for all." "Will you come and see us, Jacob? Come to-morrow. Now do, promise me." "Will you refuse your old playmate, Jacob?" "I wish you would not ask that." "How then can you say that you are friends with my father? I will not believe you unless you promise to come." "Sarah," replied I, earnestly, "I will come, and to prove to you that we are friends, I will ask a favour of him." "Oh, Jacob, this is kind indeed," cried Sarah, with her eyes swimming with tears. "You have made me so very happy." The meeting with Sarah humanised me, and every feeling of revenge was chased from my memory. Mrs Drummond joined us soon after, and proposed to return. "And Jacob will pull us back," cried Sarah. Come, sir, look after your fare in both senses. Since you will be a waterman, you shall work." I laughed and handed them to the boat. Tom took the other oar, and we were soon at the steps close to Mr Drummond's house. "Mamma, we ought to give these poor fellows something to drink. They've worked very hard," said Sarah, mocking. "Come up, my good men." I hesitated. "Nay, Jacob, if tomorrow, why not today? The sooner these things are over, the better." I felt the truth of this observation, and followed her. In a few minutes I was again in that parlour in which I had been dismissed, and in which the affectionate girl burst into tears on my shoulder as I held the handle of the door. I looked at it, and looked at Sarah. Mrs Drummond had gone out of the room to let Mr Drummond know that I had come. "How kind you were, Sarah," said I. "Yes, but kind people are cross sometimes, and so am I, and so was—" Mr Drummond came in and stopped her. "Jacob, I am glad to see you again in my house. I was deceived by appearances, and did you injustice." How true is the observation of the wise man, that a soft word turneth away wrath. That Mr Drummond should personally acknowledge that he was wrong to me, that he should confess it, every feeling of resentment was gone, and others crowded in their place. I recollected how he had protected the orphan, how he had provided him with instruction, how he had made his house a home to me, how he had tried to bring me forward under his own protection. I recollected, which, alas, I never should have forgotten, that he had treated me for years with kindness and affection, all of which had been obliterated from my memory by one single act of injustice. I felt that I was a culprit, and burst into tears, and Sarah, as before, cried in sympathy. "I beg your pardon, Mr Drummond," said I, as soon as I could speak. "I have been very wrong in being so revengeful after so much kindness from you." "We both have been wrong, but say no more on the subject, Jacob. I have an order to give, and then I will come up to you again." And Mr Drummond quitted the room. "You dear, good boy," said Sarah, coming up to me. "Now I really do love you." What I might have replied was put a stop to by Mrs Drummond entering the room. She made a few inquiries about where I at present resided, and Sarah was catechising me rather inquisitively about Mary Stapleton, when Mr Drummond re-entered the room, and shook me by the hand with a warmth which made me more ashamed of my conduct towards him. The conversation became general, but still rather embarrassed, when Sarah whispered to me, "What is the favour you would ask of my father?" I had forgotten it at the moment, but I immediately told him that I would be obliged if he would allow me to have a part of the money belonging to me, which he held in his possession. "That I will, with pleasure, and without asking what you intend to do with it, Jacob. How much do you require?" £30, if there is so much." Mr Drummond went down, and in a few minutes returned with the sum in notes and guineas. I thanked him, and shortly afterwards took my leave. "Did not young Beasley tell you that I had something for you, Jacob?" said Sarah, as I wished her good-bye. "Yes, what is it?" "You must come and see," replied Sarah, laughing. Thus was a finale to all my revenge brought about by a little girl of 15 years old, with large dark eyes. Tom had taken his glass of grog below, and was waiting for me at the steps. We shoved off and returned to his father's house, where dinner was just ready. After dinner, old Tom recommenced the argument. "The only hitch," says he, is about the wherry. What do you say, old woman? The old woman shook her head. As that is the only hitch, said I can remove it, for here is the money for the wherry, which I make a present to Tom. And I put the money into young Tom's hand. Tom counted it out before his father and mother, much to their astonishment. You are a good fellow, Jacob, said Tom, but I say, do you recollect Wimbledon Common? What then? Replied I. Only Jerry Abershaw, that's all. Do not be afraid, Tom, it is honestly mine. But how did you get it, Jacob? Said old Tom. It may appear strange, but impelled by a wish to serve my friends, I had asked for the money which I knew belonged to me, but never thought of the manner in which it had been obtained. The question of old Tom recalled everything to my memory, and I shuddered when I recollected the circumstances attending it. I was confused and did not like to reply. Be satisfied, the money is mine, replied I. Yes, Jacob, but how? Replied Mrs. Beasley. Surely you ought to be able to tell us how you got so large a sum. Jacob has some reason for not telling, missus, depend upon it. Mayhap Mr. Turnbull, or whoever gave it to him, told him to hold his tongue. But this answer would not satisfy Mrs. Beasley, who declared she would not allow a farthing to be taken unless she knew how it was obtained. Tom, give back the money directly, said she, looking at me suspiciously. Tom laid it on the table before me, without saying a word. Take it, Tom, said I, colouring up. I had it from my mother. From your mother, Jacob? Said old Tom. Nay, that could not well be, if my memory serves me right. Still, it may be. Deary me, I don't like this at all, cried Mrs. Beasley, getting up and wiping her apron with a quick motion. Oh, Jacob, that must be not the truth. I coloured up to the tips of my ears at being suspected of falsehood. I looked round, and saw that even Tom and his father had a melancholy doubt in their countenances, and certainly my confused appearance would have caused suspicion in anybody. I little thought, said I at last, when I hoped to have so much pleasure in giving, and to find that I had made you happy in receiving the money, that it would have proved a source of so much annoyance. I perceive that I am suspected of having obtained it improperly, and of not having told the truth. That Mrs. Beasley may think so, who does not know me, is not to be wondered at. But that you, continued I, turning to old Tom, or you, looking at his son, should suspect me, is very mortifying, and I did not expect it. I tell you that the money is mine, honestly mine, and obtained from my mother. I ask you, do you believe me? I for one do believe you, Jacob, said young Tom, striking his fist on the table. I can't understand it, but I know you never told a lie, or did a dishonourable act since I've known you. Thank you, Tom, said I, taking his proffered hand. And I would swear the same, Jacob, said old Tom, although I have been longer in the world than my boy has, and have, therefore, seen more. And sorry am I to say, many a good man turned bad, from temptation being too great. But when I looked in your face, and saw the blood up to your forehead, I did feel a little suspicious, I must own. But I beg your pardon, Jacob. No one can look in your face now, and not see that you are innocent. I believe all you say, in spite of the old woman, and the devil to boot. And there's my hand upon it. Why not tell? Why not tell? Muttered Mrs. Beasley, shaking her head, and working at her net faster than ever. But I had resolved to tell, and did so, narrating distinctly the circumstances by which the money had been obtained. I did it, however, with feelings of mortification which I cannot express. I felt humiliated. I felt that, for my own wants, that money I never could touch. Still, my explanation had the effect of removing the doubts even of Mrs. Beasley, and harmony was restored. The money was accepted by the old couple, and promised to be applied for the purpose intended. "As for me, Jacob," said Tom, "when I say I thank you, you know I mean it. Had I had the money, and you had wanted it, you will believe me when I say that I would have given it to you. That I'm sure of, Tom. Still, Jacob, it is a great deal of money, and I shall lay by my earnings as fast as I can, that you may have it in case you want it. But it will take many a heavy pull, and many a shirt wet with labour, before I can make up a sum like that." I did not stay much longer after this little fracas. I was hurt. My pride was wounded by suspicion, and fortunate it was that the occurrence had not taken place previous to my meeting with Mrs. Drummond and Sarah. Otherwise no reconciliation would have taken place in that quarter. How much are we the sport of circumstances, and how insensibly they mark out our career in this world. With the best intentions we go wrong. Instigated by unworthy motives, we fall upon our feet, and the chapter of accidents has more power over the best regulated mind than all the chapters in the Bible. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of Jacob Faithful by Captain Marryat. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Noel Badrian. Chapter 34. How I was revenged upon my enemies. We try the bars of music, but find that we are barred out. Being no go, we go back. I shook hands with Tom, who, perceiving that I was vexed, had accompanied me down to the boat with his usual sympathy, and had offered to pull with me to Fulham and walk back, which offer I declined, as I wished to be alone. It was a fine moonlit night, and the broad light and shadow, with the stillness of all around, were peculiarly adapted to my feelings. I continued my way up the river, revolving in my mind the scenes of the day, the reconciliation with one whom I never intended to have spoken to again, the little quarrel with those whom I never expected to have been at variance with, and that at the time when I was only exerting myself to serve them. And then I thought of Sarah as an oasis of real happiness in this contemplated desert, and dwelt upon the thought of her as the most pleasant and calming to my still agitated mind. Thus did I ruminate till I had passed Putney Bridge, forgetting that I was close to my landing place, and continuing in my reverie to pull up the river, when my cogitations were disturbed by a noise of men laughing and talking, apparently in a state of intoxication. They were in a 4-oared wherry, coming down the river after a party of pleasure, as it is termed, generally one ending in intoxication. I listened. "I tell you I can spin an oar with any man in the king's service," said the man in the bow. "Now look." He threw his oar out of the rowlocks, spun it in the air, but unfortunately did not catch it when it fell, and consequently it went through the bottom, starting 2 of the planks of the fragile built boat, which immediately filled with water. "Hillo, waterman!" cried another, perceiving me. "Quick, or we shall sink." But the boat was nearly up to the thwarts in water before I could reach her, and just as I was nearly alongside, she filled and turned over. "Help, waterman, help me first, I'm senior clerk," cried the voice which I knew well. I put out my oar to him as he struggled in the water, and soon had him clinging to the wherry. I then tried to catch hold of the man who had sunk the boat by his attempt to toss the oar, but he very quietly said, "No, damn it, there's too many, we shall swamp the wherry, I'll swim on shore," and suiting the action to the word, he made for the shore with perfect self-possession, swimming in his clothes with great ease and dexterity. I picked up 2 more, and thought that all were saved, when turning round and looking towards the bridge, I saw, resplendent in the bright beams of the moon, and round as its orb, the well-remembered face of the stupid young clerk who had been so inimical to me, struggling with all his might. I pulled to him, and putting out my oar over the bow, he seized it after rising from his first sink, and was, with the other 3, soon clinging to the side of the wherry. Pull me in, waterman," cried the head clerk, whose voice I had recognised. "No, you will swamp the boat." "Well, but pull me in, if not the others. I'm the senior clerk." "Can't help that. You must hold on," replied I, "while I pull you on shore. We shall soon be there." I must say that I felt a pleasure in allowing him thus to hang in the water. I might have taken them all in, certainly, although at some risk, from their want of presence of mind and hurry arising from the feeling of self-preservation. But I desired them to hold on, and pulled for the landing place, which we soon gained. The person who had preferred swimming had arrived before us, and was waiting on the beach. "Have you got them all, waterman?" said he. "Yes, sir, I believe so. I have 4. "The tally is right," replied he, "and 4 greater galoots were never picked up. But never mind that. It was my nonsense that nearly drowned them, and therefore I'm very glad you managed so well. My jacket went down in the boat, and I must reward you another time." "Thank you, sir, no occasion for that. It's not a regular fare." "Nevertheless, give us your name." "Oh, you may ask Mr Hodgson, the senior clerk, or that full moon-faced fellow. They know my name." "Waterman, what do you mean?" replied Mr Hodgson, shivering with cold. "Very impudent fellow," said the junior of the round face. "If they know your name, they won't tell it," replied the other. "Now I'll first tell you mine, which is Lieutenant Wilson, of the Navy. And now let's have yours, that I may ask for it, and tell me what stairs you ply from." "My name is Jacob Faithful, sir," replied I, "and you may ask your friends whether they know it or not, when their teeth don't chatter quite so much." At the mention of my name, the senior and junior clerk walked off, and the lieutenant, telling me that I should hear from him again, was about to leave. "If you mean to give me money, sir, I tell you candidly I shall not take it. I hate these 2 men for the injuries they have heaped upon me, but I don't know how it is, I feel a degree of pleasure in having saved them, that I wish for no better revenge. So farewell, sir." "Spoken as you ought, my lad, that's glorious revenge. Well, then I will not come, but if ever we meet again, I shall never forget this night and Jacob Faithful." He held out his hand, shook mine warmly, and walked away. When they were gone, I remained for some little time quite stupefied at the events of the day. The reconciliation, the quarrel, the revenge. I was still in thought when I heard the sound of a horse's hoofs. This recalled me, and I was hauling up my boat, intending to go home to Stapleton's, but with no great eagerness. I felt a sort of dislike to Mary Stapleton, which I could not account for, but the fact was I had been in company with Sarah Drummond. The horse stopped at the foot of the bridge, and the rider, giving it to his servant, who was mounted on another, to hold, came down to where I was hauling up my boat. "My lad, is it too late for you to launch your boat? I will pay you well." Where do you wish to go, sir? It is now past 10 o'clock. I know it is, and I hardly expected to find a waterman here, but I took the chance. Will you take me about 2 miles up the river? I looked at the person who addressed me, and was delighted to recognise in him the young man who had hired Mr Turnbull and me to take him to the garden, and who had been captured when we escaped with the tin box. But I did not make myself known. Well, sir, if you wish it, I've no objection, replied I, putting my shoulder to the bow of my wherry, and launching her again into the water. At all events this has been a day of adventure, thought I, as I threw my sculls again into the water, and commenced pulling up the stream. I was some little while in meditation whether I should make myself known to the young man, but I decided that I would not. Let me see, thought I, what sort of a person this is, whether he is as deserving as the young lady appeared to consider. Which side, sir? inquired I. The left, was the reply. I knew that well enough, and I pulled in silence until nearly up to the wall of the garden, which ran down to the bank of the river. Now pull in to that wall, and make no noise, was the injunction, which I obeyed, securing the boat to the very part where the coping bricks had been displaced. He stood up, and whistled the 2 bars of the tune as before, waited 5 minutes, repeated it, and watched the windows of the house, but there was no reply or signs of anybody being up or stirring. It is too late, she is gone to rest. I thought there was a lady in the case, sir, observed I. If you wish to communicate with her, I think I could manage it. Could you? replied he. Stop a moment, I'll speak to you by and by. He whistled the tune once more, and, after waiting another 10 minutes, dropped himself down on the stern sheets, and told me to pull back again. After a minute's silence, he said to me, You think you could communicate with her, you say? Pray, how do you propose? If you will write a letter, sir, I'll try to let it come to her hand. How? That, sir, you must leave me to find out, and trust to opportunity. But you must tell me what sort of person she is, that I may not give it to another, and also who there is in the house, that I must be careful does not see me. Very true, replied he. I can only say that if you do succeed, I will reward you handsomely, but she is so strictly watched that I am afraid it will be impossible. However, a despairing, like a drowning man, will catch at a straw, and I will see whether you will be able to assist me. He then informed me that there was no one in the house except her uncle and his servants, all of whom were spies upon her, that my only chance was watching if she were permitted to walk in the garden alone, which might be the case, and perhaps by concealing myself from 8 o'clock in the morning till the evening under the parapet wall, I might find an opportunity. He directed me to be at the foot of the bridge next morning at 7 o'clock, when he would come with a letter written for me to deliver, if possible. We had then arrived at Fulham. He landed, and putting a guinea in my hand, mounted his horse, which his servant walked up and down waiting for him, and rode off. I hauled my boat up and went home, tired with the manifold events of the day. Mary Stapleton, who had sat up for me, was very inquisitive to know what had occasioned my coming home so late, but I evaded her questions, and she left me in anything but good humour. But about that I never felt so indifferent. The next morning the servant made his appearance with the letter, telling me that he had orders to wait till the evening, and I pulled up the river. I placed it under the loose brick, as agreed upon with the young lady, and then shoved off to the other side of the river, where I had a full view of the garden, and could notice all that passed. In half an hour the young lady came out, accompanied by another female, and sauntered up and down the gravel walk. After a while she stopped and looked on the river, her companion continuing her promenade. As if without hoping to find anything there, she moved the brick aside with her foot. Perceiving the letter, she snatched it up eagerly, and concealed it in her dress, and then cast her eyes on the river. It was calm, and I whistled the bar of music. She heard it, and turning away, hastened into the house. In about half an hour she returned, and, watching her opportunity, stooped down to the brick. I waited a few minutes, when both she and her companion went into the house. I then pulled in under the wall, lifted up the brick, took the letter, and hastened back to Fulham, when I delivered the letter to the servant, who rode off with it as fast as he could, and I returned home quite pleased at the successful issue of my attempt, and not a little curious to learn the real facts of this extraordinary affair. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of Jacob Faithful by Captain Marryat. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Noel Badrian. Chapter 35. The Dominie reads me a sermon out of the largest book I ever fell in with, covering nearly 2 acres of ground. The pages not very easy to turn over, but the type very convenient to read without spectacles. He leaves off without shutting his book, as parsons usually do at the end of their sermons. The next day being Sunday, as usual I went to see the Dominie and Mr Turnbull. I arrived at the school just as all the boys were filing off, 2 and 2 for church, the advance led by the usher, and the rear brought up by the Dominie in person, and I accompanied them. The Dominie appeared melancholy and out of spirits, hardly exchanging a word with me during our walk. When the service was over, he ordered the usher to take the boys home, and remained with me in the churchyard surveying the tombstones, and occasionally muttering to himself. At last the congregation dispersed, and we were alone. "Little did I think, Jacob," said he at last, "that when I bestowed such care upon thee in thy childhood, I should be rewarded as I have been. Little did I think that it would be to the boy who was left destitute that I should pour out my soul when afflicted, and find in him that sympathy which I have long lost, by the removal of those who were once my friends. Yes, Jacob, those who were known to me in my youth, those few in whom I confided and leant upon, are now lying here in crumbling dust, and the generation hath passed away, and I now rest upon thee, my son, whom I have directed in the right path, and who hast, by the blessing of God, continued to walk straight in it. Verily, thou art a solace to me, Jacob, and though young in years, I feel that in thee I have received a friend, and one that I may confide in. Bless thee, Jacob, bless thee, my boy. And before I am laid with those who have gone before me, may I see thee prosperous and happy. Then I will sing the Nunc Dimittis. Then I will say, Now, Lord, let thy servant depart in peace. I am happy, sir, replied I, to hear you say that I am of any comfort to you, for I feel truly grateful for all your kindness to me, but I wish that you did not require comfort. Jacob, in what part of a man's life does he not require comfort and consolation? Yea, even from the time when as a child he buries his weeping face in his mother's lap, till the hour that summons him to his account. Not that I consider this world to be, as many have described it, a vale of tears. No, Jacob, it is a beautiful world, a glorious world, and would be a happy world if we would only restrain those senses and those passions with which we have been endowed, that we may fully enjoy the beauty, the variety, the inexhaustible bounty of a gracious heaven. All was made for enjoyment and for happiness, but it is we ourselves who, by excess, defile that which otherwise were pure. Thus the fainting traveller may drink wholesome and refreshing draughts from the bounteous overflowing spring, but should he rush heedlessly into it, he muddies the source, and the waters are those of bitterness. Thus, Jacob, was wine given to cheer the heart of man, yet didst not thou witness me, thy preceptor, debased by intemperance? Thus, Jacob, were the affections implanted in us as a source of sweetest happiness, such as those which now yearn in my breast towards thee. Yet hast thou seen me, thy preceptor, by yielding to the infatuation and imbecility of 80 years, dote in my folly upon a maiden, and turn the sweet affections into a source of misery and anguish. I answered not, for the words of the Dominie made a strong impression upon me, and I was weighing them in my mind. Jacob, continued the Dominie after a pause, next to the book of life, there is no subject of contemplation more salutary than the book of death, of which each stone now around us may be considered as a page, and each page contains a lesson. Read that which is now before us. It would appear hard that an only child should have been torn away from its doting parents, who have thus imperfectly expressed their anguish on the tomb. It would appear hard that their delight, their solace, the object of their daily care, of their waking thoughts, of their last imperfect recollections as they sank into sleep, of their only dreams, should thus have been taken from them. Yet did I know them, and heaven was just and merciful. The child had weaned them from their God. They lived but in him. They were without God in the world. The child alone had their affections, and they had been lost had not he in his mercy removed it. Come this way, Jacob. I followed the Dominie till he stood before another tombstone in a corner of the churchyard. This stone, Jacob, marks the spot where lie the remains of one who was my earliest and dearest friend. For in my youth I had friends, because I had anticipations, and little thought that it would have pleased God that I should do my duty in that station to which I have been called. He had one fault, which proved a source of misery through life, and was the cause of an untimely death. He was of a revengeful disposition. He never forgave an injury, forgetting, poor sinful mortal, for how much he had need to be forgiven. He quarrelled with his relations. He was shot in a duel with his friend. I mention this, Jacob, as a lesson to thee, not that I feel myself worthy to be thy preceptor, for I am humbled, but out of kindness and love towards thee, that I might persuade thee to correct that fault in thy disposition. I have already made friends with Mr. Drummond, sir, answered I, but still your admonition shall not be thrown away. Hast thou, Jacob? Then is my mind much relieved. I trust thou wilt no longer stand in thine own light, but accept the offers which, in the fullness of his heart to make redress, he may make unto thee. Nay, sir, I cannot promise that. I wish to be independent, and earn my own livelihood. Then hear me, Jacob, for the spirit of prophecy is on me. The time will come when thou shalt bitterly repent. Thou hast received an education by my unworthy endeavours, and hast been blessed by Providence with talents far above the situation in life to which thou wouldst so tenaciously adhere. The time will come when thou wilt repent, yea, bitterly repent. Look at that marble monument with the arms so lavishly emblazoned upon it. That, Jacob, is the tomb of a proud man whose career is well known to me. He was in straitened circumstances, yet of gentle race, but, like the steward in the Scripture, work he could not, to beg he was ashamed. He might have prospered in the world, but his pride forbade him. He might have made friends, but his pride forbade him. He might have wedded himself to wealth and beauty, but there was no escutcheon, and his pride forbade him. He did marry, and entail upon his children poverty. He died, and the little he possessed was taken from his children's necessities to build this record to his dust. Do not suppose that I would check that honest pride, which will prove a safeguard from unworthy actions. I only wish to check that undue pride, which will mar thy future prospects. Jacob, that which thou termest independence is naught but pride. I could not acknowledge that I agreed with the Domine, although something in my breast told me that he was not wrong. I made no answer. The Domine continued to muse. At last he again spoke. Yes, it is a beautiful world, for the Spirit of God is on it. At the separation of chaos, it came over the waters, and hath since remained with us everywhere, but invisible. We see his hand in the variety and the beauty of creation, but his spirit we see not, yet do we feel it in the still small voice of conscience, which would lead us into the right path. Now, Jacob, we must return, for I have the catechism and collects to attend to. I took leave of the Domine and went to Mr Turnbull's, to whom I gave an account of what had passed since I last saw him. He was much pleased with my reconciliation with the Drummonds, and interested about the young lady to whom appertained the tin box in his possession. I presume, Jacob, we shall now have that mystery cleared up. I have not told the gentleman that we have possession of the box, replied I. No, but you told a young lady, you silly fellow, and do you think she will keep it a secret from him? Very true, I had forgotten that. Jacob, I wish you to go to Mr Drummond's and see his family again. You ought to do so. I hesitated. Nay, I shall give you a fair opportunity without wounding that pride of yours, sir, replied Mr Turnbull. I owe him some money for some wine he purchased for me, and I shall send the cheque by you. To this I assented, as I was not sorry of an opportunity of seeing Sarah. I dined with Mr Turnbull, who was alone, his wife being on a visit to a relation in the country. He again offered me his advice as to giving up the profession of a waterman, but if I did not hear him with so much impatience as before, nor use so many arguments against it, I did not accede to his wishes, and the subject was dropped. Mr Turnbull was satisfied that my resistance was weakened, and hoped in time to have the effect which he desired. When I went home, Mary told me that Tom Beasley had been there, that his wherry was building, that his father had given up the lighter, and he was now on shore very busy in getting up his board to attract customers and obtain work in his new occupation. I had not launched my wherry the next morning, when down came the young gentleman to whom I had dispatched the letter. Faithful, said he, come to the tavern with me. I must have some conversation with you." I followed him, and as soon as we were in a room, he said, "First, let me pay my debt, for I owe you much," and he laid 5 guineas on the table. "I find from Cecilia that you have possession of the tin case of deeds, which has been so eagerly sought after by both parties. Why did you not say so, and why did you not tell me that it was you whom I hired on the night when I was so unfortunate?" "I considered the secret as belonging to the young lady, and having told her, I left it to her discretion to make you acquainted or not, as she pleased." "It was thoughtful and prudent of you, at all events, although there was no occasion for it. Nevertheless, I am pleased that you did so, as it proves you to be trustworthy. Now, tell me, who is the gentleman who was with you in the boat, and who has charge of the box? Observe, Faithful, I do not intend to demand it. I shall tell him the facts of the case in your presence, and then leave him to decide whether he will surrender up the papers to the other party or to me. Can you take me there now?" "Yes, sir," replied I can, if you please. I will pull you up in half an hour. The house is at the river's side." The young gentleman leapt into my wherry, and we were, in less than the time I had mentioned, in the parlour of Mr Turnbull. I will not repeat the conversation in detail, but give the outline of the young man's story. End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of Jacob Faithful by Captain Marryat. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Noel Badrian. Chapter 36. A long story which ends in the opening of the tin box, which proves to contain deeds much more satisfactory to Mr Wharncliffe than the deeds of his uncle. Begin to feel the blessings of independence, and suspect that I have acted like a fool. After 2 years' consideration, I become quite sure of it, and, as Tom says, no mistake. The gentleman who prevented my taking off the young lady is uncle to both of us. We are, therefore, first cousins. Our family name is Wharncliffe. My father was a major in the army. He died when I was young, and my mother is still alive, and is sister to Lady Auburn. The father and mother of Cecilia are both dead. He went out to India to join his brother, another uncle, of whom I shall speak directly. He has now been dead 3 years, and out of the 4 brothers there is only one left, my uncle, with whom Cecilia is living, and whose Christian name is Henry. He was a lawyer by profession, but he purchased a patent place, which he still enjoys. My father, whose name was William, died in very moderate circumstances, but still he left enough for my mother to live upon, and to educate me properly. I was brought up to the law under my uncle Henry, with whom for some years I resided. Cecilia's father, whose name was Edward, left nothing. He had ruined himself in England, and had gone out to India at the request of my uncle there, whose name was James, and who had amassed a large fortune. Soon after the death of Cecilia's father, my uncle James came home on furlough, for he held a very high and lucrative situation under the company. A bachelor from choice, he was still fond of young people, and having but one nephew and one niece to leave his money to, as soon as he arrived with Cecilia, whom he brought with him, he was most anxious to see me. He therefore took up his quarters with my uncle Henry, and remained with him during his sojourn in England. But my uncle James was of a very cold and capricious temper. He liked me best because I was a boy, and one day declared I should be his heir. The next day he would alter his intention, and declare that Cecilia, of whom he was very fond, should inherit everything. If we affronted him, for at the age of 16 as a boy, and 14 as a girl, worldly prospects were little regarded, he would then declare that we should not be a shilling the better for his money. With him, money was everything. It was his daily theme of conversation, his only passion, and he valued and respected people in proportion to what they were supposed to possess. With these feelings he demanded for himself the greatest deference from Cecilia and me, as his expectant heirs. This he did not receive, but on the whole he was pleased with us, and after remaining 3 years in England, he returned to the East Indies. I had heard him mention to my Uncle Henry his intention of making his will and leaving it with him before he sailed, but I was not certain whether it had been done or not. At all events, my Uncle Henry took care that I should not be in the way, for at that time my uncle carried on his profession as a lawyer, and I was working in his office. It was not until after my Uncle James returned to India that he gave up business and purchased the patent place which I mentioned. Cecilia was left with my Uncle Henry, and as we lived in the same house, our affections, as we grew up, ripened into love. We often used to laugh at the threats of my Uncle James, and agreed that whoever might be the fortunate one to whom he left his property, we would go halves and share it equally. In the meantime I still followed up my profession in another house, in which I at present am a partner. 4 years after the return of my Uncle James to India, news came home of his death, but it was also stated that no will could be found, and it was supposed that he died intestate. Of course, my Uncle Henry succeeded as heir at law to the whole property, and thus were the expectations and hopes of Cecilia and of myself dashed to the ground. But this was not the worst of it. My uncle, who had witnessed our feelings for each other, and had made no comment, as soon as he was in possession of the property, intimated to Cecilia that she should be his heiress, provided that she married according to his wishes, and pointed out to her that a fortune such as she might expect would warrant the alliance of the first nobleman in the kingdom. And he very plainly told me that he thought it advisable that I should find lodgings for myself, and not be any longer an intimate in the same house as was my cousin, as no good would result from it. Thus, sir, were we not only disappointed in our hopes, but thwarted in our affections, which had for some time been exchanged. Maddened at this intimation, I quitted the house, but at the same time the idea of my Uncle James having made a will still pressed upon me, as I recalled to mind what I had heard him say to my Uncle Henry previous to his sailing for India. There was a box of deeds and papers, the very box now in your possession, which my uncle invariably kept in his bedroom. I felt convinced that the will, if not destroyed, and I did not believe my uncle would dare to commit an act of felony, was in that box. Had I remained in the house, I would have found some means to have opened it, but this was no longer possible. I communicated my suspicions to Cecilia, and begged her to make the attempt, which would be more easy, as my uncle would not suspect her of being bold enough to venture it, even if he had the suspicion. Cecilia promised, and one day my uncle fortunately left his keys upon his dressing-table when he came down to breakfast, and went out without missing them. Cecilia discovered them and opened the box, and amongst other parchments found a document labelled outside as the will of our Uncle James. but women understand little about these things, and she was in such trepidation for fear that my uncle should return, that she could not examine very minutely. As it was, my uncle did return for his keys, just as she had locked the box and placed the keys upon the table. He asked her what she was doing there, and she made some excuse. He saw the keys on the table, and whether suspecting her, for she coloured up very much, or afraid that the attempt might be made at my suggestion, he removed the box and locked it up in a closet, the key of which, I believe, he left with his banker in town. When Cecilia wrote to me an account of what had passed, I desired her to find the means of opening the closet, that we might gain possession of the box, and this was easily effected, for the key of another closet fitted the lock exactly. I then persuaded her to put herself under my protection, with the determination that we would marry immediately, and we had so arranged that the tin box was to have accompanied us. You are aware, sir, how unfortunately our plan turned out. At least so far unfortunate that I lost, as I thought, not only Cecilia but the tin box, containing, as I expect, the will of my uncle, of which I am more than ever convinced, from the great anxiety shown by my uncle Henry to recover it. Since the loss he has been in a state of agitation, which has worn him to a shadow. He feels that his only chance is that the watermen employed might have broken open the box expecting to find money in it, and being disappointed have destroyed the papers to avoid detection. If such had been the case, and it might have been had it not fallen into such good hands, he then would have obtained his only wish, that of the destruction of the will, although not by his own hands. Now, sir, I have given you a full and honest account of the affair, and leave you to decide how to act. If you leave me to decide, I shall do it very quickly, replied Mr Turnbull. A box has fallen into my hands, and I do not know who is the owner. I shall open it, and take a list of the deeds it contains, and advertise them in the Times and other newspapers. If your dead uncle's will is in it, it will of course be advertised with the others, and after such publicity, your Uncle Henry will not venture, I presume, to say a word, but be too glad not to be exposed. Mr Turnbull ordered a locksmith to be summoned, and the tin box was opened. It contained the documents of the uncle's purchase of the patent place in the courts, and some other papers, but it also contained the parchment so much looked after, the last will and testament of James Wharncliffe, Esquire, dated 2 months previous to his quitting England. I think, observed Mr Turnbull, that in case of accident it may be as well that this will should be read before witnesses. You observe it is witnessed by Henry Wharncliffe with 2 others. Let us take down their names. The will was read by young Wharncliffe at the request of Mr Turnbull. Strange to say, the deceased bequeathed the whole of his property to his nephew, William Wharncliffe, and his niece Cecilia, provided they married. If they did not, they were left £20,000 each, and the remainder of the fortune to go to the first male child born after the marriage of either niece or nephew. To his brother the sum of £10,000 was bequeathed, with a liberal arrangement to be paid out of the estate so long as his niece lived with him. The will was read and returned to Mr Turnbull, who shook hands with Mr Wharncliffe and congratulated him. I am so much indebted to you, sir, that I can hardly express my gratitude, but I am still more indebted to this intelligent lad, Faithful. You must no longer be a waterman, Faithful, and Mr Wharncliffe shook my hand. I made no answer to the latter observation, for Mr Turnbull had fixed his eye upon me. I merely said that I was very happy to have been of use to him. You may truly say, Mr. Wharncliffe, observed Mr. Turnbull, that your future prosperity will be through his means, and as it appears by the will that you have £9,000 per annum safe in the funds, I think you ought to give a prize wherry to be rowed for every year. And I will take that, replied I, for a receipt in full for my share in the transaction. And now, said Mr. Turnbull, interrupting Mr. Wharncliffe, who was about to answer me, it appears to me that it may be as well to avoid any exposure. The case is too clear. Call upon your uncle, state in whose hands the documents are, tell him that he must submit to your terms, which are that he proves the will and permits the marriage to take place immediately, and that no more will be said on the subject. He, as a lawyer, knows how severely and disgracefully he might be punished for what he has done, and will be too happy now to accede to your terms. In the meantime, I keep possession of the papers, for the will shall never leave my hands until it is lodged in Doctors' Commons. Mr. Wharncliffe could not but approve of this judicious arrangement, and we separated. And not to interfere with my narrative, I may as well tell the reader at once that Mr. Wharncliffe's uncle bowed to circumstances, pretended to rejoice at the discovery of the will, never mentioned the loss of his tin box, put the hand of Cecilia into that of William, and they were married 1 month after the meeting at Mr. Turnbull's, which I have now related. The evening was so far advanced before this council of war was over, that I was obliged to defer the delivery of the cheque to Mr. Drummond until the next day. I left about 11 o'clock and arrived at noon. When I knocked at the door, the servant did not know me. What did you want? I wanted to speak with Mrs. or Miss Drummond, and my name is Faithful. He desired me to sit down in the hall while he went up, and wipe your shoes, my lad. I cannot say I was pleased at this command, as I may call it, but he returned desiring me to walk up, and I followed him. I found Sarah alone in the drawing-room. Jacob, I'm so glad to see you, and I'm sorry that you were made to wait below, but if people who can be otherwise will be watermen, it's not our fault. The servants only judge by appearances. I felt annoyed for a moment, but it was soon over. I sat down by Sarah, and talked with her for some time. The present I had to make you was a purse of my own knitting, to put your earnings in, said she, laughing, and then she held up a finger in mockery, crying, "Boat, sir, boat, sir." Well, Jacob, there's nothing like independence after all, and you must not mind my laughing at you. I do not heed it, Sarah, replied I, but I did mind it very much. There is no disgrace, none whatever, I grant, but a want of ambition which I cannot understand. However, let us say no more about it. Mrs. Drummond came into the room and greeted me kindly. "When can you come and dine with us, Jacob? Will you come on Wednesday?" "Oh, mamma, he can't come on Wednesday. We have company on that day." "So we have, my dear. I had forgotten it. But on Thursday we are quite alone. Will you come on Thursday, Jacob?" I hesitated, for I felt that it was because I was a waterman that I was not admitted to the table where I had been accustomed to dine at one time, whoever might be invited. "Yes, Jacob," said Sarah, coming to me, "it must be Thursday, and you must not deny us, for although we have greater people on Wednesday, the party that day will not be so agreeable to me as your company on Thursday." The last compliment from Sarah decided me, and I accepted the invitation. Mr Drummond came in, and I delivered to him Mr Turnbull's cheque. He was very kind, but said little further than that he was glad that I had promised to dine with them on Thursday. The footman came in and announced the carriage at the door, and this was a signal for me to take my leave. Sarah, as she shook hands with me, laughing, asserted that it was not considerate in them to detain me any longer, as I must have lost 6 good fares already. So go down to your boat, pull off your jacket, and make up for lost time, continued she. One of these days mamma and I intend to go on the water, just to patronise you. I laughed and went away, but I was cruelly mortified. I could not be equal to them, because I was a waterman. The sarcasm of Sarah was not lost upon me. Still, there was so much kindness mixed with it that I could not be angry with her. On the Thursday I went there, as agreed. They were quite alone, friendly and attentive, but still there was a degree of constraint which communicated itself to me. After dinner, Mr Drummond said very little. There was no renewal of offers to take me into his employ, nor any inquiry as how I got on in the profession which I had chosen. On the whole, I found myself uncomfortable, and was glad to leave early, nor did I feel at all inclined to renew my visit. I ought to remark that Mr Drummond was now moving in a very different sphere than when I first knew him. He was consignee of several large establishments abroad, and was making a rapid fortune. His establishment was also on a very different scale, every department being appointed with elegance and conducive to luxury. As I pulled up the river, something within my breast told me that the Dominie's prophecy would turn out correct, and that I should one day repent of my having refused the advances of Mr Drummond. Nay, I did not exactly know whether I did not, even at that moment, very much doubt the wisdom of my asserting my independence. And now, reader, that I may not surfeit you with uninteresting detail, you must allow nearly 2 years to pass away before I recommence my narrative. The events of that time I shall sum up in 1 or 2 pages. The Domine continued the even tenor of his ways, blew his nose, and handled his rod with as much effect as ever. I seldom passed a Sunday without paying him a visit, and benefiting by his counsel. Mr Turnbull was always kind and considerate, but gradually declining in health, having never recovered from the effects of his submersion under the ice. Of the Drummonds I saw but little. When we did meet, I was kindly received, but I never volunteered a call, and it was usually from a message through Tom that I went to pay my respects. Sarah had grown a very beautiful girl, and the well-known fact of Mr Drummond's wealth, and her being an only daughter, was an introduction to a circle much higher than they had been formerly accustomed to. Every day, therefore, the disparity increased, and I felt less inclined to make my appearance at their house. Stapleton, as usual, continued to smoke his pipe, and descant upon human nature. Mary had grown into a splendid woman, but coquettish as ever. Poor Tom Beasley was fairly entrapped by her charms, and was a constant attendant upon her, but she played him fast and loose, one time encouraging and smiling on him, at another rejecting and flouting him. Still Tom persevered, for he was fascinated, and, having returned me the money advanced for his wherry, he expended all his earnings on dressing himself smartly, and making presents to her. She had completely grown out of any control from me, and appeared to have a pleasure in doing everything she knew I disapproved. Still, We were on fair friendly terms as intimates of the same house. Old Tom Beasley's board was up, and he had met with great success, and all day he might be seen hammering at the bottoms of boats of every description, and heard, at the same time, lightening his labour with his variety of song. I often called there on my way up and down the river, and occasionally passed a few hours listening to his yarns, which, like his songs, appeared to be inexhaustible. With respect to myself, it would be more a narrative of feelings than of actions. My life glided on as did my wherry, silently and rapidly. One day was but the forerunner of another, with slight variety of incident and customers. My acquaintance, as the reader knows, were but few, and my visits occasional. I again turned to my books during the long summer evenings in which Mary would walk out, accompanied by Tom and other admirers. Mr. Turnbull's library was at my service, and I profited much. After a time, reading became almost a passion, and I was seldom without a book in my hand. But although I improved my mind, I did not render myself happier. On the contrary, I felt more and more that I had committed an act of egregious folly in thus asserting my independence. I felt that I was superior to my station in life, and that I lived with those who were not companions, that I had thrown away, by foolish pride, those prospects of advancement which had offered themselves, and that I was passing my youth unprofitably. All this crowded upon me more and more every day, and I bitterly repented, as the Domine told me that I should, my spirit of independence, now that it was too late. The offers of Mr. Drummond were never renewed, and Mr. Turnbull, who had formed the idea that I was still of the same opinion, and who, at the same time, in his afflicted state, for he was a martyr to the rheumatism, naturally thought more of himself and less of others, never again proposed that I should quit my employment. I was still too proud to mention my wishes, and thus did I continue plying on the river, apathetic almost as to gain, and only happy when, in the pages of history or among the flowers of poetry, I could dwell upon times that were past, or revel in imagination. Thus did reading, like the snake which is said to contain in its body a remedy for the poison of its fangs, become, as it enlarged my mind, a source of discontent at my humble situation, but at the same time the only solace in my unhappiness, by diverting my thoughts from the present. Past then nearly 2 years, reader, taking the above remarks as an outline, and filling up the picture from the colours of your imagination, with incidents of no peculiar value, and I again resume my narrative. End of chapter 36. Chapter 37 of Jacob Faithful by Captain Marryat. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Noel Badrian. Chapter 37. A chapter of losses to all but the reader, though at first Tom works with his wit and receives the full value of his exertions. We make the very worst bargain we ever made in our lives. We lose our fare, we lose our boat, and we lose our liberty. All loss and no profit. Fair, very unfair. 2 guineas worth of argument, not worth 2pence except on the quarter-deck of a man-of-war. "Jacob," said Tom to me, pulling his wherry into the hard alongside of mine, in which I was sitting, with one of Mr. Turnbull's books in my hand. "Jacob, do you recollect that my time is up to-morrow? I shall have run off my 7 years, and when the sun rises I shall be free of the river. How much more have you to serve?" "About 15 months, as near as I can recollect, Tom." "Boat, sir?" "Yes, oars, my lad. Be smart, for I'm in a hurry. How's tide?" "Down, sir, very soon, but it's now slack water. Tom, see if you can find Stapleton." "Pooh, never mind him, Jacob. I'll go with you. I say, Jones, tell old human nature to look after my boat," continued Tom, addressing a waterman of our acquaintance. "I thought you had come up to see her," said I to Tom, as we shoved off. "See her at Jericho first," replied Tom. "She's worse than a dog vane." "What, are you 2 again?" "2 indeed. It's all 2. We are 2 fools. She is too fanciful. I am too fond. She behaves too ill, and I put up with too much. However, it's all one." "I thought it was all 2 just now, Tom." "But 2 may be made 1, Jacob, you know." "Yes, by the parson, but you are no parson." "Anyhow, I am something like one just now," replied Tom, who was pulling the foremost oar, "for you are a good clerk, and I'm sitting behind you." "That's not so bad," observed the gentleman in the stern sheets, whom we had forgotten in our colloquy. "A waterman would make but a bad parson, sir," replied Tom. "Why so?" "He's not likely to practise as he preaches." "Again, why so?" "Because all his life he looks one way and pulls another." Very good indeed." "Nay, sir, good in practice, but still not good in deed. There's a puzzle." "A puzzle indeed, to find such a regular chain of repartee in a wherry." "Well, sir, if I'm a regular chain to-day, I shall be like an irregular watch to-morrow." "Why so, my lad?" "Because I shall be out of my time." "Take that, my lad," said the gentleman, tossing half-a-crown to Tom. "Thank'ee, sir. When we meet again, may you have no more wit than you have now." "How do you mean?" "Not wit enough to keep your money, sir, that's all." "I presume you think that I have not got much." "Which, sir, wit or money?" "Wit, my lad." "Nay, sir, I think you have both. The first you purchased just now, and you would hardly have bought it if you had not money to spare." "But I mean wit of my own." "No man has wit of his own. If he borrows it, it's not his own. If he has it in himself, it's mother wit, so it's not his." We pulled into the stairs near London Bridge, and the gentleman paid me his fare. "Good-bye, my lad," said he to Tom. "Fare you well, for well you've paid your fare," replied Tom, holding out his arm to assist him out of the boat. "Well, Jacob, I've made more by my head than by my hands this morning. I wonder, in the long run, which gains most in the world." "Head, Tom, depend upon it, but they work best together." Here we were interrupted. "I say, you waterman, have you a mind for a good fare?" cried a dark-looking, not over-clean, square-built, short young man, standing on top of the flight of steps. "Where to, sir?" "Gravesend, my jokers, if you aren't afraid of salt water." "That's a long way, sir," replied Tom, "and for salt water we must have salt to our porridge." "So you shall, my lads, and a glass of grog into the bargain." "Yes, but the bargain aren't made yet, sir. Jacob, will you go?" "Yes, but not under a guinea." "Not under 2 guineas," replied Tom aside. "Are you in a great hurry, sir?" continued he, addressing the young man. "Yes, in a devil of a hurry. I shall lose my ship. What will you take me for?" 2 guineas, sir." "Very well. Just come up to the public house here and put in my traps." We brought down his luggage, put it into the wherry, and started down the river with the tide. Our fare was very communicative, and we found out that he was the master's mate of the Immortalite, 40-gun frigate, lying off Gravesend, which was to drop down next morning and wait for sailing orders at the Downs. We carried the tide with us, and in the afternoon were close to the frigate, whose blue ensign waved proudly over the taffrail. There was a considerable sea arising from the wind meeting the tide, and before we arrived close to her we had shipped a great deal of water, and when we were alongside, the wherry, with the chest in her bows, pitched so heavily that we were afraid of being swamped. Just as a rope had been made fast to the chest, and they were weighing it out of the wherry, the ship's launch with water came alongside, and whether from accident or wilfully I know not, although I suspect the latter, the midshipman who steered her shot her against the wherry, which was crushed in and immediately filled, leaving Tom and me in the water, and in danger of being jammed to death between the launch and the side of the frigate. The seamen in the boat, however, forced her off with their oars and hauled us in, while our wherry sank with her gunwale even with the water's edge, and floated away astern. As soon as we had shaken ourselves a little, we went up the side, and asked one of the officers to send a boat to pick up our wherry. "Speak to the first lieutenant, there he is," was the reply. I went to the person pointed out to me. "If you please, sir." "What the devil do you want?" "A boat, sir, to—" "A boat? The devil you do." "To pick up our wherry, sir," interrupted Tom. "Pick it up yourself," said the first lieutenant, passing us and hailing the men aloft. "Maintop there, hook your stays, be smart, lower away the yards. Marines and afterguard, clear launch. Boatswain's mate?" "Here, sir." "Pipe marines and afterguard to clear launch." "Aye, aye, sir." "But we shall lose our boat, Jacob," said Tom to me. "They stove it in, and they ought to pick it up." Tom then went to the master's mate, whom he had brought on board, and explained our difficulty. "Upon my soul, I daren't say a word. I'm in a scrape for breaking my leave. Why the devil didn't you take care of your wherry, and haul ahead when you saw the launch coming?" "How could we when the chest was hoisting out?" "Very true. Well, I'm very sorry for you, but I must look after my chest." So saying, he disappeared down the gangway ladder. "I'll try it again, anyhow," said Tom, going up to the first lieutenant. "Hard case to lose our boat and our bread, sir," said Tom, touching his hat. The first lieutenant, now that the marines and afterguard were at regular stamp and go, had, unfortunately, more leisure to attend to us. He looked at us earnestly, and walked aft to see if the wherry was yet in sight. At that moment up came the master's mate, who had not yet reported himself to the first lieutenant. "Tom," said I, "there is a wherry close to. Let us get into it and go after our boat ourselves." "Wait one moment to see if they will help us, and get our money at all events," replied Tom, and we both walked aft. "Come on board, sir," said the master's mate, touching his hat with humility. "You've broke your leave, sir," replied the first lieutenant, "and now I've to send a boat to pick up the wherry through your carelessness." "If you please, they are two very fine young men," observed the mate. "Make capital foretop men. Boat's not worth sending for, sir." This hint given by the mate to the first lieutenant to regain his favour was not lost. "Who are you, my lads?" said the first lieutenant to us. "Watermen, sir." "Watermen, eh? Was that your own boat?" "No, sir," replied I, "it belonged to the man that I serve with." "Oh, not your own boat. Are you an apprentice, then?" "Yes, sir, both apprentices." "Show me your indentures." "We don't carry them about with us." "Then how am I to know that you are apprentices?" "We can prove it, sir, if you wish it." "I do wish it. At all events, the captain will wish it." "Will you please to send for the boat, sir? She's almost out of sight." No, my lads, I can't find king's boats for such service. Then we had better go ourselves, Tom, said I, and we went forward to call the waterman, who was lying on his oars close to the frigate. Stop, not so fast. Where are you going, my lads? To pick up our boat, sir. Without my leave, eh? We don't belong to the frigate, sir. No, but I think it very likely that you will, for you have no protections. We can send for them and have them down by tomorrow morning. Well, you may do so if you please, my lads, but you cannot expect me to believe everything that is told me. Now, for instance, how long have you to serve, my lad? Said he, addressing Tom. My time is up tomorrow, sir. Up tomorrow? Why then, I shall detain you until tomorrow, and then I shall press you. If you detain me now, sir, I am pressed today. Oh no, you are only detained until you prove your apprenticeship, that's all. Nay, sir, I certainly am pressed during my apprenticeship. Not at all, and I'll prove it to you. You don't belong to the ship until you are victualled on her books. Now, I shan't victual you today, therefore you won't be pressed. I shall be pressed with hunger at all events, replied Tom, who never could lose a joke. No, you shan't, for I'll send you both a good dinner out of the gun-room. So you won't be pressed at all, replied the lieutenant, laughing at Tom's reply. You will allow me to go, sir, at all events, replied I, for I knew that the only chance of getting Tom and myself clear was my hastening to Mr Drummond for assistance. Pooh, nonsense, you must both row in the same boat, as you have done. The fact is, my lads, I've taken a great fancy to you both, and I can't make up my mind to part with you. It's hard to lose your bread this way, replied I. We will find you bread, and hard enough you will find it, replied the lieutenant, laughing. It's like a flint. So we asked for bread, and you give us stone, said Tom. That's against Scripture. Very true, my lad, but the fact is, all the Scriptures in the world won't man the frigate. Men we must have, and get them how we can, and where we can, and when we can. Necessity has no law. At least it obliges us to break through all laws. After all, there's no great hardship in serving the king for a year or two, and filling your pockets with prize money. Suppose you volunteer. Will you allow us to go on shore for half an hour to think about it, replied I. No, I'm afraid of the crimps dissuading you. But I'll give you till tomorrow morning, and then I shall be sure of one, at all events. Thank ye for me, replied Tom. You're very welcome, replied the first lieutenant, as laughing at us he went down the companion ladder to his dinner. Well, Jacob, we are in for it, said Tom, as soon as we were alone. Depend on it, there's no mistake this time. I'm afraid not, replied I, unless we can get a letter to your father or Mr Drummond, who I am sure would help us. But that dirty fellow who gave the lieutenant the hint said the frigate sailed tomorrow morning. There he is, let us speak to him. When does the frigate sail? Said Tom to the master's mate, who was walking the deck. My good fellow, it's not the custom on board of a man of war for men to ask officers to answer such impertinent questions. It's quite sufficient for you to know that when the frigate sails, you will have the honour of sailing in her. Well, sir, replied I, nettled at his answer, at all events you will have the goodness to pay our fare. We have lost our wherry and our liberty, perhaps through you. We may as well have our 2 guineas. 2 guineas? It's 2 guineas you want, eh? Yes, sir, that was the fare agreed upon. Why, you must observe, my men, said the master's mate, hooking a thumb into each armhole of his waistcoat. There must be a little explanation as to the affair. I promised you 2 guineas as watermen, but now that you belong to a man of war, you are no longer watermen. I always pay my debts honourably when I can find the lawful creditors. But where are the watermen? Here we are, sir. No, my lads, you are men of war's men now, and that quite alters the case." "But we are not so yet, sir. Even if it did alter the case, we are not pressed yet." "Well, then, you'll be to-morrow, perhaps. At all events, we shall see. If you are allowed to go on shore again, I owe you 2 guineas as watermen, and if you are detained as men of war's men, why then you will only have done your duty in pulling down one of your officers. You see, my lads, I say nothing but what's fair." "Well, sir, but when you hired us we were watermen," replied Tom. "Very true, so you were, but recollect, the 2 guineas were not due until you had completed your task, which was not until you came on board. When you came on board you were pressed and became men of war's men. You should have asked for your fare before the first lieutenant got hold of you. Don't you perceive the justice of my remarks?" "Can't say I do, sir, but I perceive there's very little chance of our being paid," said Tom. "You are a lad of discrimination," replied the master's mate. "And now I advise you to drop the subject, or you may induce me to pay you man-of-war fashion." "How's that, sir?" "Over the face and eyes, as the cat paid the monkey," replied the master's mate, walking leisurely away. "No go, Tom," said I, smiling at the absurdity of the arguments. "I'm afraid it's no go in every way, Jacob. However, I don't care much about it. I have had a little hankering after seeing the world, and perhaps now's as well as any other time. But I'm sorry for you, Jacob." "It's all my own fault," replied I, and I fell into one of those reveries so often indulged in of late, as to the folly of my conduct in asserting my independence, which had now ended in my losing my liberty. But we were cold from the ducking we had received, and moreover very hungry. The first lieutenant did not forget his promise. He sent us up a good dinner, and a glass of grog each, which we discussed under the half-deck, between 2 of the guns. We had some money in our pockets, and we purchased some sheets of paper from the bumboat people who were on the main deck supplying the seamen, and I wrote to Mr Drummond and Mr Turnbull, as well as to Mary and old Tom, requesting the 2 latter to forward our clothes to Deal in case of our being detained. Tom also wrote to comfort his mother, and the greatest comfort which he could give was, as he said, to promise to keep sober. Having entrusted these letters to the bumboat woman, who promised faithfully to put them into the post office, we had then nothing else to do but to look out for some place to sleep. Our clothes had dried on us, and we were walking under the half-deck, but not a soul spoke to or even took the least notice of us. In a newly manned ship, just ready to sail, there is a universal feeling of selfishness prevailing among the ship's company. Some, if not most, had, like us, been pressed, and their thoughts were occupied with their situation, and the change in their prospects. Others were busy making their little arrangements with their wives or relations, while the mass of the seamen, not yet organised by discipline or known to each other, were in a state of disunion and individuality, which naturally induced every man to look after himself without caring for his neighbour. We therefore could not expect, nor did we receive, any sympathy. We were in a scene of bustle and noise, yet alone. A spare topsail, which had been stowed for the present between 2 of the guns, was the best accommodation which offered itself. We took possession of it, and, tired with exertion of mind and body, was soon fast asleep. Chapter 37.